strokes as the 85cc small wheels pick their way around. It's going to take probably best part of 3 minutes, maybe 3.5 for most of these riders.
See a few more yellow flags being waved in this session, Ben. You can see the track getting deep, and as the riders get younger, the wheels get smaller, and the more difficult it is out there for these lads.
And the legs get shorter as well.
Yeah.
So no times being set yet. I think Charlie Ward, the number 107, was our first rider to cross the timing beam. So we'll see exactly what comes of his first flying lap. Charlie on the Dave Muse Construction KTM didn't score any of the points in the championship, so he's joining the British Championship for the first time, or at least he didn't join us last year. We got one of those yellow flags up in this corner past the finish line, which was proving troublesome in the big wheel 85 class, and the small wheel 85s look to be struggling as well. Number 30 of Harvey Rowe on the Diamond Tool Hire KTM, a debutant in this class as well, moving up from the 65s. He starts his qualifying lap, first qualifying lap. And already it's ticking by. 7.5 minutes left for these lads to set a qualifying time. As we hope to see the first times come through. Stan the Man Siebert is out there, the number 512. He was one of the first to cross the timing beam as well, so watch out for him.
Yeah, talk about characters. Stan the Man. He's got that nickname for a reason.
You're a fan of this lad?
Yeah, he's a cheeky little chap, he is, Stan the Man.
He's on the Coles Plaster in KTM from Somerset, so he's got a similar accent to me. Good lad.
Yeah, he's the younger brother to Finley Evans, who's in the 250 class this weekend. So Stan's got some. He's got some helpful advice in his corner, I'd say, from his older brother there. Can give him some tips and pointers.
So yeah, some of the other 65 debutants, just while we're waiting for the first times to register, as we see Marty Older has actually registered the first lap time on the number 5 Husqvarna, the pole position scaffolding Husqvarna, who's come through with the first time, 3 minutes 22. So that's the sort of lap time that we're seeing at the moment from these lads. Hayden Statt has come in though with a sub 3 minute lap, 2 minute 59. Hayden Statt, faster than a lot of big wheels.
J. Girdham as well, coming in top at 2:58. So time's coming in thick and fast now, Ben.
Yeah, Archie J. Gurd, the number 100, fastest by about a second over Hayden Statt. Then Blake Ward-Clark, the number 1, is third at the moment. Ollie Waters 4th, and Jensen Severn is 5th.
Sonny Rooney currently sits in 6th. Sonny always has a strong contingent of fans watching online and cheering at the track, so that's why we call him the superstar. Alfie Geddes Green just coming past us now in the commentary tower. Triple one machine.
Yeah, always a number of distinction, the number 111.
Yeah, looking quite small on that small 85 actually.
Yeah, that bike looks like he's riding him.
Still not afraid to send it though.
He really is not afraid of twisting the throttle.
And he goes third quickest.
Third fastest immediately. You can see he's visibly fast. He's got some fans off, he get his screen, and well deserved. He's a great little character, and he is flying on that bike. Distinctly too big for him at the moment, but he is making it work, and for sure he'll go into it and he'll make it go fast. And you can see it's slippery out there as one of the riders there. I think that was the 180, the 84. 834 maybe of Oscar Giddham, who had a bit of a moment coming down the hill there. So it's still greasy from the overnight rain is the circuit, but the sunshine is just helping it to solidify and dry out a little bit, although we've got somebody down in the ruts here just by the finish line. You never want to fall by the commentary tower, you're going to get your name called out. And that was the number 30 of Harvey Rowe, who has just gone down there and made a mess of his qualifying time. Just under 4 minutes left now for these lads. So Harvey might well get a couple of laps in if he just crosses the line now, which he's just about to do. But on the timing sheets, Archie J. Gurdon is the number 100 fastest so far by about a second from Hayden Statt. Alfie Geddes-Green third, just over the 3-minute mark. Blade Ward Clark fourth, Ollie Waters fifth, Jensen Severn sixth, Sonny Rooney seventh, Liam Bell eighth, Finley Pickering ninth, and Alfie Heron in 10th spot. It's a nice time as well put up by Joel Winstanley Dawson, another one of our debutants coming up from the 65 class. He's up into 12th now on the KTM. He's moved from Yamaha to the Castle Trucks KTM squad.
So we've got Archie J. Gurdon just jumping up past us now, Ben, looking to complete another lap on that SJP mode. So Husqvarna he's on. So was he able to better his lap time? Don't think so that time.
I think he's not improved on that 258, but it doesn't matter.
Blake Ward Clark goes across the line as well. I think he stays where he is in 4th position at the moment.
We've had some advancement here. Ollie Waters has gone up to 5th, Sonny Rooney 6th. And Jensen Severn just locked down to 7th spot.
And here comes Robbie Daly across the line. The man
Rocket Robbie moving up from the 65, our champion from that class last year. Let's see timings catch up. He's gone 2nd fastest for Robbie Daly.
And that's why we call him the Rocket.
Hey, Rockets up to 2nd, Robbie Daly and Alfie Geddes-Green, the 265 riders, 1 and 2 in last season in the smaller class. They're 2 and 4 in this qualifying session at the moment.
I think we're going to have some great races in this class this year. Alfie Geddes-Green across the line as well. Once again, was he able to beat that 3-minute lap time? I think so this time.
He didn't quite look as on it as he did the lap before, but he's got 1 lap left to go, and he's definitely cranking it back up already, although he's got a bit of traffic ahead of him that might well hold him up in some of these rutted corners.
Yeah, there's lots of yellow flags as well, so it's treacherous work for the fastest riders on track at the moment, just trying to pick their way through the ruts and past the fallen riders.
Yeah, and as sludgy and as wet as this circuit is, if you get one rider down in what might be the one good rut in that corner, you've got to go outside it. It's going to cost you half a second, and yeah, that's going to mess up your lap time and your qualifying place. So again, these lap times, it's not indicative. Even if Jake Walker had a 6-second advantage, doesn't mean he's going to have that in the race. It's going to be a case of learning the circuit, especially with the shorter practice period time they have. It's going to be still all to play for and completely unpredictable in the racing ahead of us today.
Yes, the track will be very different by the time the races roll around for these guys, won't it? With the sun out like it is, the track's going to dry quickly.
And Winstanley Dawson has made his way up to 10th spot now, the number 236 KTM. Number 11, Lucas Lee in 9th, Jensen Severn 8th. Blake Ward Clark is there in 5th, number 1. Got good showings as well from Ollie Waters and Sonny Rooney. But yeah, that man, Rocket Robbie Daly, in his first qualifying session.
Right at the top there,
on
isn't
the
it,
85, it's very close.
Half a second, basically, between the top 3.
Yeah, just shy of 0.3 of a second between Robbie Daly and Archie J. Gurdon. Hayden Statt in a good spot as well. Those 3 riders all under the 3-minute barrier, which would have seen them into the top 12 in the big wheel 85 class as well.
The one thing I would say, Ben, looking at the top 3 riders, Archie, Robbie, Hayden and Alfie Geddes-Green as well, is that Archie is definitely the biggest. He looks the strongest out of the bunch there.
Yeah,
he'll have that advantage. The races roll around and the track gets rougher and rougher.
The checker flag is out, so these laps are now the last one they'll have to try and improve. Number 1 of Blake Ward Clark goes over the line. I've noticed that Hayden Statt went across the line and improved his time, but not in a place.
Yeah,
so, but consistent lap times, literally about a tenth quicker than his previous time. So, although Hayden Statt not at the very top, and Blake Ward Clark did set the fastest lap, so the number 1 goes in the number 1 position. Blake Ward Clark is our fastest rider now, and it was only by 0.7 of a second over Archie J. Gurdon, so the lap times are close. Number 800, Robbie Daly, just crossed the line. We wait for his time to register. He left it on, he left the throttle cranked, he didn't bother about the braking for the corner. He knew about braking that timing beam as quickly as possible, so we wait for Robbie Daly's time. It was 2 minutes 59.1.
I think Blake Ward Clark's made a statement there at the end. He said, I'm the veteran of this class. I'll decide who's in contention for this championship. Thank you very much.
Stanley Seabrook also left it cranked as he went across the line there. Not quite sure how that's going to pan out as the timing screens try and sort out who's fastest.
I am impressed with Robbie Daly there, though. I saw his first lap and he was down in about 15th, I think, and was wondering whether he'd be able to turn it up, but he certainly was. 2:59.155 for Robbie Daly, currently the third quickest lap in track to cross the line now.
Other times have changed, so I don't think Robbie Daly improved from that 2:59.1. But he's still there in third. Third gate pick is no problem at all. That will make no difference at all to how his start goes, unless there's one good line out there. I think that's still definitely competitive.
The top rookie as well for Robbie Daly, because I do believe Archie was on a small wheel last year, but just not at the British Championship.
Yes, he was. He was actually 24th in the small wheel class, so he didn't do all the rounds like you say. But yeah, he was on that. Was in the events last year, at some of them at least. So it looks like most of the faster riders have completed their lap. We've got a handful out on circuit at the moment. One is down in that corner by the train tracks, so he's not going to improve. And here's the number 48 of Hayden's stat.
Let's see what Hayden can do. One
Set
quarter
two
left
lap
for him.
times very close to each other, so if he only needs to find another 10th or two.
Rails around the outside there.
That's a steep old climb to the finish line. Hayden crosses the line, keeps the gas on to the corner. And we'll see if that makes a difference. We've also got the rider down in this corner before the finish, the number 40. No, number 45, I should say, of Harley Pastor. So that time will not be improved on. And I think we've just got the one rider left now. Two riders out on course at the moment. So looks like we've got ourselves a pole man wearing number 1, Blake Ward-Clark, Max.
I'm looking forward to the gate drop in the small wheel class. I think it's going to be some close racing here.
Yeah, you got 14 minutes plus a lap for the small wheel 85, 14 minutes I should say for these 9 to 12-year-old riders. And yeah, 7-round series for them. They got 3 races today and 1 in the morning tomorrow.
It's so cool for these young riders, especially to perform at this level in front of the pros in the pits, in front of the big teams from the British motocross industry. They can kind of show their talent, show off their skills in front of the riders that they aspire to be like, and the team managers that one day they hope to work for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a system that's worked in the AMA for years and years, isn't it? They've always run like the amateurs on the day before, or the day after, I think it is now, because they run the pro races on the Saturday in America. And then the other day of the meeting is, like you say, the youth, as they call them, amateurs over there, at the same meeting. So yeah, the team bosses don't have to go and send scouts around the youth tracks. They literally just have to watch the small bike classes to see where their next potential professionals and team riders and possible champions of the future are coming from. So just to give you a quick rundown then from that session, the top 10 in reverse order. The 10th place rider Joel Winstanley Dawson on 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Lucas Lee is 9th, number 11. Jensen Severn is 8th. Sonny Rooney 7th. Ollie Waters 6th at 3 minutes and 5. And then a 3-minute dead lap time, 3:07 for Alfie Geddes Green. In 5th, Hayden Statt 4th. Robbie Daly 3rd. Archie J. Girdham 2nd, and just with a late lap there, 0.7 of a second advantage to the number 1 in the number 1 position, Blake Ward-Clark on the JMR Foundation KTM. Which needs to be nicely to say about the JMR Foundation. Got to say total props to Mark Morris for coming up with beautiful laminated profiles for us commentators. We've got fantastic readouts here: Libby Chatburn, Josh Vale, Robbie Daly, and Blake Ward-Clark, our fastest rider there. So just to give you a quick little rundown from his goal for 2022, this is Blake Ward-Clark, is to be on the podium every round and ultimately be champion in his 2nd year on the 85. He's back from injury, which he suffered last year, more dedicated and focused than ever, and he's got a string of club championships to his name, and he wants to help him become a British champion and a European motocross contender.
I'd say some solid goals for Blake Ward-Clark, and he started off on the right foot, I would say.
Absolute statement. You wear number 1, you've got to live up to it, and he certainly did in that session there. So Blake Ward-Clark, your fastest rider, but there's plenty of competition. It's far, far from over. It's just beginning. This is 2022 Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Next up, 65cc, the youngest flyers that are here today.
I have to ask, Ben, are you excited to be back?
No!
2022 season kicking off now.
I can't wait. Yep. Virtually
Sun's
no
out.
sleep last night because the tent was going to blow away, and yeah, I don't care. I got motocross. I got Red Bull. It's good. Yes, it's looking good. Can't wait for this season. Got 9 individual race weekends ahead of us. Every class has got 8 rounds apart from the small wheels, which have 7 class, the small wheel 85s, and the 65s have got 5 rounds. So this is one thing for the 65cc class. You set a marker now, you literally got 4 months until the 9th and 10th of July at Fat Cap for their second round.
Yeah, you've got to start your season off strong here, but you've got to try and keep that up and stay healthy for that gap there and keep sharp, really, don't you? Because that is a long old time to the next round.
Yeah, do the club championships, build, make progress.
And also, even if your season doesn't start off the strongest here, you've got time to regroup and put some work in and improve before the next round, don't you? So it's
absolutely
double-edged sword.
Got 4 further rounds after this, so 16 races. I mean, that's a whole bunch of points you can still catch back, no problem at all.
We got the 65 class doing their start practice at the moment. Let's talk about some of the riders here that we should look out for in the qualifying session and for the races later on today.
Yep, so we've got a couple of rookies up from the automatics, and one that both Max and myself will be happy to see is the gold crash helmet is being retained by Koen Jagielski.
Yes.
Yeah, I asked him specifically at the press conference last night, you still wearing the gold crash helmet? Sounds pathetic, but when you're up here and you're looking for a rider, something like that just shines out. And Koen...
And it makes sense, he's the champion.
He's the champion. He was 10 times a race winner last year, auto champion by a big margin, and yeah, Koen Jagielski, great little star. He was very nervous in his first ever press conference yesterday, but yeah, showed himself with composure for that fast Eddie team, and yeah, you can tell he's going to be someone to watch for.
It will be interesting to see how he gets on. Obviously, we know he knows how to twist it because we saw that last year on the 50. But it's the biggest step up in motocross, isn't it? Going from an automatic machine up to the 65 geared bike.
Yeah. Get used to a gear, clutch.
Yeah, even the fastest 50 riders can struggle with it. You can have that fearlessness and you can have the ability to twist it, but it's a whole new skill set learning to ride a geared machine, isn't it? So it does take some riders a little bit of time to get used to that, but some riders take to it like a duck to water, don't they?
Did you do the same as me? The first time in a geared bike, I literally looped it and sent the bike into the hedge. Did you do a similar thing?
I think mine was a fence.
Good stuff. So those riders making the transition, we've got 7 notable rookies coming up from the autos. Koen Jagielski, Jet Gardner, Ethan Gawley, Cameron Berry, Jackson Ross, Ronan Watson, John Slade. All these riders making their way up. Got quite a few riders are in this class for the 2nd straight year.
Yeah, I would say probably one of the main contenders or 2 main contenders that I've highlighted here. Riley Ray Barrow, the 118 machine, he's a 2nd year veteran of the 65 class, as is Casey Lister as well. So 2 riders to watch out for. Casey Lister, the 125 machine, he's a hot starter. He knows how to grab some hole shots. So watch out for him, especially early on in the races.
Yeah, absolutely. As the 65cc, our smallest bikes, make their way around for their first lap of practice. As with the other sessions, we've got 5 minutes of free practice, 10 minutes of qualifying, and you've got to think with 3-minute lap times for the small wheel 85s, you're probably looking at maybe 3 1/4 for these bikes. So yeah, probably best part 2 or 3 laps for them to set the fast times.
You can see over there on that far side of the track, all in red on the orange KTM, that's Jet Gardner. You cannot miss the MGNX boys this season. And I don't know if it's whether you're named Jet, you become a legend, or you're a legend so you are named Jet. But Jet Gardner is one of the best characters in the paddock for sure, much like his namesake Jet Lawrence.
Yeah, jumping Jet. Getting used to that geared bike, does look very small on it still. But certainly going to grow into it. 2.5 minutes left, so it's probably just this one more lap of free practice for the lads on the 65s. 7 years old to 10 years old for these riders. Jagielski just launches off the downhill.
That was a heavy landing, wasn't it? He's closely followed by Riley Ray Barrow there, the 118 machine.
Sorry,
Easy
forgive
number
my
to
chuckling
remember.
there. Just literally just went off that without a care in the world. But that's not a gold crash on it, is it? Never mind.
Maybe he's keeping that clean
Keeping
for the
it
races.
for the race.
Teddy Merriman there across the line, the number 16 GRT Impact KTM machine. He'll be another top 5 contender, I should think. He's got the backing and the support of the GRT squad, so he's got a good team in his corner for sure. Well, the number 6 there, Nixon Coppins on the Yamaha.
Yeah, indeed, it was his father's birthday yesterday. I saw it come up on the face tube there. So, yeah, Nixon Coppins, the number 6.
Of course, his father, Josh Coppins.
Yeah, famous son of. And this track is deep for these little bikes. There's no doubt about it. Learning the hard way, as it should be done. Big man-sized circuit for these little bikes, but they're making their way around really well. Looks like the full circuit. They're not cutting any of this out, are they, Max?
No, 65 is full circuit for sure. Like you say, Ben, it's tough for these young riders, but in the long run, it will do them better in their careers to learn to ride tracks this gnarly, this deep, this rough, so early on in their racing careers. I wish I did this kind of stuff, to be fair. If I see a rut now, I still get scared.
Yeah, that's it with the grading of tracks, how it is now. You've got to learn to ride the ruts, got to make sure that you can get it, because all professional tracks are prepared this way to make sure that we don't get clouds of dust. We can see the racing, it's as safe as it possibly can be in terms of visibility. So it does mean naturally the tracks are softer, they're going to get rutted, and you've got to learn to ride it. So from that side of it, get on the big tracks, get out there early and learn how to do it, and that's exactly what these lads are doing. As we now start right now, the 10-minute session, the next lap across the line, the first one to do it, number 211, Chad Prince, is out there on the SC Sport Home Husqvarna, starting his time qualifying lap.
Another son of a famous father there, Chad Prince. His dad, Neil Prince, will be in a paddock somewhere, running around like a maniac, I'm sure.
And as the qualifying session starts, this first corner after the finish line is causing havoc again, just like it did in some of the other sessions. Two riders caught together on the outside here. So anyone going into that corner is going to have to keep their heads up, make sure they pick the right line, or there's two bikes blocking their way. So yeah, the top 7 from this class all moved up into the small L85. So we've got a number of entrants in from the auto class from last year, and still a good number of riders who are progressing in their second year here, including the number 125 Casey Lister, 118 of Riley Ray Barrow, the 311 of Archie Butterfield, and of course the number 6 of Nixon Coppins as well. So we see exactly how it all shakes out. We've still got a good 3 minutes now before we get the first lap times through. 8.5 minutes left in this time qualifying session. And then guess what, Max? We join racing. Racing time coming up. After this qualifying session, it goes to the races. 13 races today. 250s out first. The only 4 strokes flashing around this week, on today's session anyway. Then we've got the 125s, the 285 classes, and then the 65s. So,
of course, the first race is extra important because we're awarding the Keck's fastest laps, I believe, in the open motos of the weekend. So the fastest rider, or the rider with the fastest lap time in Moto 1 will get a nice little prize from the guys at Keck's.
Number 5, Harley Marshak, makes his way around on the gas to start his first qualifying lap. Harley, one of those backed by the JMR Foundation, helping out a lot of riders in this championship, of course, in memory of the late Jude Morris. Harley, one of the foundation's fully supported riders, works with Olympus Pro on his fitness and performance, and with RMJ for his on-bike coaching.
Yeah, Yanis from Olympus Performance there, he's on it, he gets his riders and his athletes tip-top shape. And to say, Ben, that Jude Morris sticks out to me as one of the riders at this race last year that came out swinging after winter, and was one of those big surprises for me last year. So we'll see if any of the riders on the JMR Foundation squad will be able to do that here this weekend and come to Cullen and establish themselves as podium contenders.
Straight from the off, yeah. So we're now just over 3 minutes into this qualifying session, so should start to see the first times coming through on our screens pretty much straight away. Still just registering the first one across the line.
While we're waiting for the times to pop up here for the 65 class, we'll just mention the sponsors, Ben, who help us and allow us to go racing here at the Revo AC British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. So obviously the title sponsor of the series is Revo, and we're fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, so big thanks to those guys for supporting the championship in such a big way. Our charity sponsor this year, Road to Recovery. And then we've got 24MX, Scott Sports, Factory Image Racing, Sports Insure, Kex, Wolf Sport, Dawson Racing, Dawson Training, and Surf and Turf. So a big thank you to everyone that supports the championship and allows us to go racing here in 2022.
Yeah, couldn't do it without you. So yeah, all of those banners, pay attention to them. You see those names on the products, you go and buy them, because they are helping us keep this championship and this sport alive at the moment in the very difficult times of 2022. So we are here racing and enjoying ourselves, and the first one across the line, across the first 10 times have come up now. We got Casey Lister with a 3:19.5. He's the first rider to really show it up. The 125, 8th in last year's championship, the highest position remaining rider, should we say, is up there, just under a second faster than the 118 of Riley Ray Barrow. And Marty Spires is there in third at the moment. That's just the first 10 across the line. 4.5 minutes left in this session, so if you just get round here, you've maybe got 2 laps left to 2 set a time. Harley Marchak has come across up into 4th spot now, ahead of the number 50 of Tommy Perfect in 5th. Koen Jagielski has set his first flying lap time on a 65, and he is there 9th at the moment, so that's a nice little marker for him. And Jet Gardner similarly has made his debut in this class. He's up there 12th on his first flying lap, but these times will come through and the lineup will bound to be changing all the way through. A real steep drop off here by the commentary tower, as a very close moment there. Oh, and somebody is just down.
Getting up quickly.
Yellow flags waving, getting up quickly, no damage done to the rider anyway. Yellow flags making sure that all the riders slow up. But that's going to affect the times here, because that's
waved yellows
on a blind drop-off. And the rider, that was the number 238, Ryan Taylor, is away and clear. No issues at all. Just getting back on, and he's still got time to maybe set 2 laps, 1 or 2 laps left in this session. 1 lap now. It's under just close to 3-minute laps. Fastest lap time so far is 3:19. It's another rider, another yellow flag out here, but it is at the bottom of the corner rather than straight off the drop-off.
Something that the lead riders are definitely going to have to contend with here this weekend is the yellow flags and back markers causing havoc out there, especially late on in the race when the track's getting deeper and riders getting tired. Mistakes are easily made.
Exactly. As you say, with the overnight weather, it's definitely got deep already.
Here comes Casey Lister, the 125 machine there, looking to log a faster lap time, increase his lead at the top of the pack there. Currently 3:19.5. Let's see what he can do. Jumping up and across the finish line he goes. Oh, a 3:11.
Nice, that's a good 8-second improvement from lap 1 to lap 2 for Casey Lister. Reaffirmed himself at the top of this timing session. Arthur Moore it is now who's taken up second place, but it's a mighty 6 seconds back, so you can see the improvements will definitely happen on this second lap. We should see a lot of movement.
Riley Barrow coming up towards the finish as well. Let's see what he can do on this lap. He's got Tommy Perfect just ahead of him. Oh, I think Riley might have gone down in the corner there, yeah.
Riley Ray Barrow currently third, but he's not going to be able to improve on this lap because he has dropped it down in the bottom corner. All perfectly safe, just picking the bike up from this deep Cullen sandy mud here today.
So Riley's got one more chance then to log a hot lap time. Here he goes.
Yeah, minute and a half left in the session, so this must be the last flying lap for pretty much everybody.
Launching downhill, Riley Barrow.
Here comes Cohen Jagielski on a fast one, just has the drop off to contend with. Much smoother this time than he was the first time over, but watch this time from Jagielski, currently in 11th, just ahead of Nixon Coppins in the timing screens. And up comes the young Jagielski. He's still got 50 seconds across the line. He's got another lap that he can set yet. That time, no improvement for the number 75. So it is still Casey Lister, the number 125, that is out in front, ahead of Arthur Moore, Riley Ray Barrow, Marty Spires, Leo Wilson, Tommy Perfect, Harley Marshak, Archie Stapley, Charlie Mitchell, and Teddy Merriman. That's your top 10 at the minute. Counting down, 10 seconds to go until the checkered flag comes out, so it looks like that is pretty much it. Everybody out there now is on their last flying lap. And checkered flag is out now, so that is the end of the session. All of these riders, that's it. This last lap is the one that will count. On top of what they've done already, of course. Number 187, William Dennis, the first to take that checkered flag. He's currently in 13th. Jet Gardner currently in 15th, Riley Butterworth down in 17th. As we start to see some changes, Regan Woods, the number 13, just crossed the line in 12th spot. And we've got a new man in second spot. Arthur Moore on the number 67, Retro Coatings Husqvarna, has come up to second place ahead of Riley Ray Barrow and Marty Spires. That's your top 4 at the moment, with Leo Wilson 5th. And we've got a bunch of riders crossing the line right now. We'll see if this makes any difference to the standings. Yes, Marty Spires, the number 22, has come up to second place. Still nobody quite catching Casey Lister. They're still 4 seconds down on the best time set by the number 125. So it is Casey Lister still, with Marty Spires up to second now ahead of Arthur Moore, Riley Ray Barrow 4th, and Leo Wilson 5th. Number 10 of Charlie Mitchell has made his way up to 9th spot. Nixon Coppins 11th, Cohen Jagielski 12th. Seven riders come through. Riley Ray Barrow just come across the line now. The 118, he was already in 4th. Leo Wilson has made his way up to 5th spot with Tommy Perfect 6th. There's no improvement there for Riley Ray Barrow. Tommy Perfect just crossing the line again. See if his time gets any improvement. Not by the looks of it, no. Currently going to be in 6th for the man with the perfect surname. Charlie Mitchell has sneaked into 10th spot. As crossing the line there was Teddy Merriman, and he claims it back. So Teddy Merriman just jumps back up into 10th ahead of Charlie Mitchell with that last-ditch effort there. Still got a good half a dozen riders on the circuit at the moment just to record their last flying laps. We'll see if anybody can improve and make the changes. And Jagielski's made a change. He's got up to 8th in the session, so a good ride there from our reigning auto champion. He's made his way up into 8th spot with that last flying lap. Number 21 of Arthur Pozzoli comes across the line all nice and safe. This looks to be it. Any of the last riders coming around the circuit look like they're recovering from a crash, so there's going to be no improvement for those riders. Jumping Jet Gardner comes across the line, not particularly going for it, so maybe he's had an issue on that lap. No, he's not going to improve. So I think we could call this one. I think we've got the top 10 down for you, but Casey Lister, it is the number 125 that has set the fastest time by a margin, just under 4 seconds faster than second place Marty Spires. Third is Arthur Moore. Fourth, Riley Ray Barrow. Fifth, Leo Wilson. Tommy Perfect was 6th. Harley Marjak 7th. Cohen Jagielski 8th. Archie Stapley in 9th. And 10th spot for the number 16, Teddy Merriman. Here further rundown, we got Charlie Mitchell 11th. Nixon Coppins 12th. Regan Woods 13th for the number 13. William Dennis 14th. Finley Cookson in 15th spot. Jet Gardner 16th. Archie Butterfield 17th. Arthur King 18th. Riley Butterworth 19th. And rounding out the top 20 is the number 238 of Ryan Taylor. So there we go. That is qualifying done and dusted. The gate selections are set. They will come to the line in the order they qualified in. And our first race coming around the corner is for the 250cc four-stroke boys, ready for their first race, the first race of the year at the 2022 Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. The next time we speak to you, it will be go time for the racing.
Good morning, race fans, and welcome to round one of the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. We're here at Culham Motor Park in Oxfordshire, just on the banks of the River Thames. The sun is shining, but it was a very different situation last night with the rain pouring down. However, the track has dried out during qualifying, but it's got rutty, rough and gnarly, but it is going to make for some great racing throughout the weekend. We've got 13 races for you today from the 65 class, 85 small wheel, 85 big wheel, 125 and 250Fs. The 125 and 250Fs have been split this year, each having their own individual race, so expect to see some great racing in both of those classes. We're also going to see 5 different champions this year in all the classes, as previous champions from last year have moved up, including 85 small wheel champion Rhys Jones missing the big wheel 85 class and jumping straight to the 125. So it's going to be super interesting to see how he gets on the bigger bike. We've got your youth classes for you today, and the MX1 and MX2 Pro Boys will be out tomorrow making a bid for the start of their British Championship. Throughout the winter, all the boys have been putting the hard work and the hours in the gym, all the hours on the bike. It all comes down to this, to try and make a bid on the British title. We've got the 250F class up first, where Ty Westcott was your quickest qualifier by 0.1 of a second, so it's going to be tight at the top. Ty was third in the championship last year behind Alfie Jones and Sam Atkinson, both who have moved up to the Pro MX2 class, so you can expect Ty is going to be filled with confidence and one of the favourites to go for the title. Ben, is there anyone else we need to be keeping an eye on during this first race?
Thank you very much, Bradley. So, yes, here we go then. The start. It is race time. The Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Thank you so much to everybody who is here watching on the Saturday. Obviously, strictly the youth classes today. 2 races for both the 250cc and 125cc classes. And then 3 races for the 85 big wheels, 85 small wheels, and the 65cc. There is apparently a slight reconfiguration to the circuit happening, which will delay the start by a few minutes. So there won't be motoring. We're just going to keep you teased and waiting just that little bit longer before the first gate drop of the season. Max, we looking forward to this or what?
Oh, we can't wait, Ben. Like Bradley said, we've been waiting all winter for this. Anticipation is high. I'm sure there's going to be some nerves, some butterflies on the line down there for these 250 class riders who are getting ready for their first gate drop of 2022.
Yeah, all the new colours, all the new teams, some of them the same teams, just change of setup, new bikes of course, just make sure that everything's set up. They've been testing, they've been training, some have had to overcome little niggly injuries, but all these riders have made their way to the gate and are ready to start this season. The good thing about the season, it all starts with hope. Everybody is hoping, praying for a good season, clear season, no injuries, good results, consistency. All of that will be on the agenda, and everyone wants a slice. So going at the start of this like no other. Can't wait for the start of the season. It's going to be an absolute barn burner all weekend.
And it really is crunch time for these lads in the 250 class. This is they're coming towards the end of their youth career, the final year of their youth racing experience, and they're looking to impress on the grandest stage in British motocross. This is the Revo ACU British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. All the pro teams are here, all the pro riders are here, and these lads are looking to impress. Hopefully get a job next year in the pro class.
Absolutely, yeah, this is it. Your results this year could determine whether you're signing for a professional team next year or whether you're just signing on and racing part-time. So it's just making sure that the results are in, you do yourself justice, you do your work in the winter, and it comes out on the circuit now. There ain't no pressure like top pressure motocross, and this is what it's all about here. 250 CCFs, these are the machines that they will race in the professional ranks until they're 23 years old for the most of them, and it is one that, yeah, it's going to be a stunning weekend.
We saw last year the eventual champion of this series in this class was Alfie Jones. He had a great season in 2021, winning the British Championship, winning the other national series as well, and finishing off a great year, a fantastic year at Western Beach Race, becoming champion of Western as well. He's signed for a pro team, the Chambers Racing team, so he'll be here this weekend in the MX2 class, and that just goes to show what you can achieve if you excel on this stage at the British Championship.
Yeah, he did an absolutely stunning turn at Western. He wore the 101 of Jude Morris, which was a lovely tribute to his friend and obviously rival while they were racing together. So yeah, this is the example. Like you say, Alfie Jones made his way into the professional ranks off the back of this class, and this is what they're looking to do again at this time. We've got some of the primary contenders. Let's run you through them again. Those who have stayed in the class: number 202, Tyler Westcott, third in the 2021 series with 3 race wins. Travis Steels, number 221, had a best of third place. That was here at Culham last year.
Yeah, Travis rode well here last year.
And 5th in the championship, Jago Beastie, Callum Murfitt, Harvey Cashmore, Leon Williams, Ben Zeal, all these riders returning to the 250 ranks, looking to improve them. And then we've got the rookies. First of all, the most distinct rookie, should we say, the most unique rookie, the only one moving from big Rail 85s straight to 4-stroke.
I believe so.
No messing around.
Finley Evans then on the number 12 GRT Impact KTM. He is very good at this track. He's won quite a few races around here. He won the Big Wheel overall here last year. He's won, I think his first ever British Championship race win was here in the 65 class a few seasons ago. He knows his way around Cullen Park for sure, so watch out for the number 12 GRT Impact KTM of Finley Evans, who, like Ben mentioned, is jumping straight up from the big wheel class. He was in the big wheels last year, but has decided to skip over the 125 class straight onto that 254 stroke.
And he looked good on it. He was quick in practice. So just had the word through from race control. We're just having a quick 5-minute repair job to the circuit. That's why you've got a tractor going up the section of course between the second corner and the first corner. We don't want the 250s going through there with that on the circuit. So we're just sorting out that first corner. I think the race control just had a quick look at it and thought there's going to be carnage.
Yeah, trying
if they all go through there.
Trying to remove as much carnage from the first 2 corners as possible, I think.
That would be nice.
Moment.
Yeah, let's get them all through that first lap and racing safely and soundly and rapidly. So yeah, aside from Finley Evans, there are others who have come across from the 125cc to try their route on the 4 strokes. We've got 4th, 5th and 6th of the 125 class are all here this year from last year in the 250s. That's Jack Taylor, the number 22 from there in Mid-Glamorgan on the Kawasaki. You got 36 of Hudson Roper, who was 5th in the 125s last year on the number 36 Kawasaki, and yet another Kawasaki, Charlie Palmer, on the 128 machine. So they're all coming across onto the 4 strokes for the first time. It's going to be wide open, Max. I can't call who's going to be the fastest through this whole racing season. It's going to be wide open, unpredictable.
And like we said, Ben, the track has changed a lot since these riders were on circuit last. They was the first riders on track this morning. There was barely any lines bedded into the track. Now they've just had a quick sight lap to suss out the fast lines, the dry lines, but it's very different since their last outing on circuit. What was that, an hour and a half ago?
Yeah, that's it, right from just after 9 o'clock this morning. They were on the track, and the fastest in that session, but by just over a tenth of a second, was the number 202 of Tyler Westcott. So should we say the senior rider of this series? The top 2 obviously have gone through to MX2 for this season. They'll be warming up for their racing tomorrow. But yeah, Tyler Westcott, senior rider in this series, should we say, was fastest, but only just over the 931 of Jaden Haig on the SJP Moto KTM, and the number 555 of Mackenzie Marshall. Now, Max, you know Mackenzie from the past. It's a new name to me, and he's didn't score points in any of the series this year. What's the story with Mackenzie?
I don't think Mackenzie raced last year, I believe. I'm not sure if that's because of injury or other reasons, but he has been a contender at the British Youth Championship in years past.
Or are they just going to
Who's
chat?
member, I think,
Do you need me to do anything, or are they just going to chat?
Or maybe it was 2020, of the Judd Racing KTM squad. There was the official KTM squad for the youth classes back then. The 555 machine, he's been a contender. He's quite a big lad, which explains why he's kind of shot up through the ranks. He now finds himself in the 250 class, but it was only a couple of seasons ago he's on a 65, so...
Good stuff. Sorry, a bit of a hospital ball to give you that there, but yeah, you mentioned it in practice that he had been at this level in the past, just not obviously last year. But yeah, Mackenzie was rapid. He was 3rd in qualifying timing, so it could well spring a surprise.
He looked comfortable, didn't he? He doesn't look too small for that bike. He looks
No, it did not look like a rookie on it whatsoever. The number 500 is a favourite number for many old fans, of course. The number 500 of Callum Murfitt from Cambridgeshire is on the
local
KTM.
to me is Callum, from the same club that I started at.
Yeah, cool, nice.
PJMC representing.
Yeah, Cambridgeshire massive, yeah. He was 4th fastest in qualifying, so he's right up there on the number 500 KTM. And 5th in qualifying practice was the number 36 of Hudson Roper, one of those Team Green Kawasaki imports from the 125. So yeah, I would say he was actually the fastest of the rookies, should we say, to this class, fastest of the 125 imports from last year. As the tractor makes a proper good job of the stretch between the first and second corners.
Yeah, that second corner looking a lot friendlier now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking nice, but it just remains to be seen as how deep that's
Yeah,
going to be when it gets
that's
churned up on that first lap.
That might be surprisingly deep on the inside.
That could catch a rider or two out, but yeah, at least it's smooth and not going to foul anybody up on that first lap. But yeah, as we said in some of the qualifying commentary there, those first few corners are very tight, so they have a fast, I would say less than 90 degree, higher than 90 degree left-hander going the first corner. It's quite wide open going through there.
And downhill as well. That's quite unique, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and downhill, and then you go into probably the tightest of all the sections on this circuit. Sharp, full-on, more than 180 degree left-hander, up a short, sharp jump, and then a sharp right-hander across the top, back downhill again, right-hander, left jump, and then another sharp left turn. So
which is that
corners,
left turn down the bottom there, Ben, is one of the deepest on track. It's quite wet down there.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's the one with the slight gap in it at the end of the berm. That's the drainage gap. So yeah, you don't want to be heading into that. And yeah, as they head towards the trees, it then starts to open out a little bit more on those very fast right-handers after the behind the start straight, behind the start gate.
I can hear some bikes revving up, and I can see the tractor making its way off track. So I think we're about ready to go racing, Ben.
Oh, there is no time like this for the riders. The nerves of a new championship season. Even if you've raced at Hawkston the pre-season, some of these riders were in the EMX classes at Matterley Basin, so they've dusted off some of those winter cobwebs. But still, the opening round of a championship, that tractor goes off the track. I don't know if you're like that yourself, Max, but something like that happens.
It's when that green flag goes up.
The tractor's off the track. The tractor's off the track. The race is going to start any minute, and yeah, it's getting nervous time.
It's when the tractor goes off the track and the first person starts their bike, and everyone's like, "It's time to go! It's time to go!"
They're waving a flag. They're waving a flag. I should go here. Fingers are tingling. Making sure, checking the goggles, make sure the fuel tap is turned on. Yeah. All of that sort of business. Just got to make sure. I'm probably revealing my age there. Do you have fuel taps anymore?
Not so much of that these days.
And of course, with the youth racing, this is the only 4-stroke race for the day. So all you 2-stroke fans could enjoy the smell of premix going through the air after this race. But this is the serious business. As Max said, this is the shop window. You're fast on the 250F as a youth. The teams will notice that you can ride these bikes fast and that you can make your presence felt possibly in the professional ranks.
And it's interesting now, Ben, looking at the list of MX2 entrants tomorrow.
Yeah.
So many of them are former racers from the British Youth Championship. They've graduated from these ranks, and now they make up the best part of the British Championship paddock. So that's really cool to see for someone like me who's been watching these riders since 65 days, and now they're lining up in the professional ranks. It's very cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got to be completely honest on this side of it. Starting the British Championship, commentating midway through last season, not really paid much attention to the youth ranks before now, but cannot fail to be impressed by the standard of racing from last year. So all of those riders that did well last year, now that I've seen them racing, it's something to behold as to see how they progress from here. So anyone like Max who's kept in touch with the youth scene, you've got to be proud of these riders coming through, and just fingers crossed and hoping that some of these riders go all the way to MXGP, EMX, go up to the top level and really so try and wave that Union Jack, which is needs some waving after some years of not much success at world level, should we say. So this is the perfect platform for it. Fully professional race paddock, fully professional teams watching the youth riders, and these riders here have got the chance now and get themselves into a seriously good ride.
And I see that flag being waved, Ben. The green flag is up. We are ready to go racing. 15-second board. We'll flip to 5 any second now.
Down the hill they charge. It's Finley Evans. Can you believe it? The debutant coming from the 85. He's whole shot on the 250F. Talk about nervous energy. Finley Evans has cracked it straight away at the opening round here in the first race of the first day. Finley Evans, what a stunning whole shot, and he's got the early lead. There's no doubt about that.
A slight mistake around the outside there. But Finley Evans hanging on to lead, but slips back to second as they head up behind the start gates. I think that might be Tyler Westcott in the race lead now.
Tyler Westcott, our fastest qualifying, the 2:02, definitely one to watch for. Wherever he has started, he can progress.
But Finley Evans has a big advantage now. He was able to avoid all that mud, all that dirt, all the moisture in that second corner there. He's got clean goggles.
The top two are together. Evans, that's in second place. That looks to me like a Yamaha, is it, out in front? It looks blue. Maybe that's just the sponsor's colours. We haven't got any Yamahas actually listed. So, yeah, we shall pick up who that is soon.
But that's certainly Finley Evans, the number 12 GRT Impact KTM in second position.
And it is the 2:02. Tyler Westcott is our race leader right now, just holding off from Finley Evans. So the hottest rider from last year that stayed in this class and the hottest import into this class are running first and second at the bow. Quite an incredible setup here.
Finley Evans impressing in his debut for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And very handy to have that nice gold crash helmet that we can see from a distance, so that's all good stuff. Tyler Westcott it is that is out front, making his way down the hill. Finley Evans in second spot. In third, we have the number 421 of Bayliss Utting, who's done really well there. Number 36, Hudson Roper, was fast in practice, and he's there in fourth now. Callum Murphy is there in fifth spot. On the number 555, Kawasaki.
So can Tyler Westcott now, with a clear track ahead of him, stretch open a gap over Finley Evans? Finley Evans looks keen though, Ben. He's keeping Tyler honest so far in this race with just over one lap complete.
There's no doubt about that. And good battling going on through for battle for fourth and fifth. That's between Callum Murphy and Mackenzie Marshall. We've got a rider down in the middle of the circuit here. It's not one of our front runners. Can't quite pick up who that is. But out in front it was Tyler Westcott, the number 2:02. Finley Evans in second spot.
So the far side of the circuit then go our race leaders. Finley Evans in second, Tyler Westcott, the current race leader, launching down the far side of the circuit. You can see there, Ben, just dots to us, but they'll come charging on back towards us here, the bottom end of the circuit now, parallel to the River Thames into the tight chicane. It is Tyler Westcott still leading the KTM of Finley Evans, and they're stretching open a big gap over the third place rider. I think that's Hudson Roper on the Team Green Kawasaki into third now, so yeah, Hudson on the move.
Yeah, that is, Callum Murphy. The Kawasaki man. I've lost him.
Hudson Roper.
Hudson Roper, that is it, my mistake. Yeah, 36. He's there in third. Off the 421 of Bayliss Utting.
But the race leaders into the Scott Sports corner there, the far side of the track by the railway line. Tyler Westcott picking his way through there cleanly, jumping up towards the Wolfsport turn and the tabletop at the top end of the circuit. Here they come then. Tyler Westcott leaps over the tabletop, closely followed by Finley Evans. And Evans looking keen. Like we said earlier, one of his favourite tracks on the calendar for Finley Evans. Won multiple races here in the past and jumps up to the 250 class for 2022. Leapfrogging the 125s, decided to jump straight onto the 250. You can see why, because Finley Evans has hit a growth spurt over the winter.
He is giving him some pressure. These front two are together. Yeah, Finley Evans, no doubt about it. Hudson Roper having a good solid ride in third spot at the moment, ahead of fourth place Bayliss Utting. The number 404 Dominic Newbury doing well in fifth spot, and then it's the 221 of Travis Steels. Further back through the pack we got Jack Taylor, number 22 on the Kawasaki, riding well. He's in a little battle with the KTM. 3-digit, that's Callum Murphy, and then the number 10 of Harvey Cashmore doing well on the Chambers Racing.
Tyler Westcott makes a mistake.
Tyler Westcott got it wrong, and Finley Evans paid the price. Didn't anticipate Westcott being so slow there, and he's fallen over his back wheel. So Westcott made a mistake, but benefited from it because Finley Evans' pursuit is cut short. He got back up, still second, Max.
Still in second, so I opened up a nice, comfortable cushion on those opening 2 laps, pushing the pace hard.
That's that slippery second corner after the start that Westcott went tight and stepped out, and Finley Evans hit his rear wheel and went down. But he's back up and he stayed in second place, although now the number 36 of Hudson Rope on the Kawasaki must be smelling those 4-stroke fumes and thinking he could get second.
Let's see what Finley Evans is made of now. Let's see if he can recompose himself and keep focused and keep his head down and see if he can try and close that gap in on Tyler Westcott, who's all by himself at the front of the pack now. Unfortunate for Finley Evans, not his fault at all. No, but that's racing sometimes.
Just a complete racing incident. I mean, Westcott stepped out, suddenly stopped, and Evans was right on him. It's trying to keep close, trying to make sure he doesn't get away, and sadly he's just been the victim of circumstance there. Front wheel versus rear wheel, and quite often the rear wheel wins.
There's usually only one winner in that circumstance, isn't there? Finley Evans was the quickest rider on track last time around. Let's see if he can pick up the pace and close that gap.
Like you say, Max, he was a tall-looking rider on that 85cc was Finley Evans, but he's suited perfectly for that KTM. Certainly the right size for him.
I know. I was questioning whether it was the right choice for Finley to leapfrog the 125 class, but so far so good. He looks strong on that bike and looks comfortable, and he's just proved himself as a championship contender in this class. Absolutely, and it's really nice to see the riders here. But right by the commentary tower, we've got this drop-off. And you literally just leave it on right to the point where the jump disappears, and you can really make some serious time because there's quite a serious down ramp, and you're short on that, you're going to cost yourself some time. Travis Steele's one of those riders who's now getting the hang of the track. He's currently 5th, but he's really showing some serious interest onto the rear wheel of the number 404, Dominic Newbury. Travis Steele's has taken that position up into 5th spot now, and he is definitely interested in moving further forward ahead of Bailey Suting. So I would say Travis didn't get the best of starts because he's had to work through the pack and make some passes, but he seems to be one of the fastest riders on track. Let's take a look at his lap time last time around. Yeah, he was 3rd in one of the races here at Culham last year, so he had a very consistent year, finishing 5th overall at Travis Steele's, but his best result was here. So he does like this circuit, and he's trying to progress to get back to that 3rd at least in this race now, and he has done so. Travis Steele's is up into 3rd spot. Fourth spot, sorry, behind Hudson Roper.
Yeah,
Hudson Roper still hangs on to 3rd position at the moment.
And Roper not able to take advantage of that mistake by Evans. Evans has pulled back away from the Kawasaki man there, so Evans 2nd. Has he got a chance of recatching Tyler Westcott? I think he's definitely going to consider that. Finn lost 10 seconds on that lap with the crash last time around. So let's see if he can make any inroads on that advantage that Tyler Westcott has at the moment. Yeah, the leading gap, they've got that wave section across the bottom. They got that, and 2 corners were between the front 2 at the moment. So quite spaced out early on in this race between the 1st and 2nd place riders. 3rd there, Hudson Roper, pretty solid in that place, and Travis Steele's has progressed to 4th. Travis Steele's looks like the danger man to me at the moment. Yeah, he's definitely making progress. And I would say Dominic Newbury has actually overtaken Bailey Suting as well. So that's the Motor Extreme gas man making progress and staying in 5th spot because he obviously got passed by Travis Steele's in that lap as well. So on screen at the moment on the live stream, we're taking a good long look at Finley Evans, just watching him make his way around some back markers there up towards the Wolfsport corner at the top end of the circuit. He's looking smooth and looking confident on that KTM SXF 250. Of course, his first season on the 4-stroke machine. It seems like he's got to grips with it very quickly over the off-season. Tyler Westcott is away and clear at the front. He is going up the main bank after the finish line towards the first corner area as Finley Evans is jumping down into that section. So a real distance between the two there, made by that slight mistake there by Westcott. Ironically, he's actually benefited from that because Finley Evans hit his rear wheel and went down.
Lap time wise, Ben, Tyler Westcott is continuing to stretch open that lead. He was 3 seconds quicker last time around than Finley Evans. But the man, like we said, the danger man at the moment, Travis Steels, he's 2 seconds quicker last time around than the third place rider, Hudson Roper. So Travis Steels is looking to move up onto the box into a podium position.
Yeah, it definitely looked like Travis Steels was making progress visibly closer, without looking at the timing screens, I dare say, to getting third place from Hudson Roper. So he will definitely be trying to get his anchor in and pulling him towards him. And you can see at the section of the circuit as they approach the trees at the real bottom boggy section of the valley, that, yeah, Travis Steels is definitely within 10, looking for third. And I would say the number 404, Dominic Newbury, is looking to try and kind of hang on to him as well, and following
use
his
that toe rope
to,
of Travis Steels for sure. The 221 of Travis Steels on the move at the moment, going around the back end of the start straight, using those wide lines and leaping down the hill at the backside of the track. But meanwhile, at the front, the 202 of Tyler Westcott, looking formidable so far. He's the veteran, he's the experienced rider in the 250 class this season, and he's putting that experience to good use.
Yeah, absolutely. One of only 2 riders from the top 5 of last year's series to be still in this championship, and he's making that experience pay. He had 3 wins last season in this class. He's in fact the only rider who had a win in this class last year who was still in it. So he is, yeah, definitely making that senior status count at the moment, and he's beautifully launching off this downhill by the commentary tower, clean as you like, landing as you should, nose down, parallel to the down ramp, and then launching up this finish line jump, beautifully just hitting the top without any impediment to his progress, shall we say. Smooth as you like. Really nice riding from the all black kitted Tyler Westcott on the HJA Motorcycles Planet Moto Holidays KTM.
And another advantage that Tyler has, he's got that experience on the bike in terms of racecraft and how to ride these 254 strokes, but also in terms of how long these races are and how much strength it takes to muscle one of these 254 strokes around a tough and technical circuit like Cullen for 20 minutes plus 1 lap. So he's got that on his side as well, whereas Finley Evans might start to tire towards the end of the races. He's not quite used to racing for this long and muscling such a heavy bike around the circuit.
Yeah, of course, the 85 is racing for 14 minutes plus a lap. In this race, we've got 20 minutes plus a lap, so there's quite a distinct difference in that time. And the time is flying by rapidly. There's only 7 minutes to go, so amazingly, we're 13 minutes into the 20 of this race. Just like that, season started, and we're thick into it already. So just like that is happening. Further down through the pack, we have a few riders here battling it out. Number 31 of Ben Zeal is racing hard with the number 30 of Ethan Seals. Leon Williams on the Husqvarna, number 47, is also battling hard there with the number 555 of Mackenzie Marshall. So that's a battle that's going on around about the fringes of the top 10. And Charlie Palmer just crosses the line as well. All nice and safe on the Kawasaki. As we pick up our leaders, Tyler Westcott is
stretching open
away
that
and
gap.
clear. There is no doubt about it. He's flying away now.
That full bottom straight as an advantage, that he's very comfortably in the lead. But that battle for third is really heating up. Hudson Roper versus Travis Steels into the chicane at the bottom of the circuit. The green Kawasaki of Hudson Roper, the KTM of Travis Steels, they're wheel to wheel. Yeah, this is the race to watch at the moment, the battle to keep an eye on.
Yeah, third spot on the first screen by the top non-Austrian made machine, shall we say, is that of Hudson Roper, but he is getting some serious attention from the bright orange of the number 221, Travis Steels. He is on his case. They head towards the bottom of the corner.
The Scott Sports Quarter, Travis goes up the inside. Can he make the pass stick?
And that's third place.
What a move.
As you like, easy as. Up the inside on the inside rut there. It was smoother and it was faster, which is what Travis Steels is proven to be. Now, he's got that tabletop jump and the downhill section between himself and Finley Evans, and 5 minutes left in the race to make up that distance plus the 1 lap. Smooth as you like on this downhill section by the commentary tower.
Second place is definitely possible. for Travis Steels. I think, you know, Ben, I reckon Tyler Westcott just made a mistake down in this long sweeper after the tabletop. I saw a yellow flag out, and I think Tyler Westcott's lost some time on this.
Yes, he is. Yeah, Finley Evans is distinctly closer to Tyler Westcott. It's still a fair gap, but yeah, he can't breathe easy. Any slight slip in this Cullum sand can lead to issues. So Finley Evans, really, if you're in the team, you're going to say 5 minutes to go, son. You got yourself a good position. Hang on to it, but focus forward because the heat will come from behind. And there is a battle going on for what looks like 6th spot. The number 22 of Jack Taylor has just made his way past Baylis Ooting for, I believe that's 5th. So that's a progress change there in the top order. Oh, it's so good to be racing again. There's beautiful sunshine coating this Cullum circuit. The track is greasy and wet underneath, and it's proving tough, but it is dry and beautiful settings here for the good crowd. There's a good number of people here, and it's great to see you all outside enjoying the racing here at Cullum.
So Tyler Westcott into the chicane at the bottom of the track. Still leads the way. Still has that healthy lead over Finley Evans. Not quite as big as it was last time around, but still healthy. He can still ride with confidence, knowing that he's got a decent cushion over second place man, Finley Evans. And Evans, in turn, is being hunted by Travis Steels, another veteran of the class is Travis. He raced his championship last year. He has the experience on the 254 stroke, so he'll definitely have the strength and the endurance to last out the moto. Will Finley Evans, the rookie, be able to keep up this pace with 3 minutes plus 1 lap left in the moto?
There's the length of that straight down by the railway track between Finley Evans in 2nd and Travis Steels in 3rd. So there's a possibility there, I would say. In 4th spot still is Hudson Roper. Dominic Newbury in 5th has had a good consistent position on the number 404 Gas. And in 6th place there is the number 22 of Jack Taylor, who's just taken that position from Baylis Ooting, who's 7th. And he's getting attention from the 8th place rider, number 500, Callum Murfitt. But Callum Murfitt can't relax. He's got Harvey Cashmore knocking on his rear wheel for 8th place in the race. And rounding out the top 10 right now is number 17 of Jake Smith on the Wyatt Fencing KTM.
By my calculations, Ben, there's 2 laps left to go in this moto. We've got 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, and they lap in at about 2:30. So 2, maybe 3 laps, depending on how quickly Tyler Westcott can lap around here towards the end of the moto.
Yeah,
so
beautiful.
Travis Steels might be run out of time to try and make a move for 2nd, but we'll see.
Yeah, beautiful start there from Westcott. Sorry, Max, to get into you. You got the beautiful start. Westcott completely on the pegs all the way around the outside of that boggy corner. And Finley Evans just demonstrates the advantage of that, because Finley sat down and went on the inside and just slid around there a little bit, losing time. Travis Steels, I think, might just run out of time. Like you say, Max, 2 laps to go, probably 1 minute 30 plus a lap now. So we are looking right towards the closing section of this race already. Where is the time gone? Straight away, we are out into the first race here. And yeah, you've got to say, Tyler Westcott has stamped his dominance on this class very early on.
For sure. When we had drama like that early on in the race, it goes quickly, doesn't it? But Tyler Westcott making nice work of these technical conditions here at Cullum, picking his way through those deep ruts at the bottom end of the circuit. He's got some back markers to contend with coming up. So let's see if we can make some smart work on these guys. Around the outside he goes, like you say, Ben, on the pegs. Great technique from Tyler Westcott. Up the inside of the back marker he goes. Clean pass, so no drama at the moment for Tyler Westcott. Keeping his head down, charging forwards. Around the Scott Sports corner. Like we said in qualifying, that Scott Sports corner at the bottom of the circuit. Usually tricky, usually causes some drama later on in the races. But not this time for Tyler Westcott. Meanwhile, Finley Evans trying to hang on to that 2nd place ride.
Yeah, Travis Steels is getting closer and closer to Finley Evans as the remaining laps go through.
Let's see, will it be 2 laps to go? Tyler Westcott coming up
5 seconds before the last lap board comes out. And he's going to make everybody do an extra. Oh no, he's the 1 lap board has just about come out, has it?
Yes,
well, it's
I think
out
it's
now.
1 lap to go.
Yeah, it's definitely, that's it. This is the last lap. So number 202, Tyler Westcott, is out in front with the last lap to go. Finley Evans has probably the most benefits, the one that's benefited the most from that timing there. It literally was bang on the end of the race, or the end of the 20 minutes, that Westcott took the last lap board. So Evans...
Yeah, Travis Steels is lapping quicker than Evans at the moment, but only marginally, so I don't think he'll have what it takes in one lap to close the gap and make a pass.
Yeah, and that's obviously if there isn't a slip up from Evans. Evans has got to keep it real perfect to make sure he doesn't give away a big chunk of time with a big mistake, because Travis Steels will be right there if he does.
But if you're Finley Evans and you're GRT KTM, you're pretty pumped with this performance so far, aren't you? First ride in the 250 class.
Absolutely, the team will be telling him to keep it steady. Fingers will be pointed to heads to make sure that he keeps his head in this last lap. He has done a fantastic job in his very first race on the 254 stroke. Fantastic ride from Finley.
Tyler Westcott with just over half a lap to go. He's looking formidable. He's definitely stamped his name as a top contender in the 250 class, so we'll be keeping an eye on Tyler Westcott for the remainder of the season and see if he can keep up this performance. It's a long season, Ben. We're racing up until September, aren't we? So
absolutely,
it's a long ways to go, but this is the way you dream to start as a championship campaign, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. We got have a bit number 262. Oh, Jago Beastie has had a bit of an issue there. He's minus his front fender, and yeah, certainly had his issues during the race. But yeah, no issues whatsoever for Tyler Westcott. He's kept it clean. He's heading down towards the final third of the circuit right now.
See if he can pick his way cleanly through the Scott Sports corner. Easy does it from Tyler. Yep, he picks his way through. Up the big step up on the far side of the circuit to the Wolf Sport corner and the tabletop here at the top end of the track. So 2 corners left to go for Tyler Westcott to claim his first race win of 2022. Doing it in style with a big old race lead. Manoeuvres his way around the final corner, up the step up for the final time, and he'll take the checkered flag. A big win for Tyler Westcott.
Awesome result for Tyler. That's how you want to start your season, and just in the same way you want to start your season when you're brand new to the class. That's number 12 of Finley Evans. He just negotiates this last corner and uphill section. He's through it. He's across the line. Finley Evans, a wonderful debut. Second on his first race in the class, and third, really just running out of time. Certainly will be a contender if he gets a better start in race 2. That's Travis Steels on the 221.
For sure, Travis Steels, a great ride from him. Some impressive lap times. He just needs to get out the gates a little bit better in the next moto. I think Finley Evans, he'll be pleased with that result.
Yeah, I think he's got to be pleased with that result. Fourth across the line there was Hudson Roper, and then fifth across the line was the number 404 of Dominic Newbury. Let's take a quick break for the live stream. We'll go through to Brad down in the pit box.
We're here with Ty Westcott, race 1 winner, fast in qualifying, won the first race. Nice bit of a cruise home there, a bit of a lead. You've got to be pretty happy to start the season that way.
Yeah, it was good. I had a good start. Made a little mistake in the middle, but managed to get back up and pull back away, and yeah, it was good. Bring it to the finish line.
Good ride, what a mate. There's second place, Finley Evans, fastest lap time. Looks like you made a little bit of a mistake like on the first couple of laps there and lost a bit of time, but regrouped well and sort of kept the gap the same there. Still got to be pretty pumped to start the season with a second place like that.
Yeah, it's good. My first national race on 250, so it's a good start. So yeah, looking forward to the next one really.
Yeah, good luck, mate. Third place, Travis Steels. Quite a sort of uneventful ride really. Sort of got into third and sort of just hung it out there, and yeah, brought home for third in the first race. So yeah, I mean you can't ask for more than that really on your first race of the year.
Yeah, we didn't get off to a very good start. I was outside the top 10 and on the first few laps. We just had to push and get some places back, and then work way into third. And then the gap to second was just so far that I was pushing. I was catching him slightly, but not enough, and ended up in third.
Yeah, still good ride to start the year.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
So there we have it, the first moto of 2022 done and dusted. Tyler Westcott walking away with the moto win. He'll look to repeat that later on this afternoon. But I'm sure Finley Evans, he'll be keen. He knows that he's got the speed. He had the fastest lap in that race. He knows he's got the speed for a race win. So I'd look for Finley Evans to come out swinging the Moto 2 and trying to put his name on the top of the box in the second Moto, which will be coming up later on this afternoon.
Oh yeah, for his first outing on the big bike, that's absolutely fantastic for Finley Evans. I'm sure he couldn't have pictured it going much better than that. I mean, getting the whole shot, having the unfortunate simple racing incident, you can't really blame Finley for that. I mean, he was trying to keep pace with Westcott out in front, making sure the leader didn't get away exactly as the racer should do. And yeah, just to run up the back of Tyler as he made a mistake is just sheer misfortune. And yeah, for sure, if he gets a good start and Tyler doesn't, he's got to be on for a race win.
Finn Evans, second in the race, will be a little bit disappointed because he had the speed for the win, but a little consolation prize. If my times are correct, he has won the Kex fastest lap award in that race. 2:29 that he set on the second lap, I think.
Good stuff. So that's the first award for the weekend. Kex doing the fastest lap award for the first moto of every class. So that one has gone to Finley Evans. As Max said, a good consolation prize there.
That's just me. That's not official yet. Just from what I can see on the timings, Finley Evans was the quickest.
Quite yet.
I'm introducing the start of the next lap, right?
Yeah, you'll introduce
Up next then, Ben, my favourite class of the weekend, the 125 two-stroke class. Hitting the track up next, they'll be on circuit for their sighting lap first.
Right, are you okay for now?
Yeah.
I'll be
But I
back
think we
for
do
5
have
minutes.
a rider that has crashed towards the end of that race, Ben, which might hold us up for a little bit, I think, by the mechanic's turn.
Right, got a medical boys doing their work just to make sure that obviously everybody's all safe and sound. And we'll be back to you with the 125cc race, opening round of the season. That's one that's hotly anticipated. Many fast debutants coming into that season and many fast riders from last year staying in it as well. So it's all to play for. It's fantastic to be at the opening round. Everything all to play for. The whole season ahead of us. And the sun is shining on the righteous motocross community today. So after the frantic racing, so a quick hush has fallen over the circuit. We look forward to the 125cc class. And a quick nod to our sponsors helping us go racing today. Title sponsor of Revo. We are fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Charity sponsor of Road to Recovery. 24MX. Scott Sports. Factory Image Racing, that's the FIR stand. They have got a special offer on if you're on site. They are selling easy up stands for £75 in the trade area. So a special offer for the British Championship here at Cullum. And then we've got Sports Insure. Kex, who obviously do the fastest lap award for this first moto each time, and they're providing some chairs if you want to sit yourselves down trackside and rest yourselves up between races or even during. Then you can pick yourself up a Kex chair from their stand in the paddock. And then we've got Wolf Sport providing our fantastic teamwear, and Dulson Training and Surf and Turf all providing support for this series here today. 125 class then, Max. Who's your money on?
After qualifying, it'd be hard to bet against Charlie Heyman. Came out swinging, didn't he?
Yeah, 3-second advantage over Joe Brooks, which certainly would have surprised me if you'd have told me that before the
Right, we're with Jeff Perrott, former British Championship rider, also working with the Team Green lads. So who have you got out there this weekend then, Jeff?
Okay, we've got 3 new riders this year in the MXY2 class. We've got Hudson Roper, Jack Taylor and Charlie Palmer. So all of them stepping up from a 125 onto a KX 250. You know, part of that progression, obviously we don't make 125s, so it's 250s only, and they've just had their first race and fared pretty well.
Yeah, so have we got anyone in the hunt for the championship this year? I think I remember Charlie Palmer had a few good rides last year in the 125s.
Yeah.
So,
well, they all finished in the 125 championship last year. They finished 4th, 5th and 6th. So some of those riders in the 125 have obviously moved up or staying down. Love to think that we're going to be in contention, of course. Round 1, you just got to get off to a solid start, as you know, get points on the board. You can't win it at round 1. So I think Hudson just had a 3rd or a 4th. Jack came in 5th. Charlie, I'm not sure, I think he was back outside the top 10. But, you know, just get through round 1. Track conditions are really tough. You just got to get points on the board and then take it from there, you know.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the track is cutting up real nice. It's going to make some really good racing, and it's just going to get more difficult as it goes on. But yeah, I think, like you said, get some points on the board, and yeah, build on from race 1 and see where we end up at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the same for all classes, obviously. First round, it's the old adage in motocross, you can't win it at round 1, but you can definitely lose it. The track's going to be super technical. Culham always offers up good racing, so I'm looking forward to particularly seeing the pros tomorrow, seeing where they're at with all that. It's always exciting, first race of the season, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, there'll be a few twisty throttles and a few nerves, I expect, but yeah, I think we're going to see some great racing. Cheers, Jeff.
No worries. Cheers, Brad. Thanks for that, mate. Appreciate that.
Area, so it needs to be moved or it will be towed out of there. So if you are, I don't know the car
Up next, we've got the 125s out. This is the first time they're going to have their own separate race. Usually they're out with the 250Fs, so it can get a little bit mixed up. But this year they've got their own race, so there's going to be some great racing. Charlie Heyman was your fastest qualifier with just over a 2-second gap back to second place Joe Brooks. But the racetrack is a lot different to how it was in qualifying. It's cut up, it's really rutty, it's really going to be about getting clean laps, hitting your marks, and just carrying the speed on these 125s, because one little mistake in a corner could cost you a lot of time by the time you get to the top of one of these hills. But it's also, the start is going to be crucial, but at the end of the day, whoever puts clean laps together is probably going to be up near the front.
125 class in 2022. He's starting off strong here at Cullen Park. 5 minutes on the clock for Charlie Heyman then. As he completes another lap of action, another lap of racing. But the battle for second is on between Casimir Henderson and Ollie Colmer.
Colmer is on the case. 5 minutes to go, plus a lap in this race. And watch for the conversation that's going to be quite stern between Casimir Henderson in second spot, the 480 blue bike of the Yamaha, and the 456 of Ollie Colmer charging on the KTM.
Up past the mechanics area, they're going to get some message boards, I'm sure. Charging forward.
Place. Colmer's overtaken somebody in this corner before. Not this time. Henderson's that little bit quicker going in.
They've got a lap rider to contend with as well into this tricky second corner on track. They both go to the inside. Colmer drifts wide into the deep stuff, but that gap is still close. He's looking to make a pass. But Casimir Henderson hangs on to that second place ride for now. A little mistake for Ollie Colmer in the bottom corner there. Allows Henderson to open up a couple of bike lengths. But he cannot rest easy just yet. Any slight mistake from the Yamaha rider and Colmer is there ready to pounce.
So good scrapping all the way through this 125cc class. Charlie Heyman it is that continues to dominate out front, but right at the bottom of the circuit, watch it if you're right on site, you can see Casimir Henderson. There's some lap riders just getting in the way. They definitely got in the way of Ollie Colmer there.
Ollie Colmer quickly muscled them out of the main race line, and he's back on the gas now, back trying to reel in that rear wheel of Henderson.
It's definitely between that pair for the final podium position, second and third. They've got a good distance now over the fourth place rider, Ashton Bowen. And fifth, Charlie Griffiths is holding it quite well on the number 28. Sixth, Race Broadley. Just under 3 minutes left to go as Charlie Heyman rounds the corner as the drop off behind the commentary tower.
That probably means that will be 3 laps at the rate that Charlie Heyman is going around this track here at the moment. Lapping about 2:30 with 2:39 on the clock. So he might just squeeze in an extra lap.
Yeah, it's with the 2.5 minutes. Yeah, 2 laps plus the 1 lap to go, we think, from this timing schemes. Henderson has just made that little bit of a gap over Colmer. I think Colmer didn't exactly get the rub of the green when it came to the back markers, but these two are battling now. Henderson on the 480 Yamaha, Ollie Colmer on the 456 KTM.
Yeah, Henderson weathering the storm so far, just like you in that tent last night, Ben. Into the mechanics turn they go. What can Colmer do?
At Cullen.
Oh, a slight mistake for Casimir Henderson.
They're
bar
right
to bar down the hill.
Going down the hill towards the second corner. Henderson hangs onto it. Someone's down in the corner. Henderson could not rail the outside as he wanted. He just about escaped with that and stayed in second place. But Colmer is snapping at his heels. A great battle for second place. If we can pick it up on screen, that'd be great. 480 for Henderson.
That was phenomenal.
Third is Ollie Colmer.
That was phenomenal defensive riding from Casimir Henderson there.
Absolutely unbelievable, really absolutely together, second and third. Let's get it on the screen, please, boys. It is really looking like we should have.
It's safe to say that Casimir knows Ollie Colmer is there.
Oh, yes, for certain. That was very, very scary with a rider down in that corner. They both arrived together, disputing second. And I think there's been a slight change. No, they're still together.
What a battle for second. What can Ollie Colmer do with just a handful of laps left to go? Does he have anything left in the tank? He's thrown everything and the kitchen sink at Casimir Henderson so far, but Henderson riding so defensively. And we have to weather that storm from Colmer.
Coming round by the train tracks now, we have second place, 480, Casimir Henderson. Third place, Ollie Colmer. That is battle over by the train tracks right now.
Looks like we're going to get 1 lap to go then, Ben. For Charlie Heyman, who comes up past the finish now. Yeah, the 1 to go board is out for Charlie Heyman.
Yes, indeed. So Heyman, 1 lap to go. This is it. The 1 lap board is out.
And this is the final chance for Ollie Colmer then. Keep an eye on that mechanic's turn. That seems to be where Colmer's looking to make the pass happen. Casimir goes down!
Oh, about of a second has just taken a turn. Henderson has dropped
just
it.
Lost the front end in the rut there on
Ollie
the finish
Colmer
corner.
into second place.
Unfortunate for Casimir there. The pressure maybe just a bit too much for him with 1 lap to go. But he remounts still in 3rd position. So still a strong start to the weekend for Casimir.
Number 522, Ashton Bowen, has a solid ride in 4th. He's absolutely stayed consistent amongst all this carnage. And he's riding very, very solid there in 5th place across the line now. He looks like there's that Joe Brooks already. Joe Brooks has worked, yeah, he's just gone past Charlie Griffiths in that lap. So one of the fastest riders in the class coming in. Joe Brooks, absolutely stunning ride. I think he was 25th in that first lap. And he's now up there in 5th spot. And you've got to say, if you're Ashton Bowen, you might be thankful for that good start. I don't think there's enough time for Joe to bridge that gap, but that is a stunning ride from Joe Brooks. Also, got to give a shout out to our 2 debutants moving up from the small wheel 85s class straight into the 125s. The 104 of Rhys Jones and the number 55 of Cole McCulloch are right together, looks like in the top 10, and they are riding stunningly in their first ride on a full-size machine here.
So half a lap to go for Charlie Heyman then. He's on the bottom end of the circuit. Over the 2 tabletops he goes. He's got quite a few back markers just ahead of him though, so he's got to be careful, pick his lines carefully. Try not get mixed up in any sort of shenanigans on this last lap. He's coming up to lap Ben Mustoe here, so Ben's obviously had a couple of mishaps in this race. The 163 MGMX KTM rider. So Heyman gonna calmly pick his way through the Scott Sports turn there. Up the hill past the train tracks. Just a handful of corners left to go for Charlie to try to log his first race win of 2022. His first British Championship win on the 125 machine.
And it's a full circuit with the lap riders just getting in the way here, but Heyman's got enough of the gap. Yep. Colmer has ridden very well to catch it up, but coming out of the final corner now. Give it up, please, for your race winner. Going to be the number 422 of Charlie Heyman. Shakes his arm out with a bit of arm pump, maybe, which is even more impressive that he had that sort of gap. A small crash, and he still wins by a really good margin, Max.
And here comes Ollie Colmer. He's going to be pleased with that ride. 2nd position to start off his campaign here in the 125 class. Then up next, Casimir Henderson on the Motocross Exchange Yamaha. He's going to be a little disappointed with that mistake on the final lap, but still 3rd position in the Open Moto. He's still in with a shout for this overall this weekend.
Yeah, it just slipped down on the first corner after the first 1 lap board came out, but Casimir Henderson had pressure from Ollie Colmer, and it just paid off there. Colmer, 2nd place is a good result considering that he was a little bit further down than Henderson at the start lap. Came through that carnage, and Ashton Bowen crosses the line in a very solid, great 4th place. And how about this for a ride, ladies and gentlemen? Give it up for the number 419 coming across the line in 5th place now. Got to be a threat if he gets a better start, and that's the 419 of Joe Brooks. And a crash to the line. Charlie Griffiths just edges out Rhys Jones with his backside over the back fender, trying to get through.
That was a close one. I have to say, Ben, this lived up to expectations.
Stunning racing, absolutely awesome stuff. And looks like we've got some trackside interviews going on with Bradley Wheeler down in the pit box area. So we'll pass you over to Bradley.
We're with 3rd place rider. Was in 2nd for majority of the race. Made just a little tip over after the finish line there, but you're still 3rd place, 1st race of the season. You got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it was nice and got a pretty good start, and there was a bit of traffic, but got away with that, and I was battling with Ollie Colmer. It was nice, but last lap I fell on the one corner and lost 2nd position, but it was nice, yeah, opening road for the Reebok.
Yeah, hopefully 2nd moto, stay upright and get another solid result.
Yeah, I hope so.
And we're on to the 1st place rider, Charlie Heyman. qualified first, got into the lead nice and early, put your head down, bit of a dominant performance really. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Second corner, I had a bit of a tangle up, but I managed to come out of the second corner first. It was a bit messy, but sometimes racing's like that. And then I got my head down, caught my handlebar on a banking, and that's how I slipped off down the bottom. But I think it was good overall. I still won, got back up.
Yeah, it's a few tiny little things to clean up from Moto2, but yeah, overall solid performance.
Yeah, cheers, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Good ride.
So, yep, silver Audi WA12 OCW needs to move, please. If you are the driver of a silver Audi WA12 OCW, then please you need to move that car as soon as possible. It is just in the way there. So just picking up for the live stream now, as also speaking to the trackside. Hopefully the silver Audi gets moved, WA12 OCW, and we got the racing on its way soon with the big wheel 85cc class. And the riders to look out for here, we have this championship, one of the most hotly fought championships last year. And most of the top riders, or should we say the, excuse me, 4 of the top 5 riders have all moved upper class. So you've got Billy Askew, excuse me. Get that shot of it. Right, so Billy Askew, 3rd in last year's championship, and he was one of our fastest riders in practice. We're just going to go down to the pit box for an interview with Bradley, so we'll see what Bradley has to say with who's there now.
Next up, we've got the 85 big wheel class, where Jake Walker was your fastest qualifier by a massive 6 seconds ahead of Billy Askew. But on a track, this nearly a 3-minute lap, and conditions getting as tricky as they are, 6-second gap could be made up real quickly with a few mistakes. The track's getting a lot deeper and a lot rougher, so expect to see the boys on these smaller machines start making a few little mistakes in the corners, and we're going to see some great racing, I think, at the front.
Thank you, Bradley. Yes, indeed we are. So, yep, 85 cc's. Jake Walker, number 99, on the MRTS Racing Supplies Gas. He has surprised everybody. I think he was a best, well, 6th in the championship last year, best of 6 places, and only 2 of those through the year. So he was consistent, growing, and of course now fastest rider straight away and by a margin. So it was no fluke, because he recorded that fast time and then recorded another time very similar to it. So we shall see what the number 99 with blue gear and the red bike can do. 4:41, Billy Askew, 2nd in qualifying on the GRT Impact KTM, another one of that fine GRT squad. Got some very cool camo pants going on there, so yep. Throwing out the style, number 441, Billy Askew, 3 times a race winner last season. And he's one to watch for. Number 30, Charlie Richmond, is another rider that's doing very well in qualifying. He's out there looking to build, 2nd year in the class. Max Harris, number 72. Number 3, Lucy Barker, who was 11th in the championship last year and 11th in qualifying earlier. We'll be looking to trouble the boys out there. We've also got the rookies up from the small wheel 85 class. The 184 of Jamie Keith. The number 18 of Drew Stock. Number 361 of Gus Musto, younger brother of Ben Musto, out there on the Team Matt Gardner motocross machine. Number 131 of Libby Chatburn, the small wheel women's class, 85cc champion from last year. She's up there in the top 20, I think, in practice. Riley Small, 65. Brandon Buckley, 516. Also out there looking to get amongst the results. Josh Vale, number 479, had a very good qualifying session. Only 20th in last year's championship, but he could well have made a similar step forward to Jake Walker. So yeah, we watch out for these riders, and this is very much the case sometimes with these youth riders. They just make small changes or little things that can make a big difference. Suddenly one winter they go from a 6th place rider to being 6 seconds faster in the first qualifying session. So yeah, looking forward to this big wheel 85cc race. 14 minutes plus a lap. 11 to 14-year-old riders piloting these big wheel 85cc machines, and it's all to play for. The first of 8 rounds for them. They do join us the next time round in April at Fox Hill Motor Park near Swindon, not far from here, on Easter Sunday. So yeah, if you're casual observer that you're close enough to come to Culham, you should be close enough to get to Foxhill, and hopefully you'll join us there. It's just a Sunday, and it's the main classes, MX1, MX2, 250, not 125, but the 250s, and the big wheel 85s will join us there as well, as will the small wheel 85s. And as with the rest of these races, there will be a fastest lap award. The Kex fastest lap award will be given out to the fastest lap from any rider in race 1. Kex also giving out chairs for the championship. So yeah, if you want to get yourself a good chair to sit on through the racing, or even just in the camper when you're resting between races, then yeah, you can get some of those from the Kex stand in the paddock. Thanks to all our sponsors, Revo, our title sponsors, of course, Gulf Race Fuels, that's who we're fueled by at the moment. Road to Recovery, charity sponsor, helping us out here. 24MX, Scott Sports, Factory Image Racing, who are doing that great deal on Easy Up stands for £75 for Culham special offer. Sports Insure, Wolf Sport, Dulcin Training, Surf and Turf. Thank you everybody for your support for this race, and thank you to everybody here on site. It's great to have a good audience here for the Youth Day on the Saturday, and hopefully we'll have some more of you here tomorrow for Sunday's opening rounds of MX2 and MX1, the big boys joining us here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, on a beautiful sunny day at Culham. As the big well 85cc riders line up, fastest in qualifying gets the first choice of the pick gate, and that was Jake Walker. We'll watch for a good result from Jake to match his pace, we hope. Some of the other riders coming into this class, watch out for number 241 of Austin Beastie. His brother Jago had issues in the first race, broke his front fender off, his front mudguard, so problems there that Austin will not want to be repeating. Freddie Gardner, number 14, had 2 wins in the small wheel 85 class last year and is hoping to get a few more this year on the big wheel. Gus Musto won at Canada Heights in the small wheel last year. He's up there, number 361. New season, new teams, new riders in the new classes. And we'll see who comes out on top. And the 5-second board is up, and here we go! As the 85 class comes screaming into this first corner, looks like a good start from the inside lane. And it's a Husqvarna out front by the look of it, and it looks like Walker's had another good gate. He's up there in the second spot. Our fastest man for qualifying is right up there, but it's the red and blue Bidet rider. Can't quite make out the number, and round the outside. Now got a new leader. Pretty sure that's Jake Walker out in front. Can't quite see from this distance. As the pack make their way around behind the starting area. And the leaders make their way down the far end of the circuit. Trees down, they come over the wave section along the bottom. And the leaders come over as the snake through. The whole pack comes through that left and right area at the start, and we can see now it's the 441 of Billy Askew is out in front. So the senior rider in this class is out there in front with Jake Walker. The fastest two in qualifying are first and second right now. The number 55 of Ben McConville it was, who had that great start on the Goggle Tech lenses. Husqvarna, the rider from County Down, all the way there, comes there in third place at the end of this, at the middle of this first lap. But it is the first two from qualifying, and Billy Askew would have made mincemeat out of Jake Walker last year, but Walker is now right on his pace, and he is troubling him as they head down past the commentary tower. Walker a bit front end high coming off this downhill drop off by the commentary tower. And it's out front, it's Askew and Walker together as they start the next lap past the finish line area. Coming over the downhill tabletop into the main spectator area right now. Coming through the pack, Lucy Barker there battling along with Josh Vale. They are right together as they go around the corner past the finish line, but it's still Askew in front of Jake Walker. And in front, yes, we can see now Billy Askew right in front, but Jake Walker is right with him, so these were the fastest two. Difficult to say if Jake Walker is going to be 6 seconds faster a lap than he was in this race, than he was in qualifying, but he's right up there now. Billy Askew out in front, camo gear, looking smart and looking untouched at the moment. Yeah, Askew it is, but Walker is stalking him as they go down the far end of the circuit. Walker looking suspect of the inside. Askew had a slight wobble, noticed the front wheel, looked over. The front two together going through the wave section, first and second right now. With third spot for the number 55 of Ben McConville, holding third, lonely third at the moment. There's nobody really in sight of him either. The rest of the pack further back, so as these top three are well established out in front. Billy Askew starting to scrub the machine and to keep the bike low in the air, keep it back on the ground as quickly as possible. The rail around the outside of the berms here as the train goes past and everybody gets a free look at the leader of the big wheel 85cc class. It's Billy Askew. Oh, Walker was very close going into that corner, just nearly skipped out from under him, but he held on to it and he's still up there. Up in third spot now is Ben McConville, but he's got company from two Matt Gardner MX squad members, Freddie Gardner number 14 and number 30 Charlie Richmond. They are looking interested in the podium position. They're fourth and fifth right now. As coming down the final corner before the finish line area, it's the leader number 441 Billy Askew. Going nicely there, battle for third. There's definitely a battle now. McConville being caught by Freddie Gardner, and Charlie Richmond is also looking interested there, third, fourth and fifth all together as they come up past the finish line. Jake Walker is still keeping Askew in his sights. Last year you'd have put money on Askew pulling away quite easily here, but Walker was so fast during qualifying. Let's see if he can translate that qualifying speed to some serious race pace, and he is definitely in with a hunt of this race. Further back through the pack, we've got Lucy Barker just on the fringes of the top 10, so she's riding very well indeed. The number 1 of Brandon Hadayet, who was also riding very well in the qualifying session. He's just up there in around about 12th place at the moment. And Askew is getting pressure from Walker out in front. Jake Walker, twice 6th place. Last year were his best results through the season, so he's made massive progress. Never ridden up at this high end in the British Championship before. And he's holding a good position now as they go down the far end of the circuit, but is he slightly losing touch? Askew's just putting a few bike lengths of this distance between the pair of them. Still very, very close. Battle for third spot, third position is joined. Ben McConville going nicely in third. Freddie Gardner, though, is knocking on the door in fourth spot, and Charlie Richmond is catching the pair of them. So there's a good battle going on for third spot as they go through the wave section all together. That's third, fourth, and fifth. And then in sixth spot, looks like we've got another Husqvarna. We'll have to check that when he gets closer to me. But there's that battle for third place. It's just going through the bottom of the circuit now. Very, very close. The Husqvarna, we can see it on our screens here. Ben McConville getting some serious red company from those red bedecked bikes, the KTMs. And Josh Vale, who was fast in qualifying, is also right up there in sixth spot. He is also catching the pair of them. So while the front two get close together, Jake Walker starts to smell the back of Billy Askew's bike, but they are still first and second in that order. Freddie Gardner had an issue there, and Charlie Richmond has gone past into fourth spot. So Ben McConville gets a bit of a reprieve as the Matt Gardner Motocross squad changes positions for a second. Just out my tower, I can see that Jake Walker has just fallen back a little bit there. He stayed on the bike, but made a mistake, got a little bit caught up in the rut, and Askew is still in front. So we focus on this battle for third. Ben McConville in the red and white and blue and bright fluorescent yellow. Every colour you can throw at the bike is on there, and McConville is doing it justice at the moment. Third, Freddie Gardner has fallen back a little bit. He's still on the bike, but he is now in sixth spot, because through to fifth has come the number 479, Josh Vale. And Josh, another one of those riders who must have come on through the winter. He's got 20th in this championship last year, but again had a good winter, grown a little bit more, stronger physically, and he's up there now in a very strong fifth place. And giving hassle to the battle for third and fourth. The leaders are together still. Billy Askew and Jake Walker still right together there. But McConville it is who is holding that third spot. As the leaders go down the far end of the circuit, McConville drops it, and McConville's down. He's down, he's safe, he's getting back up, but he has lost third position. So up there now into third spot has gone Charlie Richmond. And Josh Vale is now up to fourth. McConville has lost a couple of places there. I think he's remounted in seventh place perhaps. So it's McConville who lost that position, and someone's down in the middle of the track. It's just come up on the screen that somebody was down there. It's not one of our leaders though. Billy Askew is still out in front. And Jake Walker is still giving him pressure in second spot. And these two have got a massive lead now over third place. McConville it was who was there, but now the leaders are going along the train track route at the far end of the circuit, but in the bottom end, just coming up into that loop now, Charlie Richmond in third, but he's going to get pressure. Josh Vale is on the case, looking fast on the 479 Husqvarna, and he goes round the outside of Charlie Richmond. Stunning move from the 479 of Josh Vale up into third place. Richmond now fourth. Freddie Gardner's recovered to take and keep fifth place ahead of the gas of Chester Hyde. As around the finish line come the leaders, and somebody is looking to retire from this race. Not one of the leaders though, so we'll focus back on the race itself. Battle for third is worth looking at. The 479 of Josh Vale, third, fourth Richmond will not take kindly as they come up past the finish line area. Askew it is that still has the lead from Walker, but the battle for third is very solid between Josh Vale and Charlie Richmond. Third and fourth. Fifth there is Freddie Gardner, and then in sixth place the number 57 of Chester Hyde, and then in sixth spot is the recovering Ben McConville, who obviously had that spill, but he's recovered to sixth spot. So we'll watch through the finish line area. Coming across the line now, Lucy Barker it is, who's in a great seventh place ahead of Brandon Hediot, who is in eighth, and Brandon is giving Lucy some unwanted attention there. In ninth spot, the number 44 of Ollie Burp, Gloucestershire boy on the Passion Racing Gas. And then rounding out the top 10 is the number 601 of Bailey Mitchell on the MJW Race Engines gas car. So that's your top 10, but it's Billy Askew. He is right out in front, enjoying the seniority. He was involved in many solid scrap last year amongst the likes of Tyler Hooley and Ben Musto, who we've seen go up to the 125s, Wild Beanie as well, who we will see in the full adult MX2 class tomorrow. But yeah, Billy Askew was battling with those riders last year. Obviously young enough to stay on the 85cc and a right move as well. He's not the tallest of riders, so good to stay on the 85cc, and this will be a great confidence building race for him, as he must have been slightly worried with the speed of Jake Walker in that qualifying session. But Askew is now building a commanding lead out in front, and Walker still got to be happy with second place. It's certainly better than any result he would have had in the British Championship before now. And we're getting the up by the train tracks, third place rider Josh Vale. He's riding very well, having some support again from the Jude Morris Racing Foundation. Josh is definitely up again at a level that he hasn't been at before in this class. As over the finish line comes number 57 of Chester Hyde. He is there in that 5th place. The 6th is Ben McCulloch, and no, it's actually those two are higher now because number 14 of Freddie Gardner has dropped it before the finish line area. So number 14 of Freddie Gardner has made that mistake and dropped further back. So we see on our screen a battle between the 361 of Gus Musto, and down that looks like Jake Walker. Yes, it is. Jake Walker has dropped it from second place, just up by the finish, the start line area. He's dropped in and he's got to remount and get going again. He had a good bit of space before Josh Vale. He looks over his shoulder to see if he's going to get caught. Don't think he's lost any positions there from that, because Askew has got a good lead on him, and he had a good lead on 3rd place. So yeah, Walker has fallen there slightly, but he's back on board and stayed 2nd. So that's the sort of gap that they had. As Askew comes down to this corner at the far end of the circuit along the train tracks, and then 2nd is still Jake Walker, a bit more muddy than he was before, but he is still there in a good solid 2nd place. And yet still in 3rd, we see it now coming along towards this final loop at the far end. Josh Vale in 3rd place, bobbles in that corner, has a slight worrying look over his shoulder because he knows that number 30 of Charlie Richmond is not a million miles away. Askew crosses over the finish line, and it's a 1-lap board, so Billy Askew has a lap to go. There's a rider down in the corner before the finish line, that's Alfie Payne. He's getting back up, no issues at all. And yet Walker goes through this final corner, but Askew has got this lead in the back of his pocket now. 1 lap to go for Jake Walker as he crosses the line, still 2nd place. Josh Vale is just coming past the commentary tower in 3rd, and he's got a decent gap on Charlie Richmond in 4th. So positions seem fairly set at the moment. In 5th spot, that's definitely a good ride for the number 57 of Chester Hyde. And then in 6th, after the whole shot, man, Ben McConville, sorry. My mistake, it's Cole McCulloch, Ben McConville. I will get that right. Do apologise to the family there. But yep, Ben is riding very well. Got the right first name anyway. And yeah, he's there in the multicolours. riding well in 6th spot. Looks like Freddie Gardner, despite the fall, has recovered nicely. He's still 7th, looking slightly detuned, but still in the race and scoring good points. And in 8th spot, give it up for the number 3, Lucy Barker, flying the flag for the women's class that has not got enough entries to really call it a championship. That you've got to say she's got to be the fastest girl in this class, as she was when she had a bit more competition last year. Ollie Bubb, though, is going to give her some unwanted attention. She's 8th, and Ollie is 9th as he crosses the line with the lap to go aboard. As down the bottom end of the circuit, our leader, Billy Askew, looking stylish, in control. And well on his way to taking this first race win of 2022. And coming down now towards the final corner. It's going to be a race win as he goes through the final corner nice and safely. Very deep down there, but he's got it sorted out. And he takes the checker flag. Number 441, Billy Askew, takes the race victory. He also shakes his arm out just like the winner of the last race did. Feeling the strain of racing again at the start of the season. Great win for Billy Askew. And in 2nd spot, we should see the 2nd place, number 99, Jake Walker. Maybe disappointed to him after such speed in qualifying, but you've got to say that's his best result by a margin in the British Championship, so that is a great result for him. And then 3rd spot for the 479 of Josh Vale. That's another good solid result. Got to be a career best so far there. And 4th for Charlie Richmond, comes across the line on the Matt Gardner Motocross KTM. And coming across the line, 5th, number 57. That's Chester Hyde. 6th for Ben McConville. Still 6th despite the fall. That's got to be a good result for the County Down rider. Somebody goes across the circuit, not quite going the way that the course was designed. And 7th across the line comes Freddie Gardner. And 8th, Ollie Bubb, just passing Lucy Barker in that last lap. And Ollie is 8th, and a frustrated Lucy Barker is 9th, visibly unhappy with that last lap change of result. And it looks like in 10th spot we've got the 184 of Jamie Keith. And that's the checker flag taken there. So great racing all round from the small wheel 85s. Good carnage on that first lap and drama all round, but Billy Askew kept it nice and cool. Took the race win here at Culham, the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. We've got the 65cc riders to come.
Billy Askew, first place in the first race of the 85 big wheel season. Looked like you had a bit of pressure there at the start from Jake, but I think you made a little mistake and you had a pretty nice win at the end of the day, so you must be pretty happy to start the season like that.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. I got a decent start, made my way into first, and then for about halfway of the race, me and Jake were battling, and then he made a silly mistake, Smits. Then the last lap, I just kept my head on and bring it home.
Yeah, great way to start the season. Good ride. Next up, we've got the 85 small wheel class. Blake Ward-Clark was your fastest qualifier in this, but the top three were separated by just less than a second. The boys are right now on their sighting lap, trying to get a few lines dialed in. The track is cutting up really nice, and on these smaller bikes, just finding a few of those key little lines could make the difference between having a smooth run up some of these hills, or really losing a lot of time and possibly a position. So yeah, really look for the 85 small wheel class to sort of try and cut a few different lines into what we've been seeing from some of the bigger bikes, just to try and make it a bit easier for them to get around this track, because it is getting rough and it is deep out there. So yeah, it's going to be a good race.
Stanley Siebert. We talk about characters, Max. And,
Stan the Man.
Stan the Man is out there doing very well. The 512 on the Coles Plaster in KTM.
And the final rider I'd say that is going to be a podium contender for sure, we can count on it, is the 100 machine of Archie J. Gurdon.
Yes.
Yeah, returning to the championship this year. He I think did a couple of wild card rounds last year, but full time going for that small 85 championship this year.
Yeah, on the SJP Moto Husqvarna, that's the number 100, Archie J. Gurdon. He was second fastest in our qualifying session earlier today, but like I say, the track is much different.
Yeah, you won't be able to miss the 100 machine. His style is beautiful to watch. You can't miss him on track.
So they're not messing with the circuit as well as the riders coming up to the starting line. They are keeping the track as it has been for those last few races, so no more doctoring of the circuit at the moment. The second corner from where I can see it is very tricky, very rutted. So as we had with that previous race, there was some carnage on the first uphill jump coming out of that long left-hander. So the smaller bikes might find that even more difficult, Max.
Yeah, I was on that first corner for the big wheel start, or the second corner, sorry. And the guys that were 1, 2, 3 across the whole shot line, they kept tight, but say Freddie Gardner drifted wide and just used the bank all the way around the outside, and it really paid off well for him. He was in the top 5 after that. So even if you don't get the best jump out of the gate, you've got that option to rail the outside while everyone's kind of stuck in the mud on the inside there. So there is some room.
He needs in front of the
So
mic.
we're getting everyone lined up now. The last few whole shot devices
Come in.
getting set into place.
Forgive me for my lack of knowledge there, Max, but just to make sure we know, this is the eldest class where they can have some assistance like this at the start.
I don't think from dad or mechanics. I think the RHL members of staff down there can give them assistance with the whole shot devices.
The sign.
Right, we are waiting for that 15-second board as that will go up. The riders will get themselves into position, into gear. Then the 5-second board will go up and you'll truly see their heads go down. And there's any time after that 5 seconds, the gate will drop and the small wheel 85cc Revo British Motocross Championship fueled by Gulf Race Fuels will be underway for 2022. And we'll check those contenders again. 800 Robbie Daly, 111 Alfie Geddes Green, 236 Joel Winstanley Dawson, 48 Hayden Stack, number 1 Blake Ward Clark, and number 100 Archie J. Gurdon. They were our fastest riders in qualifying. You never know, you may see some other riders pull a surprise. We had a few riders like that in the other classes. 55 Ollie Walters couldn't fly the bike. Alfie Heron, number 110, was also very strong on the 65s and should carry this through as well. Liam Bell, number 38, 10 as the boards go up. 15-second board is up, and here we go for the small wheel 85s. And the 5-second board, here they go!
Who's going to grab a first whole shot of the season in the small wheel class? Looks like Archie J. Gurdon to me there, Ben.
It is the number 100 of Archie J. Gurdon, and in front, looks like the 111 of Geddes Green is up there in second spot.
Possibly Robbie Daly up in the mix as well. Saw a black bike there, so that could be the Rocket up in the top 5.
There's no doubt about it. Archie J. Gurdon is your race leader as they come through to this second section here, through the boggy stuff.
Absolutely on the gas.
And it's Hayden Statt that's in second place. Blake Ward Clark in third. And I think you're right. I think that was Daly perhaps in fourth spot. They come across to the far side of the circuit right now.
Behind the start gates they go. And the lead is bar to bar down the hill. So Gurdon's got company, and he's lost the leading spot there to Hayden Statt. Was that
Hayden Statt, but Statt got held up in that rut, and Gurdon came right straight back past him. So Gurdon's still in front of Statt, and it was Ward Clark, the number 1, in third spot. Statt!
Hayden.
And down goes Gurdon. It's Gurdon has thrown the start away. He's down there in the section. He's picking the bike back up. He's perfectly safe, but it's Hayden Statt now that has the lead ahead of the number 1, Blake Ward Clark, our fastest rider in qualifying. He is now up in the second spot. So Gurdon, he's going to be interested to see him come through the pack. He's picked the bike up now, but he's probably outside the top 10.
There's a crash on that tabletop there.
Oh, and so we got a rider down over the tabletop. He's crawling away. I think we might need some medical attention by that tabletop. The bike is at the edge of the circuit, so it's in a dangerous spot. Can somebody, trackside, please help somebody down there? But out in front we have got...
What a wild start to this race.
Oh, crazy stuff. 2 big crashes in the first lap. And Hayden Statt is out in front. Blake Ward Clark second. What a crazy start, Max.
This is awesome to see Hayden Statt.
Oh, he nearly went down there.
He survived around that corner. It's awesome to see Hayden back at the front of the pack here at the British Championship. He's a former British champion in the 50 class, the auto class, a couple of seasons ago. And he's quickly made his moves up through the ranks. He's now on that small machine, leading the way back where he feels like he belongs at the front of the pack.
As the battle on for third, number 71 of Jensen Severn comes up past the finish line ahead of number 800 Robbie Daly. They are third and fourth ahead of number 22 Sonny Rooney. 110, that's Alfie Heron, he's going well as well, ahead of Ollie Walters.
And there's Archie J. Gurdon.
And Severn has got Rocket Robbie Daly right up his backside. Oh, nearly a pass for 5th spot. Got an issue in this bottom corner here for number 3, Jack Deasy, who is down in the corner before the finish line, but back up and on the go now. So, and in front, we have got Hayden Statt. What a ride from this young rider.
I mentioned in qualifying, Ben, that Hayden, back in his auto days, he was formidable around this track. He wasn't afraid to send it. Definitely a fearless rider. He's just kind of lacked the strength on these bigger bikes in recent years, but he's grown over the winter and he looks to be well in control of that small 85 now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's certainly grown in strength, but perhaps needs to grow a little bit more on the leg for these rutted corners because he is really struggling through some of them, but he's hanging on to it so far with Blake Ward Clark in 2nd spot on the number 1 machine.
So there are 2 veterans of the class. They was both racing small wheels last year.
Absolutely, and oh, there's a problem there.
See how deep those ruts
are so deep. We can see on our screens there. One of the riders was a very, very catchy Team USA from back in the day. Crash helmet going on there, and he's had to restart the bike. Number 22, we can see on our screen, Sonny Rooney picking through the ruts on the MG off-road gas. And the battle is joined. That's the battle for third. Jensen Severn and Robbie Daly. Watch out for these two. 71 is Jensen Severn, and number 800,
the Rocket,
Robbie Daly. It is debut on the small wheel 85cc class, up from dominating. There's no other word for it. The 65cc class last year. Might be disappointed to be battling for third, but it's still his first ride on this bike.
For
and
sure.
He's definitely right there.
But Robbie's actually still quite young. He had the option to still race the 65s this year. I don't know, his dad and the team there were debating whether to keep him down, maybe go and race some European rounds. But Robbie's just he's just too big.
He's not afraid to twist on the throttle either way, but how about this for a recovery? Archie J. Gurdon, from falling whilst battling for the lead on the opening lap, is already up to 7th spot. So he is charging back through the pack as Archie J. Gurdon, and the leaders cannot feel secure with him on a warpath like that.
Yeah, so definitely keep an eye on that 100 machine. Let's see how far he can make his way through the pack with over 8 minutes on the clock, Ben. So plenty of racing yet to come in this one.
Great battling here between the small well 85 lads. Watch out, Jensen Severn, always run the number 7 because, well, his surname is Severn, so you would. He's obviously got to add a 1 to it, although he hasn't added it to his back. And there goes Daly through his 3rd spot.
Jensen,
as we focus on Jensen Severn, he gets the attention from Robbie Daly.
Jensen dabbling his foot around the corner there. A couple of tiny mistakes just allowed Robbie Daly to pounce and make that move for 3rd place.
There's a battle on for 5th as well. The number 110 of Alfie Heron is giving some undue attention to Sonny Rooney, and they're battling for 5th and 6th, whilst knocking on the door is the recovering Archie J. Gurdon. Great battling through the 65cc pack.
So there's a Rocket Robbie Daly. He's just hit boost mode into 3rd now. He's going to see if he can chase down the number 1 of Blake Ward Clark.
Stunning stuff, but still out in front we have Hayden Statt, the number 48. Ahead of number 1, Blake Ward-Clark. There's a rider down at the S's, the right, left, at the bottom of the circuit, past the wave section. The leaders are just coming up into that section now. It's the bright, luminous yellow gear of our race leader, 48, Hayden Statt. Ooh, Blake Ward-Clark visibly struggling through the ruts himself there, number 1, as he tries to haul in the leader.
So Blake, he's definitely keeping Hayden honest, isn't he? Not letting Hayden run away with things.
No, absolutely. The lap times were close between these riders in qualifying, perhaps some of the closest amongst all the classes. And yeah, that's bearing fruit in this race. You can see that although Statt has got a decent lead, it's by no means safe, and Ward-Clark is staying on the gas. Slightly taller rider, Max, certainly helps him a little bit through these ruts, and that might well play to his strong suits as the track gets deeper and deeper. But Robbie Daly's on the case.
Yeah, we've seen how easy it is to make a mistake out there. It's so easy to make a mistake, so you definitely can't rest on your laurels. You've got to keep concentrating for the entire moto. And Hayden's still got 6.5 minutes on the clock, so there's a long time left in this one for him to keep focus and kind of keep racing in front of him, and don't worry about the riders coming up behind him, because that's when mistakes will happen.
So to his credit, Hayden Statt, though, he's not backing away from it. I mean, we've got a corner up by the commentary tower here, is very deep, but he is still going through to the tighter inside line, not having any issues at all.
I would
any
say
fear of it.
Robbie Daly's closing in on that front too as well.
Yeah, the rocket is starting to catch fire as he charges up towards the rear end. Blake Ward-Clark still thinking more about catching the leader than defending third, which is absolutely the right thing to do. Just over 5.5 minutes left to go in this race. Battle on for 5th place, and it's the recovering RHL Gurnham that just dives inside. Doesn't quite they clash. Doesn't quite go past Sonny Rooney, but Rooney had contact there, and he held fast. He did not lose out, and RHL Gurnham is still in 6th. In 7th place is a diminutive figure of Alfie Geddes-Green, still there nicely ahead of this battle for 8th between Ollie Waters and Alfie Heron. And then the 357 rounding out the top 10. That's Finney Pickering on Mr. T's Garage Gas.
I tell you what, Ben, the top 3 riders are setting a hell of a pace out there. Hayden Statt's last lap time was the quickest of the race at 2:50.0. Blake Ward-Clark's last lap at 2:51.2, and Robbie Daly's last lap at 2:50.2. So the top 3 on fire at the moment. 4th place man Jensen Seven's last lap time at 2:56, just to compare.
Wow.
And just show us how fast those front 3 are running at the moment.
Absolutely, just had 5:12 as Stanley Siebert go past the commentary tower here, just ahead of Lucas Moncrief. They're around the fringes of the top 15. Marley Alder also doing quite nicely there. All staying strong and safe, holding through.
Oh, it's getting tight at the front, Ben.
Getting very, very tight.
As the lead riders come up to the back markers, they're having to change up their lines a bit, get out of the main race line, which is allowing Blake to close in on Hayden and Robbie to close in on Blake. So it's getting tight at the front. You saw Blake take a long look over there.
Definitely a worried look back at the 800 of Robbie Daly. He's making time on Jensen Severn, who's hanging on to 4th, but is losing touch with Daly in 3rd. It's these top 3 who have it, the podium positions, to debate amongst themselves.
This is
but they all go round the corner together, quick as we can say it. Statt, Ward-Clark looking round, a worried look around.
He sees the champ.
He does, he sees the champ from the 65 class. Robbie Daly is on the case, but they are going up at the far end of the circuit.
This is the last thing you want as a veteran of the class, is a younger rookie coming up and passing you. You do not want that. But there, you almost
throw a blanket. I love calling 9 and 10-year-olds veterans. There it is, it's true. They go on these bikes from a very young age. But Hayden Statt still leads as they go over the drop-off. There's somebody down in this bottom corner. Can they all negotiate them safely? Yeah, no problem at all. That rider is off the circuit.
So Hayden leaps up across the finish line. He goes 3 minutes on the clock. Blake is as close as he's ever been now, and the Rocket Robbie Daly lurking there in 3rd place.
Jensen Severn's 4th spot is not safe either, because now RHL Gurnham is up to 5th spot. He's got past Sonny Rooney, and 7th Alfie Geddes-Green is still wrestling that gas around inside the top 10, riding very well, the young lad. Nice little battle at the fringes of the top 10 as well. Ollie Waters and Alfie Heron battling out nicely with Finley Pickering, also bringing up the edge of the top 10 there.
It is so cool to see Hayden Statt back at the front of the pack here at the British Youth Championship on board his Manchester Motorcycles machine. He was the 2018 auto champion here at the British Youth Championship. So he's been around for a while now, Hayden Statt.
And I think he's going to get a bit of help here because it's 2 minutes and a lap to go. Debatable whether they're going to cross the line before the last lap board comes out, but Ward Clark is going to be concerned with Robbie Daly rather than Hayden Statt at the moment.
Yeah, and I think Hayden was helped out a little bit there by some lap riders. Managed to manoeuvre his way through cleanly where Blake struggled a bit in those tight corners. But the race is back on now.
Yeah, they go into that far corner down by the far edge of the circuit.
Oh, it's close. The rut's the deepest around this part of the track, and the smaller Hayden Statt might struggle with that a little bit more than Blake.
Yeah, absolutely. That bottom end of the circuit, if they keep on going straight on, they're going to be in the Thames. So it's right at the bottom, lowest point of the track where most of the moisture, of course, will gather. And yeah, it's getting very deep around there. But they've navigated it through nicely. And still Hayden Statt holds that lead with Ward Clark literally taken off of the jump as Hayden Statt lands on it.
Here comes Blake up the inside. And he switches to the outside.
Statt.
Both riders railing the outside berm. It's wheel-to-wheel action now. Will this play into the hands of Robbie Daly? As these two squabble over the lead spot, this might allow Robbie to close the gap and pounce.
And Statt, I think he had his line taken away from there by a lap rider, so he suddenly had to switch line. Didn't quite hold the pace, and Ward Clark smelt blood, and he's right on his back wheel now. Robbie Daly, an interested spectator, but right now the battle is between Statt and Ward Clark for the lead, and I think they're going to cross the line before the last lap board, Max.
Yeah, so do I. Robbie Daly's got the best seat in the house at the moment for this battle for the lead, doesn't he?
Most definitely. It ebbs and flows between these three.
Back marker to contend with in the final corner, 20 seconds on the clock. So, a kick for Hayden Statt.
Nearly threw it away there.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 laps to go, Ben, so this race is on.
2 laps to go. Literally, Statt did himself a favour.
And
this is look up there. There it goes. Ward Clark is out in front. Blake Ward Clark took the lead as Hayden Statt very nearly lost it.
Hayden Statt knacked around that corner.
Statt is going back on the inside. He takes the lead back. What a battle between these two.
That was awesome. Hayden Statt did a full-on knack around the corner there, saved it somehow, lost the lead, and then regained it in the next corner.
Kept that tight line going into that bottom horseshoe. I have not seen that pass today. No one else has made a move like that today.
Picture-perfect technique from Hayden Statt in that big, long rut there.
And that's put Blake Ward Clark. Oh, he's off. Hayden Statt's gone down. Just those ruts making him fall foul of them, and now Robbie Daly has passed as well. Statt picks the bike up, uninjured by the look of it.
Maybe just a bit overexcited there after that exchange in the past 2 corners. Got the adrenaline pumping, and he overcooked it in that second corner there on track. Yeah, another knack, but he wasn't able to save that one.
Wasn't, no.
That was a double knack, I think.
Got a case, just got a case of whiskey throttle there, and Statt looks like he's recovered well enough to hang on to 3rd spot.
Yeah, just ahead of Archie J. Girdham, I think.
Yes, it is. Archie J. Girdham, who has passed Jensen Severn for that 4th place in the race, and Severn is going to have the attention of Alfie Geddes Green. Geddes Green has got past the number 22 of Sonny Rooney by the look of it, up in the 6th spot, and is now attacking Jensen Severn. But the battle for the lead is still on between Ward Clark, who leads as they go around the far end of the circuit by the trees.
A lap and a half to go. What can Robbie Daly do about the leader, Blake Ward Clark? They've got some back markers to contend with.
Back marker problems there.
Oh, Blake goes to the outside, and he gets blocked by a back marker. Robbie Daly into the race lead just like that, and he's opened up a gap. Taking advantage of the lap riders there. Like a seasoned pro.
Ward Clark took the wide line to get around the back markers, and Robbie Daly just tucked inside them to take the lead. Ward Clark will not be happy with that.
The red mist will be descending upon the number 1 machine at the moment.
Can Robbie Daly take his first race win in his first race on the Small Wheel 85cc
That would be incredible.
But he read that situation beautifully, kept a cool head. Ward Clark took by far the slowest outside line to get around the back markers there.
Just didn't pay off for him. He took the gamble and it did not pay off. Can Robbie Daly keep a cool head for one more lap? They'll take the 1 lap to go board as they cross the finish line this time. What a race, Ben. What a
Stunning
race.
stuff.
So much
Great
excitement.
Race in this 65cc machine. The 80, small wheel 85s. I can't even remember what class we're in
Yeah,
anymore.
your brain is
Stunning
scrambled for this
riding
one.
from these lads.
So Robbie Daly takes 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go for the Rocket. The 800 machine there. Decent margin over Blake Ward-Clark now. A good few bike lengths. Comfortable cushion.
Behind these riders with third place, now looks like it's gone to, I think, the rider who fell from second on the first lap. Archie J. Gurdon, I believe, is up to third spot. We're just waiting for him to come across the line here now. Yeah, there he is. Archie J. Gurdon has recovered beautifully up to third spot. So you've got to think he'd be a contender in race 2 if he can get a good start again and stay upright on lap 1. Archie J. Gurdon riding very well. And then Jensen Severn in a battle for 4th place with Alfie Geddes Green. The young rider Geddes Green, got to be the shortest rider on this racetrack on these bikes. And he is flying, trying to get 4th from Jensen Severn.
Meanwhile, Robbie Daly keeping it smooth out at the front. Half a lap to go for the number 800 machine, reigning 65cc British champion. Also won the Auto Championship back in 2019 as well. So 2 British Championships to his name already, and he's barely 10 years old.
Just to give you a note on the rider who lost that first place, fell in the bottom corner here. Hayden Stat is still on the bike. He's out there in 6th place now in the middle of the circuit, behind the battle between Severn and Geddes Green. Last lap, guys. Can these riders just survive at the front? Robbie Daly looking cool. He's used to being the winner. He's used to holding first place. And he's got it again. Can you believe it? First ride on the small wheel 85 bike.
That is phenomenal. We saw last year as the track gets rougher and the ruts get deeper, Robbie just enjoys it more and more. And we're seeing that again here today in the small wheel class, picking his way through the track with ease at the moment, seemingly. Just a handful of corners left, and he's look at that gap he's opened up on the last
looks
lap.
like it was made for him. I mean, he is absolutely in control of that bike, not looking in any way uncomfortable. Right out in front as somebody else drops it down in this bottom corner here. It's the number 107 machine picking the bike up, all unharmed. Charlie Ward on the Dave Muse Construction KTM. Just got the bike across the circuit, but restarted, back on the go, and sad to say he's dropped it again actually, but he's
here comes Robbie Daly then.
There. Robbie Daly's going to come through.
One more corner for Robbie. Makes his way around the down rider there, Ben, that you were just talking about, and up over the step up to take a well-earned race victory for the rookie, the Rocket, Robbie Daly. He is pumped.
Holds the throttle pinned as he crosses the line. Absolutely glorious win for Robbie Daly. He is chuffed with that, and rightfully so.
What a ride from the rookie.
Great stuff. Second, Blake Ward-Clark. Still solid ride from him for our qualifying pole man. Just got to be so brassed off with the way he lost it there.
So Robbie throws his name in the hat as a title contender with that one.
I should say so. No doubt about that. But he's not alone in that hat, because Blake Ward-Clark is there. Archie J. Gurdon recovered as he comes up now to cross the line. 3rd place. That's a great ride considering he dropped it on that first lap. 3rd for Archie J. Gurdon. He'll definitely consider himself a contender for moving forward.
It would have been so easy for Archie just to give up there and after the first lap crash, but he charged all the way to the end.
4th, what a ride. Alfie Geddes Green in his first ride in this class takes 4th place on the last lap from Jensen Severn, who comes home in 5th spot. That's a great ride from Alfie as well. And then 6th for the chastened Hayden Stat. He'll be so annoyed to have lost that race, but
at least he knows he's got the speed.
He knows he's got the speed, he knows he's got the pace, and a great little last lap clash there. Ollie Waters just losing out to, I think it's been Stanley Dawson on the line. So we're going to hand it down to the pit box. I think we've got Bradley Wheeler with one of our race top 3.
Robbie Daly moving up from the 65s, taking the first win on the small wheel 85. Looked like he was loving out there. He looked like he was so pumped after that win. What's the track like out there on the small wheel 85s?
It's got a lot better, deep ruts. It's quite hard out there because like where the bigger bikes have been in the ruts made a loads of bumps, so you got to choose your right line choice.
What's it like moving up from the 65s onto the small wheel? Is it easier trying to get around the tracks when they're this rutty and rough, or is it pretty similar?
It's pretty similar, but it's easier, more power, get through the ruts easier, bigger wheels. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you look like you was loving it, man, so good ride.
Thank you.
Moving on to second place. Looked like you was having a great battle at the front there, all three of you. Everyone was sort of making mistakes. I mean, the track looks difficult from the side, but what's it like to ride around it?
Yeah, the track's pretty good. It's a bit rough, like coming down the hills, and like some around the corner, around some of the corners, it's like pretty sloppy and stuff.
So it's pretty safe to say that line choice is going to be pretty key in the second race today.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, good ride. Fucking thing.
Right, how are you figuring out who's first, second, third?
So there we go, it's the top 85 riders there.
Well, I knew they were first and second.
Was there too, badly in the pit box. And yeah, you can see that it's definitely a case of survive for these smaller riders. And of course now we've got the even smaller bikes, 65 cc's, the smallest class of the British Championship this year, apart from the autos. And of course the autos change of format for this season. Rather than having 2 or 3 rounds, decided to go with the regional qualifying method, which has worked well in the past and I think works as well in other countries. So yeah, autos will have regional qualifier races and then have a big sort of finale, grand finale if you like, where all the best of all the corners of the country come together, and that will be at one of our races later in the year at Warmingham Lane. So looking forward to that one, as we are looking forward to the start of the 65cc class. Great riding there amongst the small wheel 85s, very entertaining riding, and the 65cc boys are sure to deliver a similar result. So we've got coming through 13 minutes plus a lap for these lads, 7 to 10 years old, and we'll read you out those contenders in a couple of minutes. So 65cc riders on their sighting lap then. So the end of the first block of racing. Where did that time go? First block of racing, final race of this first block coming up, 65cc's. And we have the top 6 riders from this class last year have all moved up, as you can see. So we've got the top riders left. We've got Casey Lister, who was the fastest in qualifying today, number 125. Riley Ray Barrow, we've got to watch out for Cohen Jagielski and watch out for Jet Gardner as well. So we'll just hand you through across to Bradley. I believe he's going to give us a quick update from the pit box.
And next up to finish off the first block, we've got the 65s out, where Casey Lister was fastest by over 3 seconds, which may sound like a lot, but like I said in the small wheel class, the track is super difficult on these small bikes, and the 3 seconds that can be gained or lost within one corner. As you can see behind me, the track is cutting up real nice. It's super soft, and it's going to be real difficult for these little guys. I mean, they're sort of like 8 to 11 years old, so as you can imagine, a lot of them sort of really struggling to touch the ground in some of these corners. And I think it's just going to be a case of who can stay up and just put together clean, smooth laps.
So then, 65 cc's, here we go. As they comes in citing that. Numbers and riders to watch out for. We have some hot rookies coming up from the Autos series that was run last year, 3 rounds last year, and that was roughly 12 races, while the winner of 10 of those races, number 75, Koen Jagielski, is now with us in the 65cc class for a full season of British Championship racing. Watch out for him.
Did you see, Ben? I didn't see on the time lap. Has he gone to the gold helmet?
I didn't see, so maybe that's a sign, but...
if you didn't know, Koen Jagielski trademarked gold helmet last year. Couldn't miss him. We asked him to keep it, didn't we? So we could spot him out there, but he didn't wear it in practice.
He said in the press conference he was going to go with it, and I said, great, but he was very nervous in the press conference. I mean, crikey, he's a very young lad, and that was his first ever press conference. We didn't do them.
And you're a very big man.
I was sat down. But, yeah, bless him, he was very nervous last night. Done really well with that, and yeah, so either way, watch out for the number 75. He's a class rider. Number 14, Jet Gardner as well, from the Matt Gardner Motocross School. Jumping Jet, 3rd in the Autos last year, and he won at Landrake overall in that final round. So yeah, watch out for the number 14. He carries the same number as his older brother Freddie does.
The family number.
Indeed. Number 70, Ethan Gawley as well, was a good rider last year in the Autos class, and he's gone up there. And 220, Cameron Berry, also had a good few results last year. He's now joining us in the 65cc class. And then fastest in qualifying, Max, number 125, Casey Lister.
Casey Lister, yeah, who has traditionally also been a really good starter as well. So watch out for that 125 machine out the gates in this one. He'll be gunning for that whole shot. Ray Barrow, another second-year rider in the 65 class, the 118. He's a rider to watch out for in this as well. So there we go. The 65 riders lining up now, heading on down onto the gates. The first few riders selecting their positions. It looks like, as we watch on screen, Ben, the top qualifiers preferring to go to the right side of the gate as we look at it on the screen, but it would be the left for the riders. That would be the inside.
Yeah, if you look at the track from the first corner angle, as you look at it, the right-hand side, so yeah, the inside for the corner basically means if you get the gate or even an average one, you still at least hold the inside and control the corner. So that's where the fastest riders all seem to be trickling towards. Although, like you say, Max, in that second corner, it seems like all bets are off. If you get the inside, it can be too deep. If you go around the outside, you can get nailed, or you could just rail around the outside like some of the riders have done, like Jet's own brother did in his race as well. So, yeah, it's all to play for. Those first few corners are going to be well worth watching. There could be some bikes needed picking up. It's going to be very tight through there.
I would say almost definitely there'll be some bikes need picking up.
There's a lot of riders entered. I think again we're looking at a 30-plus rider field, which is great to see. Great to see that number of 7 to 10-year-olds.
This is the future, isn't it? The future of the sport right here. The youngest riders we have racing this weekend. So it's good to see a strong, healthy lineup of 65 riders.
Yeah, absolutely. Other riders to watch out for. We've got Harley Marjak, the number 5, Nixon Coppins, the number 6, son of Josh, of course. And then, yeah, Teddy Merriman also rode well in qualifying. He was in the top 10, I believe, and he's riding number 16 from that massive GRT Impact KTM squad.
Yeah, so it's safe to say that Teddy's got plenty of teammates that can give him some help and some advice on line choices and gate pick and things like that. So it's very handy to have.
Absolutely. Watch out for the rider from Gloucestershire as well, number 441, Zach Bubb. His brother Ollie did very well in his race earlier in the big wheel 85cc class. So yeah, he'll given his younger brother Zach some pointers just to how the circuit is carving up. And there's no doubt that this circuit is very, very much deeper and more carved out than it was when these riders went around it this morning in qualifying match.
It looks like we've got everyone lined up at the gates. Just the last few whole shot devices getting put into place now by the RHL crew. But look at that, Ben, a strong, healthy lineup of 65 riders.
I think there are nearly 65 riders. Yeah, all the way to the outside advertising fence in right there. Great to see. Fantastic support and very good to see a good healthy audience here today. Obviously it's the Saturday, so still a lot of people still working, and it's just the youth riders, so you wouldn't expect a full-size crowd, but there are a lot of people out there. So thank you everybody for making the effort and joining us here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels on a beautiful sunny day in Oxfordshire next to the Thames. We are at the Cullen Motocross track. Getting ready for the final race of the first block. The 15-second board is up. The riders are getting ready to start. 5-second board turns round, and here we go.
Is it going to be the 125 fastest qualifier, Casey Lister, with the opening hole shot of the year?
And yes, it is. It is the number 125. Casey Lister out in front. Then we've got Marty Spires, who was also fast in qualifying. The number 22 KTM is there in second spot. So it's Lister ahead of Spires. The little gas.
So Casey Lister most definitely has his starting techniques on point.
Oh, he's down. Lister is off. And he's held up in the number 22 as well. So, no, it's...
that's that deep corner, Ben.
Yeah, Marty Spires has hung onto the bike, just about stayed up. He is out in front ahead of number 50, Tommy Perfect, who is in second spot.
I think Casey is back on the bike, though, so let's see what he can do if he can bounce back and respond.
Looks like he remounted just inside the top 10. Yes, he is just still there, just poking back into shot now. So, yeah, that was the race lead dropped by Casey Lister, our fastest qualifier. So out in front now is the number 22 of Marty Spires, and he was ahead of Tommy Perfect as they headed down the hill at the far end of the circuit.
So our race leader into the S-Bends at the bottom end of the track. Marty Spires leading the way, picking his way through the deep ruts there, the deepest section of the track here for sure. He goes leaping over the tabletop.
He has got a healthy lead there, Marty Spires. Great opening lap. He just about took enough evasive action to not get caught up in the crash with Casey Lister, although it was very close.
Yeah, so let's see what Marty can do with this lead then. Can he stretch away from the field with an open track ahead of him?
Tommy Perfect in second spot. In third place is the number 10 of Charlie Mitchell, the Herefordshire rider on the Husqvarna.
Is that the 118? Possibly up next. Harley Ray Barrow.
Yes, it is. He's good at holding a good
Marty Spires is
fifth spot.
Marty Spires is going up that hill faster than that train, I tell you. He overtook a train.
He overtook that train. Literally on rails. Good stuff. Yes, good riding here from Marty Spires. He has got a great lead here already on this opening lap as he goes down the very, very steep drop-off. That's steeper than any drop-off on this circuit. Tommy Perfect running through in second spot. Third is Charlie Mitchell. They come thick and fast now. Number 57
Leo
and
Wilson.
number 67, Arthur Maul and Leo Wilson. Number 5 is up there, Harley Marshak as well, doing nicely. We're looking through.
Karen
Jagielski mid, around about top 15 at the moment.
Looking for Riley Barrow as well. Here he comes, so not the best start for Riley.
Not a great start for Jet Gardner, who's quite a way down the pack at the moment, as is number 6 of Nixon Coppins. I don't know if I've missed him, but I cannot see the 125 of Casey Lister, our early race leader who dropped it. But there's that great little battle here now. Number 57, Leo Wilson, going nicely past Tommy Perfect. So I think that's moving into second spot, I believe. But Marty Spires is out in front, but behind him it's absolute carnage. We've seen this quite a few times. The leader gets clear in those first few corners, like we said earlier, and then behind it is all to play for. And there goes Wilson up the inside of Charlie Mitchell. That is for second place, there's no doubt about it, because he's already gone past Tommy Perfect. Oh. And we've picked up Casey Lister on the circuit. He is right at the back. He is literally going past the train tracks now as we speak, at the far end of the track. So Casey Lister, it will be a case of track time. And don't forget, in these classes, they do score points all the way down to 40th position.
Yes,
so basically, you finish, you're probably likely to get a double scoring point. So you've got to stay on track.
It's damage control for Casey now in this one. See how many points he can claw back. He's got lots of work to do with 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's this race, 13 minutes plus 1 lap, still plenty long enough. I think most adult clubman races are about that distance, 12 laps, I think. So yeah, there's still plenty long distance for these young lads to negotiate this tough, rough and rutted circuit here.
So on screen, we're currently watching the number 50 machine of Tommy Perfect.
Yeah, holding off the number 5 of Harley Marjak. And I believe they are 4th and 5th, those two, I think. No, 5th and 6th. In fact, Marjak just making his way past Tommy Perfect now, as number 22 is clear and gone. Marty Spires has a massive lead out in front. Nice riding from Leo Wilson. The number 57 is there in second spot. No, my mistake, sorry, 67 it is in second. Arthur Moore on the Retro Coatings RMJ Academy Husqvarna. So in second place now. I do apologise, I've been missing him through the corners here, just a very twisty turny circuit. And yet 67, Arthur Moore it is who holds down second spot at the moment. White crash helmet. Just coming up at the far end of the circuit now, and number 57 in third spot is Leo Wilson.
So we've lost Charlie Mitchell. He's lost a few positions on that lap then. The
number 10 Charlie Mitchell down to 4th, and he's down to 5th now, looks like, as Marjak moves inside. Marjak loses his footing through the rut though, stays on, but it let Charlie Mitchell off the hook, and he went through Tommy Perfect there in about 7th place.
So Marjak gone around the outside of Mitchell there, looking to hang on to that spot, but Mitchell fights back.
Oh, good scrapping between these two. The number 5, Harley Marjak, moves inside of Charlie Mitchell right now.
Nicely done up the inside there by Marjak. The number 5 machine moves into 4th position. Arthur Moore, last lap around Ben, 2:12.5. So he's on pace with the race leader Marty Spires. So Arthur Moore, the man on the move.
Good stuff. There's the lapping. They're lapping around about 2 minutes 12, did you say?
2 minutes 12 the front two, 5 seconds quicker than the rest of the pack.
Nice one. So that's with 6 minutes left on the clock now. We reckon we're looking at maybe 3, maybe 4 laps in total left. So yeah, still a healthy pace then from these 65cc riders. I think the track has come to them because they were near 3 minutes earlier in the meeting when it was much deeper and wetter. But the track, with no extra rain coming down on it, the sunshine, the breeze, it's definitely dried out the circuit nicely, and it's getting faster.
So we're looking at the 67 of Arthur Moore on the gas at the moment. He is followed by the 57 of Leo Wilson, who has Harley Marjak all over his rear wheel. So Marjak certainly moving forward through the pack. He's going to be looking to take over that 3rd place position. So Leo Wilson has to ride defensively for the next few laps, I should imagine.
And yeah, Harley Jacks Marjak, as he's known, is there. He's one of the JMR Foundation's fully supported riders, works with Olympus Pro, as we said earlier, and with the RMJ training squad for his on-bike coaching. So he's definitely looking to gain more confidence in this 65cc class and deliver some results for his team.
So he's certainly going to have the endurance with that Olympus Pro training regime, and he's going to have the bike knowledge and the bike skill to navigate these ruts and the gnarly track here at Culham.
We look for our 2nd place and 3rd place riders. Arthur Moore, he was 18th in this championship last year with a best of 7th place, which he achieved twice. So to be second in this race is higher than he's been running before. And Leo Wilson similarly didn't even get a top 10 result last year. His best was 11th. So third place for Leo Wilson is showing massive progress for this young lad. And Marjak, though, is giving Wilson something to think about because he's closing in on him for that third position as they go through this bottom corner at the end by the train line.
And I do believe Ben Marty Spies, if he hangs on to this will be his first British Championship win.
Yeah,
as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
I don't think he won anything in the auto
wasn't a point scoring in any class last year. So yeah, like you say, first appearance, first win by the looks of it. 4 minutes left on the board. So at the pace they're running, 3 laps left to go in this race, you would say. As Marty Spires comes across some traffic, he just about navigates it, probably closer than he would have liked, but he's still through. And Arthur Moore also starts another lap in a safe spot, second. I'm not sure if I'm imagining it, but I believe Arthur Moore has caught up a little bit to our race leader. So maybe Marty Spires...
You're not imagining that, Ben, because Arthur Moore has just set the fastest lap of the race, 4 seconds quicker than the race leader.
I think they call that commentator's eye, Max.
I like how you're able to notice such marginal things like that.
I know 2 seconds when I see it. Right, so yeah, third place. Leo Wilson is definitely getting some hassle from Harley Marjak now. And 5th spot is still a good solid ride for Charlie Mitchell, the number 10.
Koen Jagielski's made his way up into 6th position, then, so that's the reigning 50cc British champion. A good debut ride for him.
That is great riding. I suggest he would go much better if he wore a gold crash helmet. We'll shut up about that, so we're probably getting really bored of us saying that now. But there we go, Marty Spires has got a good lead as he heads down into the real boggy section of the track where he inherited the lead from Casey Lister, who dropped it in the midpoint. Can we see where Casey is on the circuit? I think he's still quite a way down.
He's made his way to 30th at the moment. He's made 10 passes.
That's, yep, so 30th place for Casey Lister, but that is still 11 points, so that is still a lot better than the nothing if he'd have just given up and stopped. So that's not in these riders' vocabulary.
This might get interesting before the end, Ben, and we reckon there might be 2 laps left. Last time around, Marty Spires had an 8-second advantage over Arthur Moore, and Arthur Moore lapped 4 seconds quicker, so you do the maths.
I'm doing the maths.
4 seconds quicker, 2 laps,
2 laps
to go.
I don't think he's got
8-second lead.
He's got a chance.
It might be 0 by the time.
We could be in for a grandstand finish, absolutely. All good riding through the 65cc riders. They are all getting round so well, and that is no mean feat. This is a man's circuit. It is rough, it is deep, and it is rutted. So for these little bikes, just saw Casey Lister there. I'm thinking that's progressed a little bit from his 30th place that he was before. To clear that tabletop on these little bikes is quite incredible. There's many clubmen riding full-grown motorcycles will not be doing these jumps as well as these lads are on these little bikes. So give it up for these riders, the best young riders, 7 to 10-year-olds in the country right now.
Yeah, without a doubt, the fastest 65 riders in the land.
And our leader, Marty Spires, is just down by the bottom corner, and there is definite progress being made by Arthur Moore in 2nd spot. Leo Wilson looks to have held onto that gap over Harley Marjak to keep the 3rd place. We've got a rider down as Arthur Polozzi in the bottom corner here, but he's actually upright but stuck, so he does need to get a bit of help from a marshal to move that bike.
So I think it's going to be 2 laps to go then, Ben. 50
it is
seconds
indeed,
on the clock as Marty Spires comes around to complete another lap. So yeah, it will definitely be 2 laps to go for Marty, the number 22 machine. Across the line he goes.
Yeah,
let's have a look at the gap this time.
2 laps to go, no doubt about it. And there goes Arthur Moore. He's not had the rub of the green that time with the back markers, but he picks his way past, and again he's got clear circuit between himself and our race leader Marty Spires.
That time Arthur Moore, his lap time dropped to a 3:14, so he wasn't able to close the gap anymore. 9 seconds now is the advantage for Marty Spires.
The gap that's getting closer though is the gap between 3rd and 4th. Leo Wilson is there in 3rd, the number 57 machine, and the red bike with the blue gear, number 5, Harley Marjak, making progress, but again he's come across 2 lap riders who have slightly stunted his progress in that way. So Spires comes through the bottom corner.
The fastest man on track last time around was in fact Leo Wilson, the 57 machine, currently sitting in 3rd place. So
my eye was off then.
Your eye was off that time.
So racing across the line together, number 50, Tommy Perfect, and the number 31 of Harry Gay, racing together closely on the fringes of the top 10. Still getting around safely and nicely on these little 65cc bikes. As we can see Harley Marjak on screen, that distinctive yellow and red, yellow and white and red crash helmet. I'll get it right.
He'll get there in the end.
And then, yeah, I thought he was catching. Arthur Moore in shot now, second place.
There's not a lot in it. There's not a lot in it. Marjak was quick last time as well, last lap around.
You just say that to make me feel better.
He was a 3:10.0, so only 200th of a second in it between the two, Ben. So I'll let you off. I'll let you off.
Going over the wave section.
How bumpy it was down that hill for the 67 machine, Arthur Moore. Just hanging on to that bike.
Yeah, I think it's a case of survival now for Arthur Moore. He briefly ate into Marty Spires' lead, but Marty was very clean and clear through the wave section there, and you can see he's going over that tabletop jump just as Arthur Moore goes through the S-bend. So I would say he's pretty much got this under control. The next time round, he will see the last lap board as he crosses the finish line over here.
He's got a nice 10-second advantage. You'd be happy with that going into the final lap of a race, wouldn't you?
I certainly would. Can't remember the last time I had that. Third spot is still a very good ride here from Leo Wilson. He's riding absolutely beautifully, holding off Harley Marjak, who is still trying to edge away to improve on his fourth position. Chad Prince makes his way around another circuit, again another famous son of in this class. There's a battle on for fifth, and looks like Cohen Jagielski, unless I'm mistaken, I think Cohen Jagielski has made progress here. He's certainly got past the number 10 of Charlie Mitchell and the number 441 of Zach Bubb.
Casey Lister has made his way into 19th position.
That's good result.
He is the fastest, he set the fastest lap of the race last time around. Out of everyone in that traffic. 3:07, 2 seconds quicker than anyone else on track.
2 seconds faster, that's Casey Lister, and 19th place gives him 22 points. So that is roughly half of what you get for a race win, and that certainly is no mean feat after dropping it in that boggy section in the opening lap. But yeah, give it up to Cohen Jagielski, riding very nicely. I believe fifth spot it is for Cohen. I think he's definitely got past Charlie Mitchell in that race, in that lap. So as they take the 1 lap board, everybody on their final lap pretty much now. Jagielski 5th, Charlie Mitchell 6th.
Yeah, I think that's as far as Cohen's going to make up in this race. There's a good 20-second gap up to the 4th place man, Harley Marjak.
Still a good number of yellow flags out there. Another rider down, but up again.
So we're currently watching Arthur Moore on his final lap, and now look at the race leader Marty Spires around the back end of the start straight, picking his way through the deep ruts there in the first image racing corner. And then down the far hill he goes. You just watch this bike kick about down this hill bed.
Yeah, it is rough down that far section, especially for these 65s.
Yeah.
That was really a really tough section.
But Marty making quick work of it, looking comfortable out there. Barely put a foot wrong in this race so far. Half a lap to go for him to claim what we believe will be his first ever British Championship win here.
Yeah, and he is absolutely yards ahead of Arthur Moore now. There's no doubt in that. Just a few corners to go for Marty Spires. He's got to keep it upright, keep it safe, and that race win will be his.
I just saw a bit of dust down there, Ben. A bit of dust.
I think we're actually seeing dust on the circuit. That's quite incredible considering how much water was thrown on my tent last night. I can't tell you.
I think there's just that one section that landed at the second tabletop there. I don't think we need to worry about water in the track anytime soon.
Yeah, don't get enthusiastic with the Bowser yet.
Yeah. Look how many lines are in that the Scott Sports corner there.
Yeah, it's very choppy. Obviously the track will get prepared again tonight, and it will get even rougher tomorrow when we get the big bikes on there.
Yeah, it is always interesting to see how the lines change once the pros get out there. You usually see the lines become a bit more sweeping.
I think we've had a change. I think Arthur Moore has dropped the bike a little bit, because now I think, yeah, here comes Marty Spires, but Arthur Moore has definitely been overtaken by Harley Marjak. I cannot see.
So let's just see.
Because Marjak was 4th.
Marty Spires coming up to grab his first ever race win here at the British Championship. Then the number 22 machine across the line he goes. A well-earned race victory for Marty. An awesome ride.
Fantastic win, and it was Arthur Moore has dropped the bike, so in second place.
Yeah,
Moore has remounted. He is in 4th, but is going to be second place going instead to the number 57. Leo Wilson is going to take second place. He takes that on the last lap. Great result for him, and Harley Marjak also moves up a spot into 3rd, and a frustrated Arthur Moore comes across in 4th, and he drops his head. So upset to have lost 2 places in that last lap. It's very easy done on this treacherous circuit, but still 4th place for Arthur Moore. He cannot be too disappointed with that. Much better than he scored throughout the whole of last year. So definitely nothing to be ashamed about, and you got the speed for more good results. As his, I think it's his father, certainly whoever's with him there, just reassuring the young lad that it's still a great result in 4th. And I think across the line now comes our auto champion from last year. Cohen Jagielski comes across in 5th, ahead of number 10, Charlie Mitchell, in 6th.
Let's just see how far up the rankings Casey Lister is able to get in that one. Currently got him in 13th position. Not sure if he's crossed the line yet.
Wow, that's incredible. And a great result there, finishing for Casey Lister. He actually recovered through to 11th place. Quite incredible result. And we'll just hand you across to Bradley, who's got the top 3 in the pit box.
We're here with Marty Spires, winner of the 65 first race. What's the track looking like out there on the 65s?
Yeah, it's really bumpy. Yeah, and the rocks are deep, and yeah, the jump's got kickers on them. Yeah, sick.
So it's got a bit sketchy out there, but you look like you was enjoying it.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Yeah, good ride, mate. Good ride. Second place. Yeah. Solid ride. Looked like you was putting your lines together, trying to sort of limit the mistakes, but yeah, second place for the first race of the year. You got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, good to just get in top 3 for a start, but hopefully get a win now.
So we're going for a win in the next race.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm moving on to 3rd. Bit of a crazy race, but I imagine you're pretty happy with the 3rd for the first race of the year. What's the track looking like out there? Is it a struggle on the 65?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Imagine the second race obviously going to get a little bit more difficult, so just try and limit the mistakes and hopefully get another top 3, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Hoping for first.
Yeah, hoping for first. Best of luck.
their second and final race of the day. 250s and 125s only having 2 races today. The rest of the classes will have 3 motos today on Saturday. 1 tomorrow for the small wheels, big wheels and the 65s, whereas the 250s and 125s will have 2 motos tomorrow. As we kick off the second block of racing here, we have to say that the 24 MX whole shot prizes are being awarded in the second moto, so this is the one that counts in terms of the whole shot prize. So the likes of Tyler Westcott got a hot start last time around. He'll be looking to repeat that again here in this moto to pick up that 24 MX whole shot award. And we're just going to chuck it over to Bradley Wheeler now, who I believe has an interview down in the pit box. So take it away, Brad.
Taken to the track now, we've got race 2 of the 250s. Race 1 winner Ty Westcott brought home the Moto 1 win, followed by Finley Evans and Travis Steels. I imagine Ty's going to be looking for the same sort of showing in race 2, but you can imagine Finley Evans is going to be out for some revenge in race 2 after dropping it early on in race 1. But the track's getting sketchy, the track's getting rough. It's all going to be down to who can make the least mistakes and get a clean getaway out the start.
So here we go then. It looks like we've got all the riders, or a couple of riders left actually, on track after the sighting lap. And then we will get ready for the gate drop, the first of the second block of racing here today at Culham. The first round of the 2022 Revo ACU British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. And as Brad just said there, Tyler Westcott, Finley Evans, 2 of the contenders to watch out for in this. They had great races in Moto 1 and are we looking to come out of the gates hot in this one to complete their day of racing here on Saturday. Like I said, only 2 races for the 250 and 125 classes. They'll have another 2 motos tomorrow to complete their weekend. So the number 12 of Finley Evans on the GRT Impact KTM, a rider to watch out for sure. The 202 of Tyler Westcott. He took that race win earlier on this morning, so for sure a contender in race 2 again. Ben, who else did we see out there in Moto 1? Names to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely one to watch for if he gets a much better start than the first race. Travis Steels, the number 221, was marching on the leading riders in that first race, and so yeah, he must be hoping for a better start. Hudson Roper also rode nicely, the number 36 Kawasaki. Also watch out for Jaden Haig, who had some mechanical issue. Second fastest in qualifying was Jaden on the 931 SJP Moto KTM.
He had to go into the pits straight some bars, I think, didn't he, in the first race?
Yeah, so that just cost him any chance of exploiting the sort of speed that saw him second in qualifying. So he should see better result maybe from 931 Jaden Haig if he can start up there with them. Also, Mackenzie Marshall must have been disappointed. The 555 Kawasaki was 3rd fastest in qualifying. I think he was outside the top 10 in the end. So yeah, he must be hoping for a better showing in this one as well. So looking good for the second round. Watch out for Tyler Westcott, 202. Number 12, Finley Evans.
We've also got that trio of
Travis Steels.
Yeah, we've got that trio of Team Green Kawasaki's as well. Obviously, Hudson Roper, one of those riders, but Jack Taylor, the 22 machine, and Charlie Palmer, the 128 machine as well. So that's the trio of Team Green Kawasaki's out there.
Absolutely, yeah. Number 500, Callum Murfitt, also will be hoping to improve. He had good pace, 4th in qualifying, but again, not quite delivering that sort of result in the race. So he must be hoping for better results in this second one, maybe a setup change or anything like that at all to try and get some advantage from where he was.
So I think we've just about got everyone lined up here. We are waiting for the green flag to be raised by our clerk of the course. And here we go then, we are ready to go racing. The second block of action underway in any second now. The 15-second board has gone up, it will flip to 5. Who's going to grab that 24 MX whole shot award? Let's see.
5-second board is turned around, heads down at the start. And they're off. So here they go. And it's Westcott again. Westcott out in front, the number 202.
Dives up the inside, protecting the inside line.
And it's battling all the way through. The number 205 of Kian Bowen as well was up there in second spot. Great rider for him. We've got a Kawasaki. I think it's Hudson Roper is there in third.
So where is Travis Steels? Where is Finley Evans? I think Steels with a much better start this time.
Up in a second, Hudson Roper is looking at, yes, he does just pass.
A drag race up the hill between the Kawasaki and the KTM, and the Kawasaki comes out on top.
Yeah, Kian Bowen just relegated there to third spot, and then in fourth we've got, by the looks of it, the 931 of Jaden Haig on that SJP Motor KTM has made a much better start to this race. Second and fastest in qualifying. Is he fast enough to hold on to Tyler Westcott, who has got the start that he would have wanted, and that's given notice to the rest of the riders in this class. Looks like Finley Evans,
yep.
fifth again, very high up again on the number 12 KTM.
But I'm interested to see where Travis Steels is early on in this race. He didn't have the best of start last time around, but still managed to make his way onto the podium. So let's see what Travis can do in moto number 2.
I think that's Travis in third spot, if I'm right. No, fourth place, I think it is. Yes, it is. So Steels is there in fourth, right ahead of Finley Evans in fifth.
And they've got Kian just ahead of them.
Yeah, Kian Bowen, with respect, did not deliver this sort of performance in the first race, so you've got to think he might well be holding up. I think Evans has got past Travis Steels in that lap. Yes, he has, in that top corner there. So it's out in front for Tyler Westcott.
And Evans all over the rear wheel of Kian Bowen now, so let's see what they can do. Up over the tabletop for the first time, coming towards us here at the commentary tower.
And we have missed call the second place rider, number 22. In fact, it is in second place, Jack Taylor on the Team Green Kawasaki. So he's had a really good ride.
He is Hudson Roper's teammate.
Hudson Roper has not had a good start at all. He's right at the back by the looks of it. Yes, he is, with about 5 riders behind him. But out in front, Tyler Westcott with all the riders behind him. And it's Jack Taylor, Welsh rider, up there in second spot. Third we have is still Kian Bowen holding off Finley Evans in fourth.
But here goes Finley Evans. The bottom end of the track. Long sweeper, and up the hill they go towards the mechanics corner. Jack Taylor, a much better start for him this time. This is what we're expecting out of him. I'm sure this is what Jeff Perrott was expecting out of Jack as well. Obviously team manager for the Team Green squad. But so far so good for Tyler Westcott. He leads the way once again. Firmly establishing himself as the title favourite so far here this weekend. Oh, a nice little battle between Evans and Bowen then. 205 versus the number 12.
Bowens is holding up Evans, there's no doubt about it. Evans looking like he's going to rail the outside. Bowen just backed out of nailing him. He just couldn't quite get there. I think the rut took him away from what could have been a bit of a block pass, but Evans is safely through now into third spot ahead of Kian Bowen, and Travis Steels will need to get past if he's going to hang on. It looked like Steels might have the pace to run with the leader even if he got away with him, but he hasn't done so again. So it is bad news for Travis Steele. He's in fifth spot now.
Yeah, so while Travis and Finn and Kian are squabbling over third place, Tyler Westcott and Jack Taylor are running away with things at the front of the pack.
Coming into the S-Benz, Travis Steels is snapping at the heels of Kian Bowen, the 221, pressuring the number 205 KTM. The Rathmel Sports BCS MX KTM team of Kian Bowen. Westcott may be pulling away, but Jack Taylor is keeping him honest. It's a good showing from Jack on the number 22 Kawasaki.
Travis still searching for a place to make a pass on Kian as they go into the Scott Sports corner, and Kian actually seems to be keen on the rear wheel of Finley Evans, so Finley Evans can't rest easy in that third position. He's got 2 riders hot on his heels.
And Taylor's 2 Kawasaki teammates there, the 128 of Charlie Palmer is having a battle with Hudson Roper. So the 2 Team Green members are disputing a position a bit lower down in the pack, but meantime,
Mackenzie Marshall with a much better ride so far in this one. He's sitting there up in the top 6. And
Kean Bowen is holding on very nicely to that 4th spot. He's not giving way to Travis Steels at all. And then in 6th place is the number 404, Dominic Newbury, having another good ride on the Extreme Gas.
Mackenzie Marshall in 7th place actually on the June 5 machine, but anyway, still a much better start for him this time around. Travis Steels trying to make that pass for 4th position. All over the rear wheel of the 205 machine now. Yep. How long can Kean hang on to this one?
He's getting frustrated. This is the corner that Kean Bowen was passed by Finley Evans, and Kean Bowen takes the outside line. So he learns from the lesson he was given the previous lap by Finley Evans and goes wide to hold off Travis Steels. That's definitely a faster line around that corner, Max. And yeah, Kean Bowen using it to good effect to hang on to 4th to the frustration of Travis Steels.
I would say, if I had to guess, I would say Travis Steele's the older of the 2 riders here, so he's got more experience in the class. He might be bigger and stronger, so he'll have the endurance to see out this moto for sure. Whereas some of the riders ahead of him, Jack Taylor, a rookie in the class, Finley Evans, a rookie in the class, Travis Steels makes a move into 4th position then. So there, the 221 machine into 4th now. And he'll set his sights on the GRT KTM of Finley Evans, who currently holds 3rd place.
Nice move, and in the meantime, Tyler Westcott has got about the length of a straight between himself and 2nd place rider Jack Taylor. Finley Evans seems to be unable to progress on Jack Taylor's 2nd place at the moment, but he's going to have hassle surely from Travis Steels coming up to the midway point of this race. Still 13 minutes left on the clock. Great riding from Jack Taylor. I don't know where this comes from. He wasn't in this sort of position in the first race. He's new to the class, 125 rider last year, 4 times 2nd place. Never quite won a race, but he's going well now, 2nd again. As he crosses the line again with 12.5 minutes to go.
Plenty of time left in this race. Ben for some drama to happen, for some action to unfold. Travis Steels crosses the line on his Answer MX machine. He moves up into 4th position on that lap. Can he close the gap on the number 12, Finley Evans? Evans seems to have dropped the hammer last time around. He's stretched open. A nice cushion over Travis Steels and Kean Bowen.
A nice tasty scrap mid-pack developing between the 404 of Dominic Newbury, 555 of Mackenzie Marshall, and the number 10 of Harvey Cashmore. Just on the fringes of the top 10, those riders. And then behind them, there's an almighty scrap developing. Involved in that is Jaden Haig, the rider who qualified so well but is a bit further back, and he is involved in an almighty scrap involving Charlie Palmer as well. They're all duking it out in the top 15 for some precious points to try and impress here at Cullen Motor Park. Seen a few of the professional riders and teams getting their riders and bikes through technical control, so the big boys are here to watch, and they'll be looking at this class and seeing who could be the next big star. And Finley Evans definitely staking a claim to that little mantle in this sort of performance in his first day on the big bike.
There's that big step up behind the start gates there, and it's it must be heavy going up on the face takeoff of that, because even these 254 strokes struggling to make that leap.
That distance looks very achievable if you're considering a flat entrance, but it certainly is anything but, because it's rough, it's rutted, and they are struggling to clear it, and it seems a really nasty, time-costly mistake if you do get that wrong and case the top of that bike.
It might even be quicker not to even attempt it rather than case and bounce off the end like Finley Evans just did. I noticed when I was out in the big wheel race that these bottom 2 tabletops have some nasty kickers on the face. They're all rutted up and they've got some kickers on, so that's something the riders have to really concentrate on. You cannot lapse that concentration on a track like this.
Again, it's like a lot of the jumps on the circuit. They don't look difficult if you're considering it's a flat entrance, but again, it's just rough, rutted. It gets carved out with these 4 strokes, and all the riders that are tackling this circuit. And yeah, these jumps are nothing like as easy as they perhaps should be. Westcott is beautiful to watch over by this commentary tower. There's a downhill step-up jump which Jack Taylor, who's perhaps got some interest in his 2nd place.
Yeah, he's
this
getting
drop-off
reeled
is
in,
a lovely,
beautifully
taken by these top riders to clear that downhill section.
Let's take a look at some lap times this time around, because I think Finley Evans is the man on the move.
Yeah, Taylor is riding well, but Evans has clearly now got the pace. Oh, he swapped left and right going into this corner after the finish line. Took the rut still, but he was definitely under protest as the bike was trying to kick him this way and that. But Evans is definitely hungry for that second position. He could probably feel that Travis Steels is behind him, and he will want to fend him off as he did in race 1.
Yeah, Evans is currently lapping about a second a lap quicker than Jack Taylor. Meanwhile, Tyler Westcott set the fastest lap of the race last time around, the 2:29.2.
Again, the scrapping through the field is fantastic. Harvey Cashmore has now got the better of Dominic Newbury, and he's also got the number 500 rider, Callum Murfitt, snapping at their heels as well. Lots of battling through the pack, entertaining racing all through here in the 250 MXY2 category.
But with 9 minutes on the clock, under 10 minutes to go, then the battle that we're keeping an eye on is that battle for second between Jack Taylor on the Team Green Kawasaki and Finley Evans, the GRT Impact KTM.
Yeah, Jack's the highest positioned rider from the 125cc class to make the move into the 250s this season. He was 4th last year in the championship. Didn't quite get that first place result that he really wanted. He was 4 times second. Very frustrating for the Welsh rider, but he's up there in the second place again, and he's looking like he's ready to take advantage if there's a mistake from Tyler Westcott. But there doesn't look to be that mistake coming anytime soon.
Here comes Finley Evans then on the bottom straight, the 2 tabletops. Finley Evans, we remind you, jumping up from the big wheel class. Leapfrog in the 125 category, decided to go straight onto the 254 stroke this season.
You've got to say he's making the most of that, because he's really setting this class alight. He's come into this from an 85cc bike, let's not forget. So he's literally more than doubled the capacity of the machine that he's riding. Much more weight, but he is a tall rider, and he's jumped that uphill section by the train tracks beautifully, then clears his tabletop at the top of the circuit, which puts him right on the back wheel of Jack Taylor. They come the other side of the commentary tower. Jack had the slightly better run on the downhill section here, but they come down this bottom corner.
Inside.
Evans snapping at the heels. They're going to come over this finish line jump absolutely together.
Wheel to wheel action then into this long sweeper before the downhill tabletop. I expect Finley Evans to try and use one of these inside lines down here at the bottom of the circuit.
There's no doubt about it, Jack Taylor will be feeling the heat, because Finley Evans is right there. The Somerset man coming up on the Welsh rider.
Jack Taylor looks over, yeah. He knows he's there now, that is for sure. Into the mechanics turn then.
He's looking over as if to say, can you smell orange? I think there's a KTM on my case, and he's definitely happening.
Evans to the outside, then he's going to look to sweep around, use that momentum to make a move on the Kawasaki. Not this time though.
Didn't quite pay off. He lost ground there, did Finley Evans. This section is very tight. Maybe wiser to just follow through there. It's against the instincts, but this here corner now, this is where he passed.
This is where he passed Kean Bowen a few laps ago. And we're coming up to that big step-up jump that we was talking about. So let's see if Finley Evans pulls the trigger on this jump. Don't think so.
No, Jack Taylor was just, Finley Evans definitely closer though. He made ground coming up there. Lost it a little bit in that horseshoe section, but he definitely made ground there as they come down the far end of the circuit by the trees.
It was from this point on, I would say that Evans is really excelling. These the step up on this side and the tabletop before us. Evans pulling the trigger on those jumps, really making up some time there.
Yeah, that's it. At the jumps and the section where you've got to really unleash the bike a little bit more. That tighter section was where Taylor seemed to get the advantage back on him, but Evans, I think, just unwilling to follow. Sometimes just needs to follow where he can't get past. Don't lose so much ground and then get him where he is quicker, which is definitely this section coming up. Here comes Evans, he's up the inside. Not quite there. Taylor still holding the inside line, trying to make sure that he doesn't get stuffed by Finley Evans.
Here we go, game on into the Scott Sports corner. Let's see what Finley Evans can do. Can he sweep round the outside and pull the trigger on the big step-up jump? We're about to find out.
Yes, indeed. This is the section where Evans has made all of the ground this time. Looks
Jack
like
Taylor
Taylor's wise to it. He's improved his line this time, but he's not been doing this tabletop. Evans does. Definitely worth
time there, yeah. A couple of bike lengths, that's worth, isn't it?
I think that tabletop can spook you because that's where the wind comes across you, and I think Taylor's keeping on the floor to stop the wind taking him across the track. Meanwhile, Evans doesn't give a monkeys about that, and he's clearing it and making ground on Taylor every single lap.
The two lines merge down there, Ben.
Yes.
The inside line that Finley's using, he's trying to get the inside and make a block pass on Taylor, but he wasn't quite close enough there, and then he loses a bit of momentum going up the hill, which allows Taylor to open that gap back up a couple of bike lengths.
Absolutely. I mean, every good racer's instinct not to follow the rider in front. Always must look for a different line. But sometimes, especially when the track is as rutted as this, sometimes you actually do need to follow or lose ground. Evans very close to taking that inside line there. Very, very close, but Taylor still fends him off. 4.5 minutes plus a lap left to go this race.
Finley
Evans on the outside.
Oh, not again. He tried the same move, but he wasn't quite able to pull the trigger that time.
No, but he did not lose as much ground as he did the lap before, so still great scrapping between these two for second spot.
We got a yellow flag coming up, so let's see if they can make their way around.
Is there a rider
this
down in their
rider.
path?
Both riders make it through cleanly, and we're coming to that big step-up jump. Will Finley Evans do it this time around?
The down rider was not Tyler Westcott, so he did not. He is not going to lose his lead. He is well out clear
Finley
in
Evans
front.
around the outside. On the inside, can Jack Taylor close the door?
No, Evans is in front.
Evans into second position then. Great bit of racing from these two here.
Fantastic. He just got alongside just enough to make Jack Taylor have to back the throttle off, and then Evans is gone and clear. All you need to do is get alongside and make the rider chop the throttle slightly, and that's it. Evans is through to second place. What must be disappointing for the rider in particular in fourth spot is Travis Steels, who had the pace of Evans. He is still there, but he's not quite made as much ground as I thought he might if these two got tangled up. They didn't. It was a nice clean pass by Evans, so Steels still has some ground to make up, which he's got to do on his own. But Jack Taylor now just needs to keep his chin up, ride high. He's still in a great third spot, which is much better than his race one result. So he should hang on to this now with 3 minutes plus a lap to go. I would say 3 laps in the race.
Yeah, still plenty of time for some drama to unfold. We've seen that time and time again so far today. This track is treacherous. If you lose concentration, it can reach up and bite you for sure.
Evans is now showing his lines to Jack Taylor. Jack's probably just seen that Evans is clearing that tabletop that Jack is not doing.
I would say Finley Evans is using some really smart lines out there on track. His line choice seems to be really efficient. You can see him decide to cut across some of the deeper ruts and square off the corners.
And again, I keep mentioning it, but it's pretty sensational riding from Finley Evans. Bear in mind, the last time he rode here was on an 85cc bike. He's doing an absolutely stunning job. But again, he does like this track. He was first overall last year with 3 race wins and should have been 4 on that 85cc here last year. So he does like Cullen Motor Park, no doubt about it.
I think when confidence is on his side, Finley Evans is a formidable rider, and he's confident in this track, and we're seeing how that unfolds here today.
Just got a quick shout out to our number 555, Mackenzie Marshall, in amongst all the attention on the battle for second. In fourth place still is Travis Steels, but Mackenzie Marshall is riding beautifully in 5th place. He's actually really much improved again from his first race result, and much more like the pace he showed in qualifying. So Mackenzie Marshall riding well nicely there in 5th, and Cian Bowen is still holding fast in 6th spot on the number 205 KTM.
So last lap around, Ben, Finley Evans was the fastest man on circuit at 2:31.8 compared to Tyler Westcott's 2:34.9. So Tyler can't let off the gas too much.
No, I think with the circuit as it is, Westcott knowing he's got a good lead, it's not exactly pushing the boat out. Yeah. No, I think he's not. It's one of those circuits. I think if you push too hard, it can come back and bite you. And Westcott is doing a fine job of race management at the moment. He's got a good lead, maybe the whole of that last loop of the circuit, ahead of the battle for Finley Evans, between Finley Evans and Jack Taylor.
He's able to look across the circuit there and see Finley Evans coming in the opposite direction. He's able to gauge his lead quite nicely there. And comes around to complete another lap, jumping down past us here in the commentary tower.
not many people can actually see it just because of the way the spectator area is set, but this drop-off behind the commentary tower, Tyler Westcott is picture perfect down there. He makes so much time down there because he lands on the downslope, doesn't bounce, and I reckon he must gain about half a second just on that particular section of track.
Yeah,
just a really, really nice, smooth ride in from Westcott.
So it's going to be 2 laps to go then. Tyler just crossed the line just before it clicked to 0, so 2 laps to go for our race leader, Tyler Westcott.
Yeah, so last lap +1 as Travis Steele takes the finish line area as well. He's got a bit of a distance to make up still in these remaining 2 laps. It's possible that he could catch Jack Taylor. Depends on how Jack Taylor's morale is after being passed and left by the debutant Finley Evans. But still, great riding from Jack Taylor. Past the finish line now comes the number 555 of Mackenzie Marshall on the DK Off-Road Oasis Construction Kawasaki. He's riding well in 5th.
Well,
6th
we're not
is
sure
Kian
where
Bowen.
Mackenzie Marshall is in 5th or not.
Oh.
Because according to timing and scoring, he's in 20th at the moment. So maybe maybe he's had an issue and he's remounted in that position on track, or maybe we've just got a timing issue for Mackenzie Marshall there.
All right, take it back then. Right, okay, we've got a good scrap going on here between another Kawasaki, Hudson Roper, 36. He just dived up the inside of the 262 of Jago Beastie, so those two having a good scrap for what must be 6th place then. Because 5th is therefore being held by
Kian Bowen.
Kian Bowen, the number 205.
Well, let's just watch our race leader Tyler Westcott then make his way around the track for the penultimate lap. The 202 machine, picture perfect so far today. This is the dream start to the season for Tyler Westcott. He was 3rd overall in the championship last year, and the 2 riders who finished above him, Sam Atkinson and Alfie Jones, have graduated up into the Pro MX2 class. So you would have thought that Tyler fancied himself as the favourite coming into the weekend for sure, and he's proving his worth here.
Absolutely,
in the motos of the year.
The influx of Finley Evans and a couple of the 125 boys. I mean, obviously Jack Taylor was one of those 125 boys that's making his debut in the class today, so he must be happy with that 3rd position. Travis Steele is probably a little bit dissatisfied with this 4th spot, not quite able to make inroads into the podium positions as our leader Tyler Westcott takes the 1 lap to go board.
But in terms of Travis Steele, he knows what he needs to work on now, doesn't he? He knows he's got the speed to run on with podium pace. He just needs to get out the gates.
He's got to get the start, especially at this circuit. Those first few corners really do hold you up if you get stuck in amongst the pack, and that's what's happened to Tyler Westcott. I would say in both races so far, he's really had to come through, and it's difficult to do that on this circuit. It's difficult to do it in any circuit. So 4th place Travis Steele's, 5th we've established is not Mackenzie Marshall, so I do apologise.
Unless that's just
it could be a timing glitch. We just don't
glitch.
know. The timing is not doing us any favours today, I'm afraid. But yeah, you've got to say by his pace and the fact that he's covered in dirt.
I think we can safely assume.
Yeah, okay, we can safely assume then that 5th place is the property of Kian Bowen.
So 3/4 of a lap to go for Tyler Westcott then. He's looking to take his 2nd moto win of the weekend.
Number 500, Callum Murphy, comes past the commentary tower, riding nicely, I think in the fringes of the top 10. Callum Murphy.
Yeah, 12th
in 12th spot, yeah, behind Bayliss Udding and Ben Zeal.
So Hudson Roper, who had such a good ride in the opening moto, where is he? He's in his 6th position.
He's just gone past Harvey Cashmore. I think he is there in 6th spot. So yeah, Kian Bowen 5th, Hudson Roper 6th, Harvey Cashmore 7th, Dominic Newbury in 8th, and Jago Beastie is 9th ahead of Ben Zeal in 10th. 931 has gone past the commentary tower. Jaden Haig 2nd in qualifying. Another disappointing race for Jaden. Quite sure what's happened in these races. He's just not doing getting results that his speed in qualifying would have perhaps earned him. So maybe a few adjustments overnight and he can get prepared for these riders third and fourth races are happening tomorrow in support of the adults classes.
So two turns to go for Tyler Westcott, then down past us. The big step down jump for the final time today for Tyler Westcott. One more corner to navigate. And up he comes, the big step up towards the finish. And another well-earned race victory for Tyler Westcott then. He's going to be pumped with that.
Absolutely dominant in that class there. He had the whole of that last finish line area loop between himself and Finley Evans. There's still another great ride for Finley Evans on his first day in the class. Looks across and sees what that distance is, and hoping that he can close it. Jack Taylor still got to be happy with that. Great third place ride for his first day on the 4-stroke. And the Kawasaki riders put in one of their riders up into the top positions.
Like Travis Steels might have had a bit of a mishap on the last lap. He's
showing some dirt on his shoulder, so Travis Steels.
Still in 4th position. He's going to hang on to 4th position there. He'll regroup overnight and try and come back swinging tomorrow.
Okay, so that's the end of the 250 class then, and we'll throw you down to our pit lane reporter, Bradley, to see what he's got to say.
Ty Westcott, 2 for 2 today. Qualifying, 2 wins, pretty much a perfect day. Couldn't draw it up any better really if you tried.
Yeah, a good first day for the first round. Track was real tough then, but I got a good start. Managed to put a good few early laps in at the start and just keep the lead, and took it to the finish line.
I imagine you're looking for pretty much the same thing tomorrow, right?
Yeah, hopefully the same tomorrow. Good starts and good finish.
Good job, well done.
Thank you.
Second, had to work for it this time, but another second, 2 seconds, sitting pretty well for the overall, I'd imagine. So how was that race for you? Obviously a little bit harder than the first one, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it was a lot harder than the first one. Didn't get a very good start, so I had to cut my way through the pack. But I got back to second, so it was alright. Rough now, but yeah. Yeah,
the track looks like it's getting pretty sketchy, I imagine. Line's probably a little bit different to the first race.
Yeah, a lot bumpier. You got to take your time coming into the corners, really. You can't just go flat out, really. So it's a lot harder.
Yeah, good job. Another solid ride. Jack Taylor, 3rd in the second race. Improvement for the first one. You got to be pretty pumped with that result.
Yeah, that was a good result. The first race I had to go on my spare bike because the clutch went on the sighting lap, so I had to go out on a stock bike, but we made this one count. It works for it.
Yeah, look, you were sitting in second there for a while. You had a bit of pressure from third, but it didn't seem to phase you too much. I mean, he got by you at the end, but still a really good result for like the first 2 races of the year.
Yeah, he put a bit of pressure on me, but just try and focus on yourself. But yeah, it's a good race.
Yeah, nice work. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we're back for Moto 2 of the 125s. Race 1 winner Charlie Heyman just making his way back from his sighting lap. There's a great battle in the first race between Ollie Colmer and Casimir Henderson. So hopefully we get a bit more of that in this one. But I imagine Charlie Heyman's going to have the same game plan for this one, is we get out at the start and just put his head down, just put some laps together, get a bit of a gap and settle into a pace, because the track is getting rough. And it is really going to be about who can put those lines together and just keep a smooth pace going the whole race. The sun's coming down, so the shadows are going to play havoc as we get in later into the day.
Sorry about that, Bradley. The glare hit our screen. I didn't see you. Sorry about that. Anyway, there we go. We are preparing now for the 125cc race. 40 riders finished in that first race, so pretty crazy keeping on top of the scores and everything here, but there was no doubt about the winner. I think you would have probably started 40th and still won. Charlie Heyman, number 422, despite a tip over in one of the early laps, still took the commanding race win over Ollie Colmer, who had a great race there with Casimir Henderson, who finished third. Ashton Bone was a solid fourth, and Joe Brooks, who had a horrendous start, worked his way all the way through. So you've got to think, Max, that with a decent start, with a decent start, then Joe Brooks has got a chance of keeping pace with Charlie anyway.
Absolutely. It was absolute mayhem in Moto 1, wasn't it? We didn't know where to look. Charlie Heyman, we thought he was plain sailing at the front, then he drops it. Ollie Colmer, Casimir Henderson, Reece Jones, there's so much going on in this class. Ben Musto, he was up there in the mix early on, but he must have had some problems because we saw him getting a lap towards the end of the moto.
Yeah, Ben Musto actually came home 39th finisher, so yeah, from that side of it, I think he only had one behind him, but yeah, from that side of it, the other debutants must have been fairly happy with 7th spot there for Reece Jones, and the other rider coming up from the small wheel 85s, that's Cole McCulloch, was actually 8th as well, so those two young lads really cutting themselves a good result.
Reece Jones as well, I think he knows he's got the pace to be a bit further up the field. He had a couple of mistakes in Moto 1, but he was running in the top 4, top 3. So yeah, he knows he's got the pace.
He did drop it in the same corner as the leader, Charlie Heyman, so he was in good company at least. But yeah.
Tyler Hooley, the 101 machine, he's the Big Wheel 85 champion from last year. He's one to watch out for. But he came home in 13th position in race 1, so not the ideal start to the season for him, but by no means disastrous. He'll be looking to bounce back strong in this one. This is their final moto of the day. Only 2 motos for the 125 class. Today they'll have another 2 tomorrow.
And yeah, tomorrow the 125cc class. They start off with race 3, which goes after the 65s and the 250s tomorrow morning. And then of the 11 races tomorrow, their second moto is race 9. So that is literally just before the 2 adult races at the end of the day. So they've got quite a gap there between the races 3 and 9. That track's going to be completely different and really savage.
Safe to say we're stuffing in the racing this weekend, aren't we?
24 races across this weekend, 13 today, 11 tomorrow. And yeah, you can thoroughly believe that we are literally just over halfway with this one. This is race 7 of our 13 race program today. Jeez. So we're it's okay, the races get shorter from here on in. You're all good.
This is true, yeah. So looks like we're getting the riders lined up on the gates then. We should discuss in pretty much a full grid here in the 125 class for 2022. I think we had one rider injured in Moto 1, didn't we? So hopefully he's on the mend and he's okay.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to need to start installing a second row on this grid if you get any more 125s out here, because it's great to see. I mean, you know, there's lots of talk about some of the bigger classes having smaller fields, especially a lot of criticism of the GP field having just sort of 20 or 25 riders. I think
maybe 15 in Argentina.
But yeah, I think there's I think if you just turn up in Argentina, you're going to score a point. So
get on the plane, Ben. Quick, get on the plane. Get on the plane.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm mixed on it. I think, well, you get too many riders on the pack, then it just ends up being chaos. But we don't mind a bit of chaos in here. The 125 class is what chaos is all about. And we have a full grid, and there will be a full noise and smell of the two-stroke stuff going on as we go into this second motor of the 125 class. Still all to play for. Even with Charlie Heyman's destructive performance in that first race. You've still got to say that if Brooks starts with him, he's got a chance. And yeah, even if Charlie himself is wide open to see. The two-stroke Hayes is there.
We're about to find out who's going to grab that 24 MX whole shot prize.
There we go.
That looked possibly like, is that Ollie Colmer?
Is Colmer out in front? Yes, it is. Ollie Colmer is out in front. Hopkins, George Hopkins with another good start. And the number 28 of Charlie Griffiths is up there as well.
Flying start for Charlie Griffiths.
Yeah,
Good start in Moto 1 as well, didn't he? So he's hot out of the gates in 2022. But it was Ollie Colmer picking up that whole shot prize, I should think.
Yes, this is the whole shot award available, the 24 MX whole shot for the second moto in each class. Griffiths is in second place. Rhys Jones is up there in fifth spot.
Charlie
Just being
Heyman
passed
up there
by
as
Charlie
well.
Heyman, it looks like. Yes, he is. Heyman works his way into fifth past Rhys Jones. So Rhys is going to battle with the first race winner here. Maybe get his hooks into him, see if he can learn a bit. Oh, but he's got Cole McCulloch trying to nudge his way inside Rhys Jones.
Jones launching down the hill there.
Fifth, sixth and seventh all together.
Joe Brooks up there as well, just making a move into the top six. So Joe Brooks, a much better start for him this time around. Meanwhile, his teammate leads the way. The 4-5-6, Ollie Colmer, looking to stretch away. But is that, look at that already, Charlie Heyman possibly into second position, is that?
Yes, it is, yeah, that is the 422. Yes, it is the 422 of Heyman.
It is, yep.
Yeah, that's scary stuff. He's in second place already. Charlie Griffiths in third. It's the 522 of Ashton Bowen who was up there in fourth spot. And
so
then
game on at the front then between Charlie Heyman and Ollie Colmer. These two have battled all the way through the youth ranks.
Looks like fifth spot's a better start, I believe, for the number 410 of James Barker, but we'll see that as they come closer to us. It's Colmer with Heyman all over his back wheel as they come past the commentary tower. Charlie
Launching
Griffiths
down.
third, 522 Ashton Bowen. It is James Barker in fifth place
Heyman
with Joe Brooks sixth.
on the pegs all the way around the outside. That was awesome, and look at that. What a move by Charlie Heyman, Ben. On the pegs all the way around the outside of that berm. Carried so much momentum up the hill and was able to leap up the big step up here just in front of us, the commentary tower, and now Charlie Heyman is the new race leader. And again on the pegs all the way around the outside.
Wow. That's 125cc riding at its very best. Colmer is not letting him go though. He's still giving him all sorts of stick as they come up to the corner by the start line area.
I thought Steph Nevitz was here for a second there, the way Charlie Heyman stood on the pegs all the way around that corner. And
in the TMX, our media partner TMX, in their preview of this race, they did say that our man 422, Charlie Heyman, was going to take some stopping, and certainly no one has found that option yet. They've not been able to get in the way of Charlie Heyman.
Let's see how Ollie Colmer can respond to this attack from Charlie Heyman. Can he rebound, respond? Maybe he can learn a thing or two from Charlie Heyman, pick up some nice lines like those outside sweeping lines we just saw.
There's a good scrap going on for third place between Ashton Bowen and the current holder of that third place, Charlie Griffiths. They've got company. Joe Brooks has made his way up to fifth place, past James Barker. So from that side of it, looks like there's going to be a lot of competition for that third place, but I cannot see how anybody can make this sort of gap on Charlie Heyman unless he makes a mistake somewhere along the line. But he is away and clear. Beautiful riding, as Max said, on the peg, Stefan Everett style around the outside of this bottom corner. Colmer gets a little bit hung up, trying to cut inside the ruts.
Those Charlie Griffiths makes a bit of a mistake down there in those deep ruts. I'll tell you what, really impressed with Charlie Griffiths so far this weekend. The stat class of 125 riders, he's right there in the mix on the 28 machine.
Yeah, Griffiths was sixth last time. He was the last victim of Joe Brooks as Brooks worked his way through from that first lap issue.
And talk of the devil, there is Joe Brooks now.
There goes, and
Ashton looking to make the move around the outside of Charlie Griffiths.
They go into the corner.
Can he make it stick? A bit of a knack round there for Charlie Griffiths. That allows Ashton to make the pass, and Joe Brooks as well. I think James Barker right there on his tail as well.
That mistake very nearly cost Charlie Griffiths 3 places, and now in fact, nearly collided with James Barker over that tabletop jump. So Griffiths has rapidly lost position there from third now back to sixth.
Yeah, a rough half of the lap there for Charlie Griffiths. Let's see if he can rebound from that.
Slightly further back, see a battle going on between the two small 185cc imports. With Rhys Jones for 104. Not such a good start this time either for Casimir Henderson, who's down there in 7th spot at the moment, the Yamaha man. Not in the same sort of position as he finished race 1 in. And it's actually the 355 of Tyler Graves on the TG355 MX Holidays gas that is in there, giving some hassle to young Rhys Jones.
That's for 8th and 9th, Ben. So top 10 positions they're battling for. Oh, look at this, Joe Brooks around the outside of Ashton Bowen. Can he make the pass stick? He's got the inside for the next corner. Ashton defends well, hangs on to that 3rd place position for now. But Joe Brooks is attacking on the GRT Impact KTM. Where's he gone?
Ashton Bowen in a good solid 4th spot.
I think
right
Joe
now.
Brooks has gone down, Ben.
Yes, he was giving Bowen some hassle.
Is
He's
that
not
him down there in that corner? I can see yellow flag of the down rider. That might well be.
Yes, it is Brooks with the red shoulders and the white top. Yeah, that is a stuck Joe Brooks. He's not recovering. He's not getting back on the bike very quickly. So maybe caught an injury. He missed a fair few races last year.
He had a crash at the EMX, and I know he hurt his shoulder a little bit there. So maybe he's just tweaked that shoulder again.
He's not up to full pace even now. He's gone up the hill and he's just got passed by somebody else there, nearly landed on him. So Joe Brooks was looking promising with a better start, but it's not proving to be a good day. Second race, as the first race wasn't either, apart from the fact that he charged through the 5th. So,
on screen now we're looking at James Barker, the 410 machine, 114 store machine there, backed by Jordan Booker's set up the 114 store. So he's a good ride for him. He's in 4th position trying to hunt down the 3rd place man.
Yeah, Barker was in only 15th in that first race, so this is a definite improvement for the rider who was 2nd in the 125cc class in this class last year with 2 wins. He's having a much better second race than he did his first one. But nobody is finding an answer at the moment to Charlie Hayman.
Casimir Henderson's had a good lap as well. Ben, obviously he's capitalised on that mistake from Joe Brooks. He's also made a move on Charlie Griffiths as well. So Casimir Henderson right up in the mix for a podium spot then. He's got Ashton and James just ahead of him. The 410 machine on the Yamaha right up in the mix, battling for a podium spot any second now.
And Tyler Graves has made a move past Rhys Jones as well, further down the pack there. Cole McCulloch also looking interested in that scrap. That is also involving Rafe Broadley. Rafe was 11th in that race, first race, after featuring a bit higher than that early on.
Once again, Ben, you don't even know where to look in terms of the battles on this track. There's action going on everywhere.
And looks like another frustrating 125cc race for our two Big World 85 title combatants from last year. Tyler Hooley and Ben Musto not figuring among the main positions in this race so far.
Casimir Henderson, Ben. Casimir Henderson's made the move on James Barker, so slicing his way through the field. He's got the 3rd place man ahead of him now. That's Ashton Bowen. So Casimir Henderson, he's got his eyes set on a podium ride this time around.
Yeah, lost out late on to Ollie Colmer in the great scrap they had for 2nd in race 1, but Colmer's having a better start this time. So he's giving chase in vain to the rapid Charlie Hayman. As Charlie comes up past us again, jumping over bumps into the corner, Max. He is riding out of his skin, this lad, today.
You'd say that, but this is all well within the comfort zone of Charlie Hayman, I would think. So here we go, the battle for 3rd is starting to heat up. The Yamaha man, Motocross Exchange machine, hunting down Ashton Bowen. He's got a face full of roots there. I'm surprised he can see anything at all.
Yeah, Bowen 4th in that first race. He's now 3rd. And Henderson making the inside move. Henderson is back past up in the 3rd spot.
Ashton might have a problem, you know. He seems to have slowed up the pace a little bit around those last 2 corners.
Yeah, I think it might be a goggle issue. He looks absolutely covered, so I don't know if somebody's given him a big water splash at some point. But yeah, Ashton Bowen looks in real difficulty and he's losing ground. James Barker is all over his back wheel now as they head into this final corner before the finish line. They're getting close together. No, different lines.
Hangs on for another lap then. He hangs on to 4th place.
Halfway point in this race. 10 minutes left to go. 10 minutes gone. 10 minutes to go. Close for 3rd. Although you've got to say, you think Henderson would make hay now. He's got up into 3rd spot past these two. 6th for Charlie Griffiths. He's sort of dropped a few places there, but he's not dropped his head. He's still there in 6th spot, riding well. And Cole McCulloch has got past Rhys Jones for 8th place now, out on circuit. They're just behind Tyler Graves, who's having issues with his roll-offs. So the 355 Gas man has got a trail of roll-off film spilling out behind him. That's very distracting and very annoying to a rider. That is as bad a roll-off trail as I've seen. That is really bad. But our cameras pick up
Ollie Coleman, the 456 ZRT Impact KTM machine, all by himself in 2nd position. You can see that gap, a big old gap back to 3rd place. And here he is, 3rd place, Casimir in shot now. And there's Charlie Heyman, the race leader, picking his way through the S-bends at the bottom of the circuit. Over the 2 tailwheel tops, then he comes, the 422 machine. Looking formidable in the 125 class so far this weekend.
And looks like we've had a change for 4th spot. Looks like James Barker has got his way past Ashton Bowen. So whatever mystery ailment is affecting Ashton Bowen at the moment is costing 4th spot.
It might be a goggle issue though. Compared to all the other riders, he's absolutely filled in.
Yeah, he looks absolutely, I mean, it might well be that water splash could play havoc because no tear-offs allowed, and some of these riders might not be used to that. Roll-offs, if you get water behind them, they stick. It is really, really aggravating. But you don't want to really drop your goggles in this sort of sandy going. So really, he might well just have to lose a little bit of pace and just make sure he keeps his eyes safe because, yeah, he's just not got the same pace, Max, as he had earlier in the race.
No, absolutely not. I've just had the message come through as well, Ben. Joe Brooks is out of this one. So
that is the end of that for Joe Brooks. So maybe an aggravation to that shoulder injury, as you say there, Max.
That's very disappointing for Joe Brooks and for us as well. We're looking forward to seeing Joe mix it up with Charlie Heyman at the front of the pack. Hopefully he can have a good night's rest and come back tomorrow. Fingers crossed for Joe.
Just a bit further down the pack, just caught my eye there. Cole McCulloch just coming out the corner and smoke from the exhaust pipe from Cole McCulloch. Now, all right, they're known as smokers, the 2 strokes, but that's a little bit more smoke than I think you should be having out of the back of that bike. So just keep an eye on Cole McCulloch, the number 55.
That would be heartbreaking for
Cole.
That
bike is smoking like a chimney.
He had bike issues here last year after riding so well as well. So let's hope he can make that bike survive another 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Plus 1 lap. Pitched through the front. He's got Rhys Jones all over his tail. So a reignition of that small 85 battle we saw last year between Cole McCulloch and Rhys Jones. One of our top riders just dumped it there in the mechanics corner, I think.
Yeah, one of the riders down. Doesn't look like it was one of our front runners.
Says James Barker, who should be in 4th position ahead of Ashton. They've still got Casimir ahead of them.
Yellow flag rider down in the middle of the track there, but not one of our leaders. And the rider's got back up safely, going away again. 6 minutes left to go in this 125cc contest. Charlie Heyman repeating his dominance of race 1 out and clear. Ollie Comer looking to do exactly as he did in race 1, which is finished 2nd. Okay, so just an update to our timetable, ladies and gentlemen, just so that you're aware. Obviously the time is pressing on a little bit, so the final 3 races will all be moved to tomorrow's program. So this is the final block, the 2nd block. There will be the 2 85cc races and the 65cc, so just 3 more races here today, and then the final, all of the 3rd and 4th races for every class will be held tomorrow. So it'll be a full day tomorrow, you'll get your money's worth. They're literally splitting the race meeting in half with the addition of the adults tomorrow.
So Ollie Coleman still sitting comfortably in second position then. He's got a decent gap over, I think, third place man now might well be James Barker, because looks like Casimir Hinson went missing on that lap. Yes, he did. There's Casimir.
Yeah, Barker is up to third spot. Good pick there, Max. Oh, Barker revs the hell out of the 125 as he comes across the finish line there. Just under 5 minutes left to go in this race, and Henderson has come up, has rejoined the race behind Tyler Graves. Both riders ahead of Charlie Griffiths now, with the two 85cc graduates, Cole McCulloch and Rhys Jones, giving chase. Tyler Graves, despite that massive roll-off trail that is probably about as bad as I've ever seen a roll-off trail on a rider, he is still on the gas, and he is ahead of Henderson, who's rejoined the track behind him. Filthy bike down the left-hand side. He's definitely been down in the mud, and yeah, he's now got to fend off Charlie Griffiths, who's actually probably very disappointed with this. He's going backwards as the smoking Cole McCulloch comes up behind him. So Cole had machine issues, rob him of a maximum in the 85 class here last year, and that bike is not looking healthy. It's got to last probably another 3 or 4 laps. Oof. Meanwhile, back in the pack, number 101 of Tyler Hooley battling through. He's having issues with number 65 on the TM.
Just to give you an idea, Ben, of how fast Charlie Heyman is going out there. His fastest lap time at 2:26.5. Wow. More than 5 seconds quicker than Ollie Coleman's fastest lap time. That's impressive stuff from Charlie Heyman.
You can see it in his riding. He is just absolutely poetry in motion on that bike. Charlie Heyman showing the rest of the class how it's done here.
He's not pushing the issue too much. He's kept that lead kind of stable for the last few laps. He knows he doesn't need to overdo it in order to seal this win here. He's got 3 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap. So a handful of laps left to go for Charlie Heyman. On screen at the moment, we're looking at Tyler Hooley, last year's Big Wheel 85 champion.
Whatever issue was affecting Ashton Bowen, he seems to be perhaps recovering a little bit. He's starting to reel in James Barker for my money. They are 3rd and 4th, and then in 5th is Tyler Graves, 6th is Casimir Henderson, 7th the smoking Cole McCulloch, praying his bike is going to make it to the finish.
Talking of smoking, Ben, I believe that's Finn Wilson on the TM that we were chatting about earlier. Puffing out some fumes for sure.
Yes,
just ahead of Tyler Hooley. So Hooley, last year's Big Wheel 85 champion, not starting off his 125 career quite like he would have hoped for coming into the weekend, but we got a long season ahead, plenty of time for Tyler Hooley to make adjustments and make some progress here in the 125 class.
Yeah, that number 65 TM is not actually in our programme, so I don't know who that is, but he is smoking like a chimney there in front of Tyler.
That's Finn Wilson from Ireland.
Is it? I've got a different number for Finn. Yeah, no, is it?
Finn Wilson has always traditionally run the number 65, so I think that is him.
Like I say, Matt, it's hard to keep track of the race in here with the chaos that is ensuing in this race. On our camera screens right now, we've got the 587. That is Jack Wilson. Just trying to pick up our leader. We've got Casimir Henderson here up by the finish line area.
That was Harrison Ford on the hardcore racing Yamaha, actually.
Whoops.
751. Harrison Ford, his name is actually Harrison Ford.
My mistake. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But with an E, I noticed.
Yeah, with an E.
Good stuff. Here's our leader then coming round towards the back of the commentary area. 20 seconds. I think he might well be making everybody do an extra lap here, which won't be good news for Cole McCulloch with his bike smoking as it is at the moment. But
so up past the finish car.
Charlie will not give monkeys about that. He does cross the line there. 7 seconds to go, so that makes everybody do an extra lap. 2 laps to go.
Charlie Heyman just putting the reps in, really, isn't he?
Oh, he's just absolutely clocking these laps off. Absolutely dominant in this race. Good showing from Ollie Colmer in second, and again, James Barker will be reassured after 15th in race 1. He must have been a bit upset with that, but to be third now, James Barker, that's much more like it from the rider up from Yorkshire.
Yeah, James obviously was racing the 125 class last year, so he would have fancied himself as a title contender coming into the championship, and he's certainly put his name in the hat with this performance here in Moto 2.
Ashton Bowen still doing the laps nicely up into 4th spot, which is where he finished race 1. Joe Brooks is obviously out of the race, as we said, so he's going to lose out 5th in race 1 and further back in this one. And Henderson is in 5th now, still holding off McCulloch, and that extra lap might just be the big difficulty for McCulloch. That bike is smoking badly. We just hope that it's not going to die on him in maybe a dangerous spot, or even just deprive him of a good result, because Cole has ridden very well. He's actually outlasted Rhys Jones, the other debutant from the small wheel class in this race, done very nicely. Ben Musto is also, by the looks of it, in a top 10 position. Certainly must be
Ben
close.
Musto up in
14, yeah.
So a baptism of fire, let's say, for the big wheel contenders from last year, Ben Musto and Tyler Hooley.
Yeah, the ones coming out from the small wheel seem to have done better than the big wheel guys in this one, bizarrely enough.
So Rhys Jones and Cole McCulloch obviously sitting 8th and 9th, Cole in 8th, Rhys in 9th at the moment. They're glued to each other on track as per usual. I don't know how that happens, but it always seems to happen. Two rivals always find each other on track, don't they?
That sort of situation going on quite a lot. So the timing board is 0. Charlie Heyman comes down to the final loop before the finish. Beautiful off this drop off behind the commentary tower, and then just decides to get on the pegs all the way around the bottom, just to make us all feel that little bit more inferior. He absolutely flying. Takes the 1 lap board. Charlie Heyman, 1 lap to go.
Yeah, I feel like an absolute mortal of a man compared to the 125 god of Charlie Heyman, who's just going around that corner on the pegs.
Absolute poetry in motion for Charlie. Second place, Ollie Colmer. A distance behind, but still a great ride from him. Couldn't stay with Charlie's pace. And looks like Cole McCulloch, who was giving Henderson a few fits. That bike looks like it's starting to slow to me.
Oh, there's a big puff of smoke down there.
It's not looking good. He's got another lap and a bit to go.
Rhys Jones sat there rubbing his hands together, really, isn't he? Waiting for something to happen.
Rhys Jones comes past our commentary point right now.
And here's Charlie Heyman on screen, the 4:22 race leader. 3/4 of a lap to go. You see Charlie Heyman launching up that step up. Not even the 250s were doing that towards the end of the moto. So that just goes to show the commitment and the skill from Charlie Heyman. Not afraid to send it.
Yeah, absolutely clinical riding here.
I would say that's always how Charlie Heyman's been described. His riding has been clinical, ever since his 65 days. He's ridden. The head on his shoulders has always been way more mature than his actual age.
Yeah, brilliant riding around that section behind the start line there. He's literally on the pegs, railing it around the outside. No hint of even thinking about the inside line. Just taking it around, keeping that 125 buzzing. And it certainly is buzzing here. Nice, tidy style, not extravagant, not wasting any energy at all. Charlie Heyman, he's got a whole night to rest up now before the 3rd and 4th races tomorrow. We'll have a new schedule for you for tomorrow. Again, if you haven't heard, the last 3 races of today will actually be bumped forward to tomorrow. So we will have the 3rd and 4th races for both classes coming through. Final block 65, small wheels 85 and big wheel 85s are actually going to get their races postponed to Warmingham Lane. So they're going to lose their races today. They're only going to ride 3 times this weekend, the smaller classes. So we'll keep you updated on that as we go and tell you when it's a bit quieter. But the checkered flag is being readied. Up past the line, Charlie Heyman takes the race to win. 2 out of 2 for Charlie. He's perfect in 2022 so far, and he has absolutely stamped his authority on this class today.
A perfect start to the season for Charlie Heyman then. Exactly what him and the SJP Moto team were hoping for coming into the weekend here at Culham. Meanwhile, here comes Ollie Coleman. One more corner for him to navigate on the 456 GRT Impact KTM. Second place in Moto 2 this afternoon.
James Barker coming across the line.
Yeah, here
as we speak now in 3rd spot. So 2nd to Ollie Coleman, 3rd to James Barker. Much more like it for the Yorkshireman coming in here as the series runner-up from last year. 4th, Ashton Bowen. That's another good ride from him. 2 4th places for Bowen. That's great work so far.
Then
and Casimir Henderson comes across the line in 5th, ahead of Colm McCulloch. The bike did make it. You better check the coolant on that thing. It smoked like a chimney for the last half of that race, but it did make it across the line just ahead of Rhys Jones. And they
might have lost Tyler Graves in the... yeah, there is Tyler Graves. Dropped a few positions on the last couple of laps, so that's unfortunate for Tyler. Maybe it was that goggle issue, Ben.
Yes, perhaps so. Charlie Griffiths just crosses the line as well, ahead of Tyler Graves, as we head it back down to Bradley at the pit box to speak to the top riders from that race.
Charlie Heyman, another Moto win, picking up right where you left off from Moto 1. Looked like smooth sailings at the head of the field.
Yeah, I felt a bit better that race. I didn't get the best of start, but I had Ollie to pass, got by him, and put a bit of a gap, and I didn't crash this race, so felt a bit better.
The track looked is the track much different to the first Moto? It looks like it's definitely cutting up and a few more lines developing. Yeah,
it's definitely getting ruttier and bumpier, but it's not too bad. It's dried out a bit, just to make it easier for the 125s, which is better.
Do you think it's going to sort of develop much different tomorrow with the pro guys heading out there tomorrow?
Yeah, it will definitely be rougher and deeper tomorrow with the pros and the 450s and that, but I think it will be even better for the racing.
Another good ride, well done, Melly. Another second place, Ollie Coleman. Looked like it was a pretty kind of uneventful ride for you there. Got into second, got your head down, and just put in some good solid laps.
Yeah, it was a good race for me. You know, getting a start like that was very good for me. I don't normally get them, so taking it good. So perfect race.
What do you think of the track compared to the first one? I mean, he just said that it was a lot rougher and a few more lines developed. Do you sort of agree? Was the track much better for racing than that one?
Yeah, the track's way better in the last one. I like it nice and rough. It's just nice to ride a good track again, so it's perfect.
So tomorrow, is the game plan pretty much the same as today? Get the start and try and get your head down for some clean laps and try and take a moto win?
Yeah, definitely a moto win will be nice, so just get my head down and keep working.
Best of luck. Third place, you've got to be pretty pumped with that. That seemed like a much better result for you than the first one. Seemed like you really sort of found your groove in that moto.
Yeah, the first one went a bit tits up, to be honest. 15th, I think I finished. I just wasn't using my head riding too quick and making mistakes. But in that one, I just toned it down a bit and settled for 3rd, so it went all right.
Did you find it much? You obviously got a bit of a better start in that moto. Did you find that made a big difference to the overall race? Sort of not having to try and work your way through traffic. You could sort of really focus on your own lines.
Yeah, it's a lot easier when you get a good start because you're out of the field, you're not getting roosted, and you've got a clear vision, so you know where to go.
Is it a similar sort of game plan tomorrow? Then try and get a good start and just sort of put clean laps together.
Definitely, yeah. Just hoping for the top 3. And get on the box at the end of the weekend, that's the goal.
Yeah, best of luck, bud.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ben. Back to you.
So that's a wrap on the 125 action for today then. We'll see them return tomorrow. 2 motos for the 125 class tomorrow. Hitting the track next, we will have the big wheel class. They'll be heading out for their sighting lap any minute now, and we're looking for the likes of Billy Askew, Jake Walker, and the rest of the crew to come out swinging in their final moto of the day. Like Ben just said, we've had a reshuffle of the schedule here today. We're going to see off the big wheel, small and 65 class races. So 3 races left this afternoon, and we'll be back tomorrow morning, where we will see the Pro MX1 and MX2 classes hit the track for the first time in 2022 at the Revo ACU British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels.
And we're back with Moto 2 from the 85 big wheel class. Moto 1 looked like it was shaping up to be a real nail-biter between Billy Askew and Jake Walker. They were really putting each other paces, but unfortunately Jake made a little mistake and dropped it, which kind of gave the win to Billy Askew. So you can really think that Jake Walker's out for revenge in this one. He's going to try and find that speed that he had in qualifying that gave him that 6-second advantage, and really just put the hammer down at the start and try and get a bit of a gap. But like, the track is getting tough. It's going to be hard to replicate that speed he had in qualifying, and I think if Billy Askew can get out of the gate, it's going to be a real good race.
Thank you, Bradley. Yeah, we're looking forward to this second race and now final race of the day with the 85cc. So in case you're on site and you didn't quite get what has been changed. So we were originally planning to run 3 races for the 2 85cc classes and the 65cc. That won't be happening this weekend. So those 3 races will be added to the schedule later in the year, probably at the Warmingham Lane event. So from that side of it, we have got 3 races this weekend for the 2 85cc classes and the 65cc class. So yeah, these last 3 races to go for today: the big wheel 85, the small wheel 85, and then the 65cc, and that will be the end of the program for the Saturday. And Sunday's program will be staying the same as planned, which is 11 races, including 1 each for the 65s and the 2 85cc classes, 2 for the 125s and 250s, and of course the 2 big races for the MX2 and MX1 British Championship events. Okay, so that's the schedule, guys. 3 races to go today. This one about to get onto the line, the big wheel 85s. Billy Askew and Jake Walker looking to resume their battle from race 1. Josh Vale was a solid 3rd in race 2, despite in race 1, despite a lower than average start, you might say. So if Josh Vale gets out with them, then look for fireworks there, because he certainly had the pace of the leading 2. We've got the Whole Shot Award available here for the 2nd race in each block. That's the 24MX Whole Shot Award. That will be given to the whole shot rider in the 2nd race for each class. So there's some extra incentive to get into the gate and get into that first corner first for all of these riders in this particular moto. Other riders to watch out for: we had Charlie Richmond, number 30, rode well for 4th in race 1. Chester Hyde, our wild card, number 57, did well in 5th. Ryan Waggett was 6th, the number 551, and the number 14, Freddie Gardner, was 7th. Ollie Bubb just pipping Lucy Barker in that last race, in that last lap, for 8th. And Jamie Keith, one of our imports from the 85 small wheel class, debut on the big wheel, and he finished 10th ahead of Ben McConville, who was the whole shot man and will be looking to whole shot again to pick up an award this time. So all looking good. Great racing all the way through. We had 32 finishes, can you believe, in that first race. So there's plenty of support for this class moving forward. So Jake Walker set the fastest time in that first race, but just couldn't quite get on terms with Billy Askew. So it'll be very interesting to see how those 2 fare coming out of the start blocks this time, and see if Josh Vale can make a better getaway. Freddie Gardner was on top 3 pace as well, but just dropped it early. And then Charlie Richmond as well, his teammate, looking to hold on to it as they line up on the start line. The 15-second board is up. The revs are rising. And the 5-second board will spin around any moment. All the riders' heads will drop to the start gate as they prepare for the gate 2 drop. And it does so. Off they go. Whole shot looks like it's going to be inside. Ben McConville was high up again going into that corner, but instead it's Barker. It is Walker. Jake Walker out in front. Jake Walker taking the whole shot this time, and he'll get that whole shot award. But Billy Askew is right there in 2nd spot. Askew Richmond is there in 3rd spot as well. So this time Askew has to pass Jake Walker, who was faster by a distance in qualifying. Askew, though, is raining around the outside as they come up the hill, and there they go. Behind the start line is Billy Askew, now taking the lead. It did not take him long to get to the front, and he is there in front of Jake Walker now. So Jake Walker will enjoy that whole shot award, but he now has the work to do to get back on terms with Billy Askew. Billy, one of the riders who stayed in this class, who was able to stay in this class, the only rider from last year's top 5 in this series to be able to do so, and he is there in 3rd now. He was 3rd last year, sorry. He's there out in front now, and the racing behind him is getting hot. Charlie Richmond is riding nicely. Ben McConville is in there again in 5th spot. 14-minute plus 1 lap race. Already the 12.5 minutes just left in this race now. minute and a half gone to get around this first lap. Charlie Richmond there in 4th. Josh Vale is 5th this time. So not the great start that he really wanted, but he is in touch. Sorry, Josh Vale is in 4th, I should say now. It's the 14 of Freddie Gardner up there in 5th. 6th, number 44 of Ollie Bubb. That's a good start for the Gloucestershire. As Askew looks to make hay out in front. The ruts are deeper and choppier than they were last time they saw the track. Down the hill goes Askew, down the hill goes Jake Walker, 1st and 2nd. 3rd is Charlie Richmond, 4th Josh Vale looking at the back wheel of Richmond with interest. Freddie Gardner there in 5th, 6th Ollie Bubb, and 7th for the 5-5-1 of Ryan Waggett. It is not Ben McConville. Vale is all over the back of Charlie Richmond. They go to the corner behind the finish line, and is Josh Vale taking 3rd spot. Great move. Josh Vale from North Lincolnshire out there on the SJP Motor Husqvarna takes over 3rd position now. He had good pace in the first race, but he was further back than this at the start. Oh, number 1, Brandon Harriott had a bit of a moment there coming up the final hill before the start, before the finish line. So real issue there for Harriott. And he's back on track now and riding well, getting back into the swing of things. 4:79 we pick up on our camera, just moved up into 3rd place. That's Josh Vale. Coming through at the far end, it's still Askew in front of Jake Walker. 3rd Josh Vale, 4th now is Charlie Richmond. He's coming under pressure. Freddie Gardner is there coming down the hill in 5th spot. So those two, the team, Matt Gardner, MX KTM squad members in their resplendent red gear. Beautiful colours, highly distinctive, no mistaking who they are on track. That's a change from last year when they had the black and the red, slightly difficult, but they've got red shirts this time with the black crash helmet, and as always, very professional outfit, good looking team, and they're running highly up in this one, 4th and 5th, but they would be hoping maybe for a little bit better than that. Charlie Richmond won a race last year at Little Silver, finished 7th in the championship, and Freddie Gardner won 2 races in the small wheel 85 class last year and was 6th in that series. So they're both top youth riders looking to make an impact here as part of that big Matt Gardner motocross squad. But out in front, Askew is pulling the pin. He is clearing off. 2nd place, Jake Walker just not quite able to live with him. Still, again, you've got to remind yourself that Jake Walker had a best of 6th last year twice, and now he's 2nd, running up at the sharp end. Two Matt Gardner motocross squad men, 4th and 5th. That's the closest scrap on track at the moment. In 6th place, those a great ride from Ollie Bubb, and in fact he is catching those 2 MGMX squad members. And then in 7th, the vivid colours of Ryan Waggett on the Raji Rai Racing Husqvarna. Yep, from Cumbria, Ryan Waggett has crossed the finish line. With 9 minutes left now is Billy Askew, and he's got a gap. He has already got a good gap on Jake Walker. As Jake rides this corner by the finish line on the pegs, foots it through a little bit. Getting very deep and choppy, the ruts, but these riders, young riders, obviously 11 to 14 years old. Lucy Barker coming up there nicely, still in top 10 as she was in that first race, so give her a cheer. No women's class, of course, this year, just due to lack of entries, it's sorry to say. But yeah, Lucy Barker is flying the flag for the ladies. She's up there in the top 10 against all of these boys here. 361 Gus Musto, his first year in the class. He's looking a little bit further down the pack at the moment. We pick up on screen the little battle between Jack Breary. He's making an overtaking manoeuvre on the 167 of Jack Evans. Down the hill into the boggiest corners, the bottom section of the valley, comes Charlie Richmond in that 4th spot, still holding off his teammate Freddie Gardner. Still plenty to race for here. 7.5 minutes to go. So just coming up to the halfway point of this race. Askew is setting lap times 5 seconds faster than Jake Walker at the moment. So that is great pace from the Lincolnshire man on the GRT Impact KTM. Massive team, of course, having great results with Finley Evans in the 250cc class, of course. And now looking to take the second race win, as with the first one, in the Big Wheel 85cc class. Ollie Colmer also for that team was, of course, second in both the 125cc races. As coming up, this battle for fourth, Freddie Gardner goes around the outside and passes Charlie Richmond. Down the hill he goes, up into fourth place. The two Matt Gardner motocross squad members swap sides. And I'm sure there's no team favouritism, but I'm sure that Matt Gardner would like to see his son up there a bit higher up than Charlie Richmond. But yeah, he's up there in fourth now and has his sights set on Josh Vale. But Josh is riding very nicely in pursuit of Jake Walker. Very similar lap times between Vale and Walker, about a second apart last time around. 6 minutes to go as they cross the line again. It's a good gap ahead now between the first two and second and third. And behind the Matt Gardner squad members, Gardner and Richmond, Ollie Burbers are in a great sixth spot. The 7th place rider is confusing me massively because it says 55 on his back, but 551 on the bike means that it is Ryan Waggett who is up there in 6th spot. Chester Hyde is there in 8th place. Jamie Keith riding well in 9th. And Waggett's teammate Ben McConville is actually there in 10th spot. So they're both riding nicely. Lucy Barker is there in 11th at the moment, still trying to get back into the top 10, should we say now. So, and there's problems on track. This Brandon Hediot has stopped. Looks like a bike issue. He's actually perfectly safe. Just stood by the side of the bike on the side of the track, wondering how to get up the hill. So the bikes, you notice, they always fail here in the bottom of the valley. So you've always got to push it up. They had a bit of an unfortunate problem in the previous race, actually, for the number 72, Rafe Broadley on the gas. The bike ran out of fuel on the last lap, and of course it ran out in the bottom of the valley, so they had to push it up completely dead with no gas left in the tank. So that was bad news for Broadley, but here we are now in the Big Wheel 85cc class, and out front still with a good margin is Billy Askew, number 441, ahead of the number 99 of Jake Walker. So two riders who are repeating in this class this season. Charlie Richmond is another one that's repeating in this class, but he is down in 5th at the moment. Josh Vale, 20th in last year's series, but a great 3rd in race 1, and he's looked to be repeating that in race 2. Now, there is definitely a gap reduction between 1st and 2nd. There is a noticeable gap reduction, should we say. There's no other better way of saying it. Yeah, Billy Askew had just under 6 seconds on Jake Walker, but in the words of MXGP commentator Paul Mainin, that's not 5.7 seconds anymore. And yeah, who knows, maybe it's an issue for Askew. I'm just having a closer look, if I can, for the tyres, as we see Ollie Bubb in 6th spot on camera doing a nice job there. Gloucestershire rider. There's a decent scrap between Ryan Waggett and Chester Hyde as we come up to 3.5 minutes left, so possibly 2, maybe 3 laps left, and Askew is being reeled in. There's no doubt about it. Jake Walker has cut that gap down. He was 3 seconds faster in that lap, so maybe an issue for Askew. Worth looking on the screen to see if we can see these guys. Askew, follow and move your eyes if you're out on track there. Billy Askew and Jake Walker, the gap is getting closer between them. Between the 441 and the number 99. He's heads round by the start area now. We're picking him up on screen here in the commentary booth and on the live streaming. Thank you for joining that if you're watching online. Thank you for being here if you're watching on site. It's a pleasure to have your company in this fantastic, gorgeous day. It's got to be said. It's a beautiful day up here at Culham, and it's the sunshine after the rain last night, and it's left this track in great condition. Billy Askew. It's a proper tough motocross circuit. Now, was that last lap where he lost a few seconds? Was that an aberration, or is that a trend? Is that something that Jake Walker is going to continue to do? Is he going to make inroads towards the leader, Billy Askew? The leader fires down towards the corner, bottom of the track, past the trees. And they're literally in the same camera shot, both in the same wave section, and we haven't been able to say that for much of this race. So Jake Walker, whether he's found a few lines or whether there's an issue for Billy Askew, we don't know. There was an issue there for Ben Casey on the Casey's Removal KTM. He's had to restart the bike in the middle of the circuit, presumably after dropping it on its side. But yeah, Askew is out in front still, and it's visibly closer. Jake Walker is closing in. 1 minute 40 left, so you've got to think that they've got 2 laps to go at the end of this one. So plenty of opportunity for Jake Walker to take this race win and level it up in the standings. They were first and second, as they are now, but Walker seems to have the pace, and he is catching Billy Askew. Gonna see if we can get a closer look. Billy Askew just make his way past. Looks like maybe that back tyre might be flat. No, it's all good. Something definitely wrong. He's definitely dropped the pace. He's not, Walker hasn't got significantly faster, but there we go. They crossed the line with a minute to go, so it's going to be 2 laps from here. 2 laps left for Billy Askew to defend this lead. Whatever the issue is with Billy, he's got to hold off Jake Walker, who can now smell blood in the water. He can see the prey in front of him, and possibly his first British Championship race win, certainly in this big 185 class. Shot the rider in blue, Jake Walker, number 99. The Max Anstey number, in fact, from the Grand Prix series when he was able to run that. He hasn't earned that yet in the AMA, but Jake Walker's using it to good effect in this race. There's still that battle going on in seventh spot between Ryan Waggett, number 551, and the 57 of Chester Hyde, the man on the Matt Pope Motorcycles Gas. They come across the finish line together, 2 laps to go as the time expires, literally just ticks down, 5 seconds left. It's completely academic, riding nicely as well, and inside the top 10 is number 184 of Jamie Keith, as he did last year, making quiet progress. He's just ticking off the lines, getting good scores, and I'm sure the consistency and the higher results will come. Jamie Keith worked very, very hard, won a race at Whitby last year in the small wheel class, and he will persist and progress, I'm sure. Still looking to see if Jake Walker is going to continue his progress and catch Billy Askew. Yeah, on that previous lap, the gap came down by another second, so not quite the rapid progress as it was. And yeah, that lead has opened out again, so I think Jake Walker has made a mistake because Askew has got a massive gap now. So yeah, that is the end of that dispute for the race win, we think. Askew has either pulled the pin again or Jake Walker has made a mistake somewhere. I think it's the latter, because Josh Vale is actually not far behind the second place man now. So yeah, Josh Vale is making inroads here. He is third and closing in on second, but there's a good enough gap. You've got to think those places are safe. And Charlie Richmond has actually made his way back up into 4th spot, so back past the teammates, flip-flopping again, those two, as the 1 lap board goes out for Billy Askew. He's on his final lap, looking to make it 2 out of 2 as well in this race. And yeah, Charlie Richmond definitely up past Freddie Gardner for 4th. Dixon, no. Walker, that's another Jake. Walker is 2nd. And 3rd, Josh Vale, with a lap to go now for those lads. 2nd and 3rd. Yeah, Richmond 4th. Freddie Gardner 5th. A track choppy as you like. The riders will be quite pleased that it's going to get some work tonight. And I dare say, if the conditions continue like this, it's going to need some watering. And the number 57 of Chester Hyde has made his way past Ryan Waggett. That's in that battle for 7th spot. Ollie Bubb is there in 6th. Freddie Gardner's just dropped it on the last corner before on the first corner after the finish in line. So he's back on the bike now, just trying to keep his 5th place, because Ollie Bubb is now snapping at his heels, and Bubb moves past him. So Ollie Bubb up to 5th place, past Freddie Gardner, who fell, remounted, and has now lost that 5th place to Ollie Bubb. So Bubb 5th, Gardner 6th, and the change of position is confirmed. 7th place for Chester Hyde in a good spot, ahead of the number 551 of Ryan Waggett in 8th. Jamie Keith is 9th, and Lucy Barker has made her way up to 10th spot now. She's running very well. The number 55, Ben McConville, is there in 11th spot. Gus Musto has made his way nicely into 15th. That's a good ride from another first-time rider in this big 185cc class. And the other lady rider in this race, Libby Chatburn, currently riding in 27th, about a lap down on the number 131 machine. But out in front now. Jake Walker again has got the fastest lap for this race, but Billy Askew it is going to get the points. He's coming around the bottom corner by the train line right now, up to the final uphill step. Taking it nice, steady, not going to risk getting big air over that tabletop, with the wind whips across you. And it's going to be 2 out of 2 for Billy Askew. Fantastic result. One rider drops it in the final corner just to make sure that Askew goes past him. And doesn't have to do another lap. That's it, Billy Askew takes the checker flag. 2 out of 2 for Billy. Great result, great riding. Had a slight issue, the way he's shaking his arm, maybe that issue was arm pump. And that's what allowed Jake Walker to get a bit close. Excuse me. But great riding from these big 185cc class riders. And there you go, Jake Walker shakes his head ruefully, but you've got to be happy with 2 second places, by far his better results in the championship. And 3rd, Josh Bale, that's another good score for him. Takes the 3rd place position in both races. So it's the riders who stayed in class, the elder riders who have held on to the top 3 positions in both races. Charlie Richmond, another one who stayed in class, he is there in 4th spot. He crosses the line now, all done safe and sound, and a great ride there. 5th place for Ollie Bubb, and that's a definite improvement from his first race. 8th, and then 6th comes Freddie Gardner. He was up as high as 4th in that race at one point, but dropped back behind his teammate, and then finally dropped it so that Ollie Bubb passed him on the last lap. Chester Hyde comes through in 7th place, ahead of the 8th position, Ryan Waggett, as we hand you down to our man with the plan and the fantastic sunglasses. That's Bradley Wheeler down in the pit area with our top riders.
Billy Askew, Moto2 winner, 2 wins on the day. I don't really think you could ask for much more than that in the first round.
It's gone really well for me. I've had a solid day, put it on the box in both motos. Yeah, feeling confident.
Yeah, it's a good result. So just same again tomorrow then, I assume?
Yeah, I hope, yeah. Same again tomorrow, I hope.
What a good ride. Jake Walker, another good ride. Bit of a yo-yo going on there between you and Billy. You're sort of catching him, then you'd make a mistake, and he'd pull away, and then he'd make a mistake and you catch him up. But still, 2 good rides on the day, 2 second overall, so still in the hunt for the overall.
Yeah, maybe. I just keep crashing, so...
Yeah, I mean, the track looks pretty sketchy. I assume it's probably quite hard just to put clean laps together.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's like deep and, yeah.
But hopefully sort of find that pace you had in qualifying tomorrow and hopefully stick it on the top step.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job. Josh Fels, 3rd in the race. You got to be pretty stoked with that result.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this weekend and trying to get a top 3, so coming away on the podium, I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully do the same again tomorrow and end up 3rd overall on the box.
Yeah, hopefully, and go home happy.
Yeah, best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to Ben.
Thank you, Bradley. Yeah, the trackside interviews there for Jake Walker, ruining the fact that he keeps crashing, but still a massive improvement over the winter from where he was at the end of last year. So don't think he can feel too bad on that. 2 second places behind Billy Askew, who was the top rider left in the series from last year. It's all wide open still, long old season, lots of racing ahead of us. So yeah, in case you still are expecting another race for those lads, it is now just 2 races left on the day. We've got the small wheel 85s now going out for their sighting lap, just to see how much the track has been trashed in between their last race and now. But yeah, that is it for the small wheel 85s for today, and the 65cc's have their last race after that. So these last 2 races are the last 2 races of the day. Now the big wheel 85s, the small wheel 85s and the 65s will all still just race once tomorrow, but these 3 races will be held at the moment. It's planned for Warmingham Lane later in the year, which is our youth only event. No MX1 or MX2 at that event, so there will be space on that day to accommodate these 3 races that just didn't happen, mainly because we had a few delays, of course, and we haven't got the daylight really to last us further through. I mean, the shadows are getting long anyway as it was, and that's risky and dangerous with all these ruts and the track as rough as it's going to get, because it'll get treated again overnight, of course. So that's the main reason why those last 3 races have been postponed. And of course, yeah, tomorrow we've got a full calendar with the big long MX2 and MX1 races as well to accommodate, so no space for 3 extra races tomorrow. We'll make sure that those races do get held, which will be in Warmingham Lane later in the series. So here we are, the 85cc small wheel riders heading out onto the track now for the sighting lap, just to check things over. We'll let them get this lap underway, and we'll rejoin you for the start in a couple of minutes.
And we're back for the penultimate race of the day, the small wheel 85s. Rookie Robbie Daly taking his first win in the class in the first race, so you can imagine he's going to look to get off to the same start The track is getting pretty sketchy. As you can see behind me, it is rough coming into this corner, and the sun is coming down, which is making it real difficult for the lads to see the shadows in some of these ruts, as they're sort of, some of them are up to knee deep, and on these small wheel 85s, it's going to be a real tough test.
Here we go then, riders onto the start line now for the small wheel 85cc class. And this was a good scrap last time round, so one in the first race was won by the number 800, Rocket Robbie Daly, in his first race up from a 65cc, so quite a stunning performance.
Absolutely phenomenal, really, the rookie.
He was helped out by a couple of little errors by other people, so they'll be hoping to not make those errors this time.
Yep, so that's Archie J. Girdham, who grabbed the whole shot and then a little tumble on the first lap, didn't he, and had to fight back through.
Yeah, which he did well.
Yeah, he did. Was it fifth place he finished in the end? Third place.
Yeah, he got
so my mistake.
Archie J. Girdham, so great riding from him. He's clearly got the pace to compete at the top of this race. So we have then, right, get the frame.
Yeah,
Here we go.
remember the 24MX whole shot award is up for grabs on this one, so can Girdham grab the whole shot again, or can Robbie rocket out the gates, should I say.
Got to look out for the 111 as well. Alfie get a screen, possibly the smallest rider on site, as away they go!
Maybe Hayden Stat, possibly.
Hayden Stat, who was in front and fell from that position last time. It's Rocket. The Rocket is there. Robbie Daly is out in front. The number 800, just like Michael Lessie used to run that to the whole shot many times, and Daly has used it again to great perfection. Out in front, in second place is the number 22 at the moment of Sonny Rooney. He had a good ride in the first one as well, up in the top 10. But Robbie Daly, well, he worked his way up to take the win in the last race, and he's up there immediately now. But he's got company. The number 100, Archie J. Girdham. He's there again, Max.
Yeah, I think it was actually the 22 of Sonny Rooney who grabbed the whole shot then.
Just crossed
Robbie
the line.
Daly was able to shoot round the outside of that second corner to take over the race lead.
And it looks like that's the 111 of. Is it 111? I can't quite see on this screen here.
That would be Alfie Geddes Green if it is the 111.
It is Alfie Geddes Green. It is indeed Alfie who is there, well up there. I think it's in second or third at the moment. Yes, it's third place behind the flying pair of Robbie Daly and Archie J. Girdham. The number 1 of Blake Ward-Clark had the lead until late in a slight mistake with the lap riders in the first race, but he's nowhere up the front at the moment. Can't quite see the number 1 bike up there. And the number 48 of Hayden Statt also rode well in that first race before dropping the bike. Can't quite see him in the picture at the moment either. So in first place, it's the Rocket, Robbie Daly out in front. Second, Archie J. Girdham. In third spot is Alfie Geddes Green, and he looks to be on a mission. He's flying at the moment.
A much better start for Alfie this time around then. This is where he was used to running last year. Podium contender in almost every moto in the 65 class last year was the 111 machine. So he's back where he feels like he belongs.
Yeah, absolutely. In the 16 races in that smaller class last year, the man out in front, Robbie Daly, won 11 of them. Alfie Geddes Green won the other 5. So those two both moving up, and they are showing to be contenders in this class. First and third either side of Archie J. Girdham at the moment. In fourth place is another 65cc graduate, Joel Stanley Dawson. Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Great start for Joel.
Awesome job. 110 Alfie Heron is also up there well in this first race. Can't quite see the early race 1 contenders. Hayden Statt, number 48. Just coming round now past our commentary tower, well down in the pack. And even further back is the number 1 of Blake Ward-Clark. So those two riders aren't going to figure in the overall because they're not matching their first race results in this second race at the moment. We've got a yellow flag just down. Ollie Waters it is who is down in the first corner after the finish line here. 11 minutes to go in this race, plus a lap.
A lot of racing yet to come, so can Blake Ward-Clark or Hayden Statt make their way through the field up into a top 5 position? Lots of racing yet to come, but at the moment it's Robbie Daly leading the way. Number 800 machine. If you're just joining us here this afternoon, the number 800 who leading the way at the moment is a rookie in this class. He's last year's 65 champion, British champion, making his debut in the small wheel class and already impressing us here in the commentary tower. He took the race win this morning and currently leads the way here in Moto 2 this afternoon.
Just on screen they had a nice pass there. The number 110 of Alfie Heron railed around the outside, and there's someone down in that corner. That looks like Girdham.
Girdham
is down. Archie J. Girdham is down from second place.
That's where he crashed in the first race, I believe. Was it in that boggy corner? Yeah.
Slightly taller rider, higher centre of gravity, maybe just quite not getting his foot in right, and he tipped over again. Joel Stanley Dawson gratefully takes another position up the standings, and I believe that leads our 2 former 65cc riders first and second in this race as Robbie Daly from Alfie Geddes Green.
Yeah, so Robbie Daly now has a comfortable gap over the second place man, the 111 machine of Alfie Geddes Green. So, like you said, Ben, the 265 contenders from last year already showing us what they're made of here in a small wheel class. Impressive stuff from these 2 riders.
Yeah, absolutely great stuff. A little battle going on here for third position. And I believe actually there's another pair of those pesky 65 graduates. It is indeed, because Alfie Heron in third ahead of Joel and Stanley Dawson. So these riders not bothered at all about the slightly bigger bikes, and with Stanley Dawson nearly round the outside of Heron. Those two swapping places already in this race, right up together in third and fourth.
Looks like Archie J. Girdham's picked himself up just behind Sonny Rooney there, so that will be in 6th position.
Yeah, it's a much quicker recovery from this race, and he's gone around the outside there of Sonny Rooney. Yep. So back up into 5th spot quite quickly is Girdham, but that certainly has cost him any major chance unless he really holds
Ben, that
to get
battle
towards
for third look. With Stanley Dawson and Alfie Heron then bar to bar, wheel to wheel. Joel and Stanley Dawson has made the move.
Heron tries the outside move and Stanley Dawson edges him out. Of course, Joel and Stanley Dawson with family heritage in this sport. 5th there for Girdham, 6th for Rooney. In 7th place is Jensen Severn, the number 71. And then the number 38 rider, Liam Bell, is up there in 8th. 9th, Ollie Waters after that 4. And rounding out the top 10 now, we have the number 5 rider of Marley Alder. No, it's number 4 of Malachi Allen, my mistake.
Sorry, we talked about Joel and Stanley Dawson there, Ben. The one race I ever did at Cullen was the KWS, which was the Kenyon Stanley Series back in 2009.
Hey, How long ago? 48 Haydenstadt trying to recover, early race leader in the first race. He's way down here now at the moment. And Blake Ward-Clark has recovered nicely. He's just on the fringe of the top 10 now already. The number 1 machine has made better progress in this race than Haydenstadt, so those two have moved forward, but Ward-Clark further forward than the other rider. So, out in front,
Robbie Daly.
Daly.
I tell you what, Ben, these rookies in the class, Robbie Daly, Alfie Geddes-Green, Joel and Stanley Dawson,
Alfie Heron,
they're showing poise and composure way beyond their years, aren't they? They're supposed to be rookies in the class. They're supposed to be hot-headed and wild, but so far
it's
so
the other
good.
riders that are falling off, like Gerdum and Haydenstadt and Blake Ward-Clark. So, yeah, the rookies against the returnees is the battle going on at the moment, and at the moment you've got to say the rookies are most definitely winning it, the first 4 places.
I think Alfie Heron might have had a little mishap in the corner just before the finish there, Ben. He's, according to time in the score, and dropped down to 14th position.
Yeah, that's not good news for Alfie Heron.
He was battling for 3rd place with Joel Winstanley.
The number 48 of Haydenstadt, early race 1 leader on our screens now, but much further back in this race.
Currently 16th position
16th,
for Haydenstadt, so not a good start for Hayden this time around.
It's the improvement where he was. He just picks off another rider there. He's going past Marty Older on the Husqvarna, and then he's going past.
Maybe you're looking to move into the top 10.
Yeah, it goes past Lucas
quickly.
Moncrief as well on the Kawasaki there, the 310.
Meanwhile, our race leader, Robbie Daly, coming towards us here. 2 more corners to complete the lap.
6 minutes left to go on the clock, so got to figure probably 3 laps plus the final lap to go. 4 laps left in this race, possibly. Alfie Geddes-Green riding wonderfully, very short rider, but handling that small wheel 85cc bike absolutely beautifully. And Joel Winstanley Dawson, stockier rider, still not exactly the tallest in the class, riding very well. RHJ Gerdum, 4th, good recovery from his little spill, but he must be kicking himself after that little accident in the boggy section, which seems to be his nemesis this weekend.
Sometimes you see that, it's just one corner gets in your head a little bit, doesn't it, or one part of the track.
Yeah, we've been there for sure. Sonny Rooney is on screen at the moment. He's running nicely in 6th spot. That's another good finish possible for Sonny Rooney. And the MG Off-Road. It says gas in the program. That looks distinctly like a Husqvarna colour to me. Little battle going on here on the edge of the top 10. We've got the number 4 of Malachi Allen now getting threatened by Haydenstadt, and a good scrap there between the 310, Lucas Moncrief, and 357 of Finley Pickering battling out in the top 15 positions at the moment. As on screen we see the stocky figure of the 236, Joel Winstanley Dawson, riding nicely, changing from Yamaha 65cc to small wheel 85cc KTM for this race, for this season. The Castle Trucks / Fast House. Got that distinctive Fast House gear, Max. It looks pretty smart.
Yeah, it does. Looks trick. And there's a distinctive style, Joel Winstanley Dawson.
Yeah, shoulders up, helmet resting on the shoulders.
Bit Brad Anderson, maybe.
Yes, there is a distinct taste of the Brad Anderson to Joel Winstanley Dawson style. Back on, stretches it back, sits on the back mudguard to get the drive. All aggression. As we got another rider down in this boggy corner down by us. The yellow flag comes out yet again. And it's the number 3 of Jack DZ, who has actually fallen in this corner before. And so he's suffering. This is obviously his bogey corner, but he's up, he's picking the bike up, he's all safe.
So just keeping an eye on 2 of the riders that performed so well in the opening moto. Haydenstadt's moved up to 11th after a rough start. Blake Ward-Clark is in 9th, again, not with the best of starts. So those 2 guys fighting and clawing their way through the pack. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, so they've still got time to pick up a couple of positions. They carry on at the pace they're on at the moment.
Yeah, a few more points. Meanwhile, the rocket, Robbie Daly, coming up by the trade 9 now. Far end of the circuit, clears, goes to over the tabletop at the top of the circuit here by the commentary tower. Alfie Geddes-Green.
Distant second at the
not
moment.
him, yeah, I thought that was just a back marker, but yeah. obviously quite a few lap riders in amongst this class. Get a screen there second. I mean, Stanley Dawson is not out of the equation in third at the moment. He's picking a nice tight line coming out by us. And then fourth for the taller Archie J. Girdham.
Robbie Daly launches down a hill then to complete another lap. Meanwhile, we look at Archie J. Girdham, the number 100 machine. SJP Moto Husqvarna machine. Chasing down Joel and Stanley Dawson. Trying to claim another podium result here in the second and final moto of the day in the small wheel class. I would say Archie's maybe not closing the gap as quickly as I thought he might.
No, when Stanley Dawson's growing in stature on that bike, visibly looking faster on it than he was at the start of the day. And yeah, a good solid ride over with Stanley Dawson. Up there in third, fourth place for Girdham. Just crossing the line now in fifth is the number 22 of Sonny Rooney, as we focus on our race leader, Robbie Daly, Rocket Robbie. 11 out of 16 wins last year in the 65cc class. He's looking to make it 2 out of 2 already in this class. This boy knows how to lead and win races. He is doing so today.
I would say that Robbie is the real deal for sure. Coming out swinging in his debut ride on an 85 machine. Already 2 British Championships. He can boast on his resume the 50cc British Championship in 2019. The 65 British Championship in 2021. So already building a pretty impressive resume for a young rider.
Absolutely. And he's a nice kid as well. He did the press conference with us last night. And yeah, he's humble. He doesn't really go and shout out about it. Similar in a way I find to Rhys Jones, a similar sort of mentality and manner about them. So yeah, definitely just focused on himself. Not bothered about what other riders, not bothered about the new class, just getting himself into position, which is exactly how you need to be. And he's, yeah, showing us how it's to be done right now.
Just turning up and getting the job done.
Absolutely.
Just making his way past some black riders now.
Yeah, picking his way past Corey J. Hull on the gas in 92. Just going a lap down. No disgrace here. Robbie Daly is lapping deep into the pack at the moment. And you've got to give it up for Alfie Geddes-Green. He won the Western Beach race in the 65cc class last year, at the tail end of last year. So there's no doubt he knows how to ride a soft, sandy surface. And he's doing very well for second. That surely must be higher than he had hoped coming into today in this bigger class.
And it's even more impressive when you just look at the size of Alfie. He's certainly not the biggest rider on track. And as the track gets rougher and ruttier, it's harder for the smaller riders to muscle these bikes around, but Alfie doing a great job in this one.
Yeah, stunning ride. Looking good in there, that red Fox gear, kind of a Carmichael-esque kind of look to that.
Yeah, very smart.
Looking very good. And third is under dispute right now. Joel and Stanley Dawson coming within the sights of Archie J. Girdham as the leaders take the last lap flag. Girdham goes into third place. They go into the bottom corner together, but Archie J. Girdham that is taking third spot.
With 1 lap to go.
One lap board coming out. Geddes-Green is already on his last lap, as is the leader Daly. And then in third now, Girdham and Joel and Stanley Dawson. Third and fourth together, but Girdham has just made the move, and you've got to think he's going to make that stick. Can he catch Geddes-Green? Unlikely. There's a fair distance between the pair, so Geddes-Green would have to
make a mistake.
Yes, yeah, lose it, I think, rather than Girdham catch him.
Yeah. So just over half a lap to go for Robbie Daly then. Picking his way through. Once again, some back markers to contend with before the race is out, but he'll carefully pick his lines around the slower riders to try and make it a perfect day for the Rocket.
Yeah, and also spotted the number 1 of Blake Ward-Clark. He has had a very rough start, but he is definitely making hay. He's worked his way up through there. He's just gone past Liam Bell. Yep. He's now up into 7th spot. He's got Sonny Rooney in his sights. Is there maybe chance of that?
There's a possible chance, 2 seconds in it. So and lapping considerably quicker.
So watch for the number 1 catching the number 22. That would be for 6th spot. And a nice recovery to try and keep Blake Ward-Clark in the overall equation for the podium after the second race, and 1 race to go, which is tomorrow. Hayden Stat also would have figured in that equation, but he's just taken the 1 lap board quite a ways down now. Is Hayden Stat in 11th spot. crisp sound of two-strokes fills the air. Working hard in this soft sandy going, rough, rutted. It's a savage-looking track. I would look at this on a 450 and be nervous. And these kids got significantly less power, but are flying now. Definitely the best in the country here in this 9 to 12-year-old category.
Just a handful of corners left to go for Robbie Daly then. Makes his way around Stan the Man Siebert. You could never mistake Stanley in that flow orange helmet. There is no mistake in that. Around the Wolfsport corner for the final time today then goes Robbie Daly. 2 corners left. He launches down the step down past the commentary tower. And he'll have one more corner to go to make it a perfect day for the Rocket. Here he comes. Up the step up for the final time. Robbie Daly takes the checkered flag for another well-earned victory.
Stunning win, revs the nuts off the bike again as he goes through. Great ride there for Robbie, and Alfie Geddes-Green takes a solid second place. Great ride from him. He's well earned that. And then coming up the hill now to take the checkered flag in 3rd place, as he was in race 1. So he'll be 2nd overall going into the final race of their programme. And that's Archie J. Gurdon in 3rd. 4th, nice riding from Joel Winstanley Dawson. So 3 of the top 4 are all the debutants to the class, which you would say.
Great to see
score
that
1-0 for the rookies.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, a nice little battle here between Ollie Waters and Blake Ward-Clark.
And that is full position.
Yeah. So a move on the penultimate corner then.
And Ward-Clark has made 2 positions in that lap, I believe, because he also passed Sonny Rooney. Not sure if Waters was a lap down or not.
No, I think that was a move
that was
5th position.
5th place.
Position, yeah.
That's a good recovery for Blake Ward-Clark from a very poor start to a 5th spot. And he was way down in that first lap. He was like outside the top 20, I would guess. Ooh. Crossing the line, a solid score for Sonny Rooney. Consistent, stayed where he should have been.
This is interesting. Blake Ward-Clark set his fastest lap of the race on that last lap.
Great shout. That's how it should be done. Definitely nothing wrong with his fitness. And speaking as a child of the 80s and the 90s, it's still very strange for me to just see one Kawasaki in a field of 80cc bikes. Obviously 85s now, KTM and their offshoots. That's it, I really am. Back in the day, it was all KX80s and so on. So there we go. Anyway, I'll stop waffling about that. I'm going to pass you down to the man with the amazing shades. Has he still got them on in this darkening weather? Who knows? Let's give it up down to the pit box to Mr. Bradley Wheeler.
We're here with the winner of Moto 2, wins Moto 1, wins Moto 2, the Rocket Robbie Daly, really living up to that name. Couldn't really draw it up much better than that then, hey?
Yeah, it was really good out there. Just moved that from 85, so I'm so pumped.
Yeah, I can imagine. First win on the 85 small wheel at a track like this. I mean, conditions don't really get much tougher than that, so you've got to be pretty stoked.
Yeah, just normal Callum, my lucky track.
Yeah.
Love this track.
Well done. Same again tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
2nd place, Alfie Geddes-Green. Did I say that right? Yeah. Solid ride. 2nd place. You got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, got a decent start and just did what I could really.
Yeah, just got your head down, put together some clean laps, tried to sort of limit the mistakes. I imagine it's got to be pretty tricky on the small wheel with the ruts being so deep and long.
Yeah, just moved up. 85 is definitely a lot better. Yeah, track don't get much rougher than that.
Yeah, it's a good solid ride, mate. Well done. 3rd place, Archie J. Gurdon. I mean, 3rd place, not a win, but surely you've got to take it with it being round 1 in such a long championship.
Yeah. Just before this race, broke my collarbone, so it's good to be back.
Yeah, so obviously not probably had the winter prep that you wanted, but like you said, 1st race back really, a 3rd overall. I mean, round 1, it's some good solid points to build from.
Yeah, I just need to iron up them silly mistakes I keep making and
yeah, it all comes over time, doesn't it? But yeah, hopefully 1st tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Best of luck.
It's got to give a cheer up to number 4, Malachi Allen. Bike expired within sight of the checkered flag and he is literally just pushing it across the line. Ryan Hughes or Lawrence Spence style, depending on how old you are. But yeah, pushing it up past the line, Malachi Allen there. And he'll cross the line and get some points. But yeah, what a depressing end to the race for Malachi, because he was well up there.
I don't think anyone's that old here, Ben.
Top 10 in one place.
I'm barely old enough
I've
for the
seen
Ryan Hughes reference.
There's some grey hairs out there. I know some people know what happened with Lawrence Spence at Farley Castle. So yeah, I'm not alone there. I know it. I was only 4 or 5 myself. Come on. So there we go. Yeah, pushing across the line there was Malachi Allen. But what a great ride from Robbie Daly. 2 out of 2.
Phenomenal from the rookie.
Stunning stuff. And so we come to our last race of the day then, the 65cc class. And just to reiterate, make sure you've got all the information. This is our last race of the day. We were scheduled to run another race for the 285cc classes and the 65s, but those events will be pushed to the Warmingham Lane youth only event day later in the season. So tomorrow we will have the program as scheduled with 11 races, 1 each for the smaller categories, 2 for the 125s and 250s, and of course the main 2 races for the adult MX2 and MX1 classes. So here we are then, last race of the day, 65cc's, Max. Who's going to take this one, do you think?
Oh, it's anyone's guess, really. This is another one of those classes that is wide open. Casey Lister, remember, took the whole shot in race 1.
Fastest in qualifying.
Fell way to the back of the pack. He was maybe 20 seconds behind the next guy in front of him.
Yes.
Then battled his way through, never gave up.
Yeah, exactly.
Salvaged some valuable championship points. But it was Marty Spires who came out a surprise win, the number 22 machine. I don't think anyone had him on the bingo card this weekend, but
no, definitely. I mean,
goes to show that anything can happen at round 1. You never quite know what's going to happen, especially in the 65 class, because a lot of auto riders choose not to ride the British Championship in their early years and find their footing on the big bike before they decide to come to this level. So there's always a few names that pop up that you might not know before. I remember back in 2019, I had no idea who Rhys Jones was.
Yes.
And then he turned up to the British Championship and started winning straight away. I was like, oh,
who's this lad? Yeah.
Who's this lad? He's pretty quick. Look where he's ended up.
Yes, absolutely. The 118 Ray Barrow as well was well up there in that first race. He's circulating just now around about 3rd on track. So
Riley qualified well. Didn't have the best of motos in race 1, so he'll be looking to bounce back and maybe get out the gates a bit stronger and put himself in a better position early on. But as ever in the second motos, the 24MX Whole Shot Award is up for grabs. So there is some, it's not only pride and ego on the line for this whole shot, there are some prizes as well.
Yeah, absolutely, a bit of support there from 24MX, of course, one of our many great sponsors for this series. So we've got Revo, obviously our title sponsors, Gulf Race Fuels, we are fueled by all weekend, all season. Road to Recovery, our charity sponsor. And 24MX supplying the Whole Shot Award for this event. Just take you down to Bradley, who is in the pit box, just to give you the rundown for the 65cc before we kick off the racing one last time today.
And here we go. This is the final race of the first day of round 1 of the British Championship Golf, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. The 65s are out now, just doing their sighting lap. And Marty Spires took the first race win, but really it's sort of any man's game. If you just take a look to the left of me, some of these ruts, they are knee high, and on these little 65s, it's almost like an enduro for around a lot of this track. And it's really just going to be who can sort of stay upright and put some good, solid, clean laps together. And they're going to find themselves somewhere handy come the end of the race.
Thank you, Brad. So, yeah, here we go. Oh, Bradley Wheeler there, another famous racing son of course, 40th in the MX1 Championship last year. Not last, as he fears it might sound, but yeah, he's obviously joining us this year on the presentation team to go with his podcast that will be out next week. And yeah, he's a welcome member to the team here. Obviously, a family steeped in the history of this sport, knows all about it, and is doing a great job there, although the shades are decidedly dodgy there, Brad. Anyway, 65cc, here we go, round 1 of their 5 events this year. Their next race is in July at Fat Cat, so yeah, they've got this race and one tomorrow to set themselves a standard for the way it's all set out. So you had, again, great scores in the first race for our man Marty Spires. Leo Wilson was second, just took that spot on the last lap. Harley Marjak was third, Arthur Moore fourth, and new to the class, Koa Jagielski up from the autos was there in fifth. There's a very promising young rider. Casey Lister made his way all the way up to 11th. Fastest lap by 2 seconds. Oh, sorry, 1 second. There's 1 second faster than Arthur Moore. So watch out for the number 125. He actually did whole shot, and if he whole shots again this time, there will be some little
nice
incentive
little
for
prizes,
him.
yeah. Arthur Moore was put in a great ride, didn't he, in Moto 1. Ran second for pretty much the whole race, but a mishap on the final lap, he dropped 2 places. So
yeah, absolutely. Certainly got the speed to contend for this race win. But they're all chasing Marty Spires, who just about avoided the falling Casey Lister in that first start and held on to take the race win. So the shadow's getting a little bit long. I'm sure there might be some peak extensions going on. If the sun stays behind the clouds, they'll probably be grateful at the moment.
Unless they've got the tinted lenses on.
I was never a fan of tinted lenses. I just wanted to see.
They look cool though, don't they? That's the most important thing.
I didn't bother about looking
nice,
cool.
Nice mirrored lens. You're definitely going to get the magazine cover shot with a mirrored lens.
I ran roll-offs with silver super tape over the top of the cartridge.
Some would say that's factory.
There was no style in the 1990s. Yes, there was.
Ask Brad. He's stuck in the 90s, I think, with those glasses, isn't he?
Those shades are very 1990s, for sure.
Either that or he's going skiing after this.
Could well be. Good stuff then. So last race of a cracking opening day for the championship, the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, opening weekend here at Cullen Motor Park. And yeah, it's looking good for this final race. After that, the tractors will be out to get the track in great condition for the big day tomorrow, Sunday's big races, MX2 and MX1. The lads are all here. The bikes have been going through technical control, looking lip-smackingly gorgeous as they go through, getting checked over, the 450s and the 250s, all getting prepared for the big races tomorrow. And of course, our youth classes will be back. The 65s actually open the show tomorrow morning. They are the first race of the day after the qualification sessions for MX2 and MX1. We have got the first race for the 65cc at the start of the day. Then we go 250 and 125, then 85 small wheel, and then the big boys start their day. So yes, quite a strange layout, but just designed to make sure that maximum exposure is given to the youth classes through the day. 11 races in store for us tomorrow, and one last race here left today, the 65cc class. As Max said, very unpredictable. We could yet see Koen Jagielski come through. He was 5th in that first one, rode very well. Casey Lister starts and stays there. He could also upset the apple cart and set the overall positions in complete random order for tomorrow. A pretty full start line.
It looks like we've got everyone lined up now, Ben, so we await the green flag to give us the signal that we are ready to go racing. Look at that for a picture. The sun setting over Oxfordshire. Beautiful.
No one tell you're a photographer, Max. Here we go then. Green flag firing up. The mast of the dad's asked to move aside so that the riders can get on out the gate.
Who's going to grab this whole shot? The 24MX whole shot prize is up for grabs. Casey Lister, historically one of the fastest starters in the game.
Certainly was in that opening gambit, so we'll see how he goes this time. Looks like he's set up, yeah, 4th, 5th on the outside, the inside. It's a fast left-handed sweeper, goes down the hill into a very tight section.
I tell you what, Ben, it's pretty scary standing next to the track there in the first corner because they come past fast. Green flag then, 15-second board is up.
Here we go then, boys. Last race of the day. Let's see a good start, a good race from all of them. 13 minutes plus a lap. All set to go. 5-second board spins round, and here we go with the start. Heads down. And they're away.
Final race of the weekend. Flying start from the Japan Underground. Nixon Coppins on there.
Nixon Coppins right up there, but not quite getting the whole shot award. Getting out front we have
Riley Ray Barrow, I think that is the 118 machine.
Yes, it is 118. Oh, did he go down? No, he's just there. Riley Ray Barrow in front.
And is that?
It is Casey Lister in second. The yellow sleeves. Watch out for him, Casey, making that move straight away. He's out front now already. Casey Lister out in front ahead of Riley Ray Barrow, who grabbed the whole shot award.
So and the race is on between the two class veterans, as I like to say, Ben. These two riders had a year of experience in the 65 class last season.
That definitely makes him a veteran in this company for sure. Casey Lister survived the corner that he didn't in that first race, so he has got through that tricky corner. Racing again up there, number 57, Leo Wilson, and 67, Arthur Moore, both up there in the top 5 once again in this second moto.
I think that's number 10 of Charlie Mitchell up in the mix as well.
Absolutely. Duking it out. It's obviously a bit colder out there. Some of the riders got a hooded jacket on there, I believe there.
Hoodie season. That's the 22 of the race
Marty
winner.
Spires, yes. A slower start, so he's going to have to contend. This time he's going to have to contend with Casey Lister and race him on track rather than just avoid his fallen bike like he had to in race 1. So not a great start for Marty Spires to try and add to that first race win, to try and secure the overall win, which he will try to do tomorrow. Riley Ray Barrow is up there nicely in second spot, the 118 machine.
But Lister opening up a gap already, so flying early on in this one is Casey Lister.
He was well clear in the qualifying practice times this morning, so Lister definitely had the speed, and he came from literally like half a lap back in that first race to come through to 11th.
It's hard to explain how far back he was.
It was unbelievably the other end of the track away from the leader. So yeah, to get back to 11th was some feat, so we should not be surprised that he is out there in front now, ampling a gap in this first lap already. There's a change for second.
Not quite. Riley Ray Barrow defends well on the outside, but it's a drag race up the hill. The Gulf Sports Hill, or the Gulf Race Fuels Hill, sorry, up to the Wolf Sport corner. And it's bar-to-bar action.
And he's got it. Marty Spires has got second place, so he's not given Casey Lister the chance to pull a massive lead. Marty Spires full of confidence after that opening race win, and now he's going to try and hunt down Casey Lister as the 67 of Arthur Moore catches up to third place. Cohen Jagielski is also well up there in 6th spot in this one. Nixon Coppins, after a good start, has dropped back a little bit here. But it's Arthur Moore in 4th. The 578 is up there in 5th spot. But not on my timing screen.
Marty Spires does look like the danger man, Ben. He looks fast, and he looks confident here this weekend after that opening moto win this morning. He's now got a newfound confidence after grabbing his first ever British Championship moto win.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's definitely in no danger of getting cold with that hoodie still on as well, but he is out there. Whatever it needs to be done to get yourself comfortable for the racing, he is up there in 2nd spot, hoping not to let Casey Lister pull away and clear. But it's still the 125 that led in front at the start of this race. Shadow's getting long later in the day is a hot ticket for 3rd place. Good scrap between Riley Ray Barrow and Arthur Moore. The pair of them duking it out. Barrow having a better start than he did in the first moto. But Moore looking to go around the outside of him in that bottom boggy corner.
Moore, another rider that is going to be filled with confidence after his first moto performance. Whereas Riley, he's got a point to prove. Didn't have the best of shows in Moto 1, so he's coming out swinging in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Arthur Moore, who was 18th in this class last year, and he's just gone past Riley Ray Barrow, so Arthur Moore up there.
A slight mistake for Riley allowed Arthur to pull the trigger on the move and take over 3rd position.
Of course, Moore will be wanting to prove that what should have been second place and turned into fourth on the last lap. He should be trying to get up there now. Third place. Let's see if he can do anything about the flying pair out in front. Casey Lister and
Marty Spires.
His name expired. His name escaped me, to apologise. Right, there we go. Casey Lister out in front. Yellow sleeves. Marty Spires, hooded top, second place.
Arthur Moore chasing down the rear wheel of Marty Spires there, so Arthur Moore the man on the move this lap.
Yeah, he really is. Not sure if Spires might have made a mistake, because that gap looks bigger than it was between first and second. Either Casey Lister's pulled the pin, or there was a slight issue for Marty Spires. But yeah, in third spot now is Arthur Moore trying to chase down that second place. Riley Ray Barrow still holding fast there in fourth, and in fifth spot is number 57 of Leo Wilson.
On screen, we're looking at Harvey Marzak, the number 5 machine.
Yeah, Marzak, the beneficiary of that Arthur Moore mistake in the opening race. He ended up third.
Yeah, Harley, a member of the JMR Foundation squad, so a good showing for Harley out here this weekend for the JMR team.
Absolutely, also running a near early 80s American Honda replica shirt there, the red, white and blue striping, looking very smart. As an issue on track for the number 194 of Finley Cookson on the SAD MX Husqvarna. A long drive down from Lancashire, and he's only going to get one race result out of today.
Across the line then. To update the timing screen, Casey Lister setting the fastest lap of the race, that time around a 3:10.
Problems on track for Regan Woods. On screen, the number 13 South Wales MX KTM, just picking it up and getting the bike started again, so he's back out on track.
So Casey Lister a 9-second advantage over Marty Spires. Arthur Moore, we saw he moved into third place last lap around. Riley Ray Barrow dropped to fourth place ahead of Leo Wilson and Harley Marzak rounding out the top 6. Kern Jagielski, last year's auto champion, he sits in 7th at the moment.
Yeah, stunning ride from Casey Lister. This is what we probably would have had in the opening race if he had not have dropped it on that opening lap. So he must have taken confidence from the fact that he pulled all the way back up to 11th from so far back. And yeah, now he is away and clearing first. Dayglow yellow sleeves on the number 125 of Casey Lister.
That's a healthy gap he's got now, isn't it?
The camera's holding it there still, and yeah, we can see
look at that.
Arthur Moore is up to second already. Amazing work. Maybe Marty Spires.
I think Arthur Moore might have caught Marty Spires sleeping there. I don't think Marty really knew that Arthur Moore was so close.
Absolutely, maybe an issue for Marty there from that side of it, although yeah, he seems to be up front and running well at the moment. Riley Ray Barrow, slight error coming out of that corner, but he is not given up hopes of taking over third place either. He would have seen that Marty Spires is falling back into his clutches, but great riding from Arthur Moore to come up to second space already and make amends for that issue he had at the end of the previous race.
So it's pretty close between second, third and fourth, isn't it?
Yeah, Moore, Spires and Barrow all together, 2, 3 and 4 as they go through the S's over the tabletop at the bottom of the valley. Along parallel to the Thames, another tabletop jump.
Let's see if Riley Ray Barrow could look whether he's smelt the blood in the water, so to speak, and whether he's going to try and make a move on Marty Spires, who was the race winner earlier on today.
And behind them, so there's second, third and fourth, there's a little scrap developing between 5th and 6th. Leo Wilson and Harley Marzak find each other on the track again as they did in race 1. They were second and third, now they're currently 5th and 6th. So looking at the overall podium possibilities for those pair, and Cohen Jagielski currently 7th. It's a good solid ride after 5th in race 1. So Cohen, one of our youngest riders out here today, the upstart coming from being auto champion last year, is riding very, very nicely. The best, I would say, yeah, definitely the best of the debutants in this class that have moved up from the auto. Oh, Wilson runs wide in this corner up by the commentary position. That leaves Harley Marzak closing in on him as he comes through.
We look at the 22 machine of Marty Spires.
Yeah, he's coming
around
under
the
pressure.
finish turn. Yeah, Riley Ray Barrow is turning on the heat now. Oh, a slight mistake for Riley coming out of the turn. before the big tail top down a hill. Look at that for a shot then. That was nice, wasn't it? The tail top, the Thames in the background and the sun setting. Like a painting.
3.5 minutes left to go, so you've got to think maybe 2, maybe 3 laps left to go in this race. Cohen Jagielski starting another lap on the number 75 machine. Number 311 Archie Butterfield also riding nicely up into 8th spot here. Then in 9th we've got the 107, I believe, no, the number 10 of Charlie Mitchell. And then in 10th spot, rounding out your top 10, the number 50 of Tommy Perfect on the Destination MX Husqvarna.
But so far, a picture-perfect ride by Casey Lister. Didn't quite grab the whole shot this time, but he was second early on. Pulled the trigger on Riley Ray Barrow on the opening lap and hasn't looked back since.
Great style, really fits that bike perfectly, got it set up.
Looks very smooth, doesn't he? In control, composed on that bike.
Yeah, he does not look out of control in the slightest, or as if he's even really pushing. So yeah, nice style being shown. Obviously all these riders looking to make a quick impression, get themselves onto a decent bike as they move up through the levels of the youth series. And this final race of day 1 of the British Revo British Motocross ACU British Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, has got 2 minutes left to go plus a lap.
So probably 2 laps to go.
Got to be 2 laps to go, I think. Yeah. Where is our leader on the circuit at the moment?
In the S's at the moment.
Right at the bottom, yeah.
So yeah, maybe even 1 lap to go.
This lap, we'll see how it goes. It's going to be close, I think, before he breaks the timing beam. The 1 lap board is being readied, but they'll wait until that clock hits 0. It's the British Championship. Got to get the timing right.
Casey Lister currently lapping about a 3:16, so it'll be close at the finish.
Yes. On screen now we have number 22 on Marty Spires. He's still holding fast there in the 3rd place. Riley Ray Barrow seems to have dropped off the tail of him a little bit, but Riley's still in a good 4th spot. 5th and 6th still for Leo Wilson and Harley Marjak. They are not as close together as they were. Marjak was giving Wilson some stick, but he's not quite been able to press that home. Casey Lister comes round. He's got a minute to get around that bottom corner. It's going to be 2 laps at the end of this one.
I'll tell you what, his lead
is not what it was, because Arthur Moore is catching him. Arthur Moore in 2nd, and Marty Spires is not far behind either. There goes Casey past the finish line stripe, so it's going to be 2 laps to go.
Yeah. So Casey Lister has definitely dropped the pace a little bit, because Arthur Moore, Marty Spires and Riley Ray Barrow are closing in on him fast.
Yeah, 3 seconds slower on that lap than the previous one was Casey Lister, so that and a slight improvement on his lap time from Arthur Moore means that, yeah, that gap between them is close. So it's not over yet. Casey Lister has not got this sewn up. He's got 2 laps left to go.
Yeah,
so
Arthur Moore set his fastest lap of the race last time around, so
he's coming on strong.
A man on a mission. The number 67 machine, Arthur Moore, currently sitting 2nd on track.
As Casey Lister works his way down around the bottom boggy corner, and he comes out of that corner just as Arthur Moore enters it. So this tight section here, very tricky. It's much steeper than it looks on camera. There's a yellow flag, a rider down in the path of Casey Lister, so he's going to have to be careful coming around here.
Yeah, I think he's made his way around the fallen rider already.
Yeah, the rider was off on the uphill section, on the top of the hill there, I should say. So Lister got some back markers to deal with. Maybe that cost him the time on the previous lap.
Yeah, Arthur Moore now having to deal with those back markers, so not as close as we thought he might be. After that, a hot lap last time around, 3 seconds quicker he lapped than Casey Lister.
Coming round behind the start gate now is Arthur Moore in 2nd place on the little Retro Coatings Limited RMJ Academy Husqvarna. The Cheshire rider had a best of 7th twice in last year's series in this class and finished 18th in the championship. So, he's down. As I say, he's riding so well. He goes down, and he fell late in the last race as well, and he's just gone down. That is really going to frustrate Arthur Moore. I can't see as he's getting up closer. He might be stuck under the bike. Yes, he is. Somebody goes to help him. Yeah, that's bad luck for Moore. He was stuck under the bike there, which really cost him a chance of a quick remount. Looks like he's getting back up, though.
That's the danger of those long ruts down the hills. They can just reach up and grab you if you're not careful, if you lose concentration. He's
back up, he's kick-starting the bike, so Arthur Moore rejoins the race. Probably going to be in about 5th or 6th. He's lost quite a bit of time there when he was stuck under the bike.
So
hopefully he's not worse for wear. That leaves Lister in front and a battle for second going on now between Marty Spires and Riley Ray Barrow. Can taste a good bit of second place position here.
Riley around
flying
the
up
outside.
into that last corner around the back marker. He looks visibly quicker. Marty Spires' second position that he's just acquired is under threat already from Riley Ray Barrow.
Yeah, I think Riley's found his mojo in this last half of the race. He seemed to drop back a little bit at the start, but the pace of Casey Lister might have caught him by surprise, but Riley seems to have found his footing now, and he's charging hard after that second place position, which is currently held by Marty Spires on the 22 machine.
Coming up to the final uphill before the finish line then to take the last one lap board of the day.
Yep, so Casey Lister takes that. 1 lap to go for our race leader, Casey Lister, on the gas machine.
And second and third are right together. They climb this steep uphill before the finish line. A slight kicker for Riley Ray Barrow as he comes up the hill, but they have got a lap to go. Number 22 in the hooded top, Marty Spires, winner of race 1. Oh, and Riley Ray Barrow just got hung up in the rut a little bit. That might well cost him the chance of that second place. But you never know. Got to keep his head down.
Get going there, wasn't he?
He's got to keep his head down because that could also happen to Spires. So Barrow not out of it. Oh, and down. I think that's one of our top men. Yeah, Leo Wilson has gone down in the corner after the finish line. So Harley Marjak picks up a position at the expense of the fallen Leo Wilson.
Back up and running now, though, is the 57 machine.
End of the day, end of the second race on this tough, chopped up track. Arthur Moore crossing the line now. He's up there in 5th spot, so he's recovered not badly at all after having that issue.
He was on the floor for a while there as well.
He really was under the bike.
Not too bad at all, really, considering the circumstances.
The flagmen keeping busy. Another rider down in this bottom corner. Kick-starting, he's away again. Tommy Perfect comes down the hill and back up it.
They've had the rough end of the stick, really, haven't they, the 65 class? They're having to ride the track in its roughest condition today.
Absolutely. Cohen Jagerski keeps it turned on the fast. Eddie Gasgas.
Half a lap to go for our race leader, though. Casey Lister, the 125, has pretty much led from start to finish. Half a lap to go, and he'll claim his first race win of the year in the 65 class. I don't think it's his first ever British Championship win. I think he did win in the auto class at Little Silver in 2020, the one round that we did have. I think Casey Lister won that race.
Rightio. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's a first-time winner. He's not nervous at all with it. Riding nicely along the bottom of the Thames here, alongside the river, coming up the hill towards the last little finish section loop. And he's rode beautifully, Casey Lister, in this race.
He's certainly showing everyone here that he's a top contender in the 65 class, so long as he can keep it upright.
In the overall picture, after winning race 1, Marty Spires looks like he's going to hang on for second. He will definitely be in front in the overall reckoning, and barring a disaster tomorrow should stitch it up. No problem at all, but it's
anything
all playful
happen,
still.
Yeah, anything
Indeed
can
it
happen.
can. Riley Ray Barrow is there in 3rd.
So 1 corner left to go for the race leader, Casey Lister, and he'll take his first checkered flag of 2022. Here he comes around the final quarter, makes his way through the ruts, up the hill for the final time today. Here we got Pops into view, and the 125 machine, Casey Lister, fist pumping over the line. Well-earned race victory for Casey Lister there.
Absolutely, so far ahead. He might have been riding a 125 on that one. He was well clear in that race. Great riding from Lister. Coming across the line now in 2nd place, Marty Spires. That's still the overall lead for him for sure. And Riley Ray Barrow lifts his arm in delight.
He's a lot happy with that result, isn't he?
Yeah, well happy with 3rd spot for Riley Ray Barrow. And I think coming around the hill now, Harley Marjak is going to bring it home in 4th spot ahead of the number 57 of Leo Wilson. So So yeah, there goes Marjak, a nice 4th place finish for him. To go with 2nd from race 1.
Yes,
3rd.
that sounds right.
3rd, I think. And then, yeah, Leo Wilson comes home in 5th.
And it should be Arthur Moore we're expecting next.
And yeah, Arthur, who frustratingly for him dropped it on that penultimate lap, and he comes across the line there. And
close finish with Archie Butterfield as well, who finished in 7th place there. So that about wraps us up, doesn't it, Ben?
It really does, yeah. It's pretty crazy. And yeah, we are just going to hand over to Bradley down in the pit box with our last top 3 of the day.
Casey Lister, qualified pole position. Looked like you struggled a little bit in race 1, maybe a few mistakes, but bounced back nice then with a race win. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
How's the track holding up now? Obviously, probably a little bit different to qualifying. Is it getting pretty choppy out there now?
It's getting a bit rutty and a bit choppy. It's getting grippier though.
But still looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
And 2nd place, Marty Spars, 1-2 on the day, sitting pretty good for the overall. You got to be pretty happy looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, I am happy that there's a race tomorrow. Yeah, I reckon I'll try to win it.
Yeah, best of luck, buddy. Good day. And 3rd place, make your way over to Riley Ray Barrow. 3rd place. Bit of a panic rev there. And another one. 3rd place, pretty good ride. Yeah, you've got to be pretty happy with the 3rd in the 2nd race of the day on a track that's that tough.
Yeah, it's really rough, and in the 1st race I got a 13th because I crashed. But yeah, I managed to get out the gate, pulled the old shot, and yeah, just tried my hardest and just done what I could do. So
yeah, so 13th in the 3rd, that's a great way to bounce back after obviously struggling a bit of a first moto. But you must be looking forward to tomorrow. The track's probably going to be just as tricky, so obviously place your strengths.
Obviously the pros are going to be out there tomorrow, so it's going to get rougher. So yeah.
Best of luck, buddy. Well, that's it from me here today at round 1 on Saturday, but I'll be back tomorrow with the Pro MX1 and Pro MX2 guys, and I'll hand you back over to Ben to close the show.